Hmm. Hello, 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 hello. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Can you hear me okay? Yeah? All right. Let's do a sound check with Laura Sofia. Let me see if I can hear you perfectly. If you can unmute. You can't unmute? Aw, how rude. I'm going to tell Augustine to be nicer to you. Aw, make Laura Sofia a co-host. Give her power. My goodness.
Thank you, Agustin. Thank you. Thank you, James. Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Are you
Beautiful.
hearing me well, James?
Not that well,
Beautiful. We hear
actually.
you perfect.
Oh, thank you. Maybe I
Not
can
that well.
ask Augustine to turn up the volume on my iPad, and then I'll ask you to say a little bit more, if you don't mind, and maybe tell me,
Okay.
do we have any questions or anything? Yeah, just as high as it can go, then that'll be perfect. All right. So good morning. Thank you, Lola Sophia. So
With
let's
all of my
start
love.
this day. Oh, there. That's good and loud. So now, this is my new headset. So who's happy that I bought myself a new toy? So this is my new toy. This is my this is my fourth set of Apple AirBuds Pro. They have a lifespan. I seem to burn them out. And I was like, I love the Apple products. The company, but the products I love. But they said, after you pay us, a really good price for these, then we want you to pay us more for to more that it's not insurance. Here's the interesting thing: when you buy a product from some companies, when you buy the like Apple Care, you would think Apple Care means if I drop it, if I break it, they'll replace it because I bought this insurance policy against breaking it. Put up your hand if you understand. Normally, when we buy the support thing, it's if I break it, then I get, you'll replace it. But Apple said, no, 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 no. When you pay us this extra money, that means if the product we made doesn't work, then we'll honor it. But if you don't pay extra, we're not responsible for our products working or not working. So you buy it, it doesn't work, tough on you. So you have to buy it and an insurance policy that it isn't already faulty. But if I do anything to break it, they're not going to honor Apple Care. Who finds that fascinating that a company can be that powerful that they say you have to pay us extra to guarantee that it'll work? Fascinating. Anyway, so I bought this pretty little case so that maybe it'll increase the odds of it lasting. Fascinating stuff. But who would like to be able to just go buy what you need when you need it and not worry about money? Who's looking forward to being financially free? Who here is looking forward to be able to get on a plane anytime you want, to go anywhere you want, to hang out with anyone you want? Who's looking forward to being free? Who's looking forward to being fearless? You get an idea, you just do it. Who's looking forward to never being frustrated again, but to know that if there's a delay, it's not a denial, it's in perfect timing? Who is looking forward to living a miraculous life? Now, here's what I'm going to ask. I'm going to ask everyone who can put on your clothes and put on your camera. I want this to be highly interactive. One of the things that happened to me yesterday was I didn't see it coming that I was at risk. What I mean is, I know that I work, quote unquote, too hard, right? I do, I don't know how many live events every week. And I traveled back from Canada, and we had huge financial stress over some changes, some things that have come up. So I was under enormous financial stress. I had major things that were inconveniences while I was in Canada. I flew back on Tuesday, so it's a full travel day. Who understands these things can wear on the brain of, open loops and relationship open loops and business open loops and new venture open loops and yada, yada, yada. Then I came back, and if I showed you my schedule from Thursday, I was on from 6 a.m. till 5 p.m. with absolutely no white spots on my calendar, meeting after meeting, decision after decision, issue after issue. And I thought I would be okay yesterday. Who understands that we can be on the other side of too fearless? So then what I found out Wednesday and my team was dealing with is we weren't going to be able to use my apartment here with which we are familiar. So we had to move everything to another facility. I didn't calculate that people would go into that room and would be a distraction for me. And so there's this guy sitting over here on his phone and I have ADHD. And I didn't expect my headset to be buzzing and I have ADHD. And I didn't expect, you get the idea, like I underestimated how much Zen was required to be me yesterday. Put it in if you understand that. While I was teaching, I felt like I was experiencing like imposter syndrome because I thought, here I am teaching you how you can live a perfect dream life of Zen and physical health. And I had shoulder pain and I was distracted and I didn't feel present. I thought, am I a liar? Who understands that just because you know the stuff doesn't mean you're always living the stuff? Who's willing to be gracious towards yourself? What I'm saying is not incorrect. What I'm saying is not an untruth for me. It's I'm not always living it all the time. And I'm not always the perfect example that I would like to be. And so I'm sharing that with you to say, let's remember humanity while we're learning spirituality. And let's give ourselves some grace. And so I had a beautiful 1.5 hour prayer meditation time with God today, and we worked it all out. And I'm showing up completely ready to be the best possible version of myself and make this the best day of training I've ever done in my entire life. Who's ready for today being the best day ever? Now, the way we work around here is it's community. It's not James. See, my job is to provoke. I'm the conductor of the orchestra, but you're the orchestra. Can you accept what I'm saying? I'm the conductor of the orchestra, but you're the orchestra. This is not about me. I know this stuff. I wrote it. This is all and only about you and your relationship with divine and unlocking and unleashing your perfect dream life. This is only about you, and I'm only here to serve. So this is not a time for you to be a spectator. You are the participant. You are the point. This is about your life. And I ask you not to be passive and say, oh, I'm listening. No. Don't listen. Change your life. Can I get an amen on this? If you want to just learn some stuff that you're going to ignore and put into the stockpile of great ideas that you're not using, I suggest you turn your life around today, that you find your healing today, that you find your miracles today, that you find your inspiration today, that you find your freedom today. Who's willing to make this weekend the weekend everything changes? And I'm telling you, I'm committed to do my part, but it is not me that's going to change your life. Can I get an amen on that? I'm committed to serve greatly. I'm committed to pour my heart and soul out here. I'm committed to be as engaging and funny and interactive, to do everything I possibly can. But your dream life is not up to me. This is not a lecture for your intellectual curiosity. This is an experience wherein you have the option to choose to transform supernaturally. And I don't want the point to be lost. I don't want you to think this is about, oh, how good is James going to be? How much is he going to teach? Get over James. That's what I did this morning. I'm over James. This is only about you. And I only desire that you hear from divine and that you do what it takes to unlock your perfect dream life. And I'm asking you to commit now. So here's my ask of you. If you're able to put on your clothes and put on your camera, it's helpful for me. Then I can see the orchestra, see how you're doing. If you're able to do that, I prefer it. If not, I respect your choice. Second, I'm asking you to fully commit not to be a spectator, but to use this opportunity to do some serious spiritual work. And if you are committing to that today and tomorrow to the best of your ability, I ask you to put into the chat, it's my time. Just type in, it's my time. And that will signal to the universe that you're not playing. You're not a spectator. This is about you. It's not about James. This is not about the slides or the content or what your mommy says or what what the preacher says or whatever. It's not about anyone else or anything else. This is you and your dream life. And I personally am all in. Can I get an amen from you? You're all in? Let's do this thing. Beautiful. Taking a long, slow, deep breath and release. Taking a longer, fuller, deep diaphragmatic breath. And hold it for a few moments before we release. Beautiful. Now let's turn it into a purifying breath where we imagine that we're inhaling light and love. And when we hold it in our lungs, it forces this beautiful, sparkly white light of divine love and light and pushes it through our body, bringing healing and energy, restoration, and peace throughout our body. And when we exhale a couple moments later, we exhale all tension and toxicity. Are ready to do a purifying breath? Imagine you're inhaling light and love, and you're going to be exhaling tension and toxicity in 3, 2, 1. Inhale. Beautiful. I encourage you to remember the quantum breath from yesterday. The words are, on the first breath, we inhale, we say, I am present. When we exhale, we say, I am centered. On the second breath, we inhale, our hands go up, and we say, I am open to love. When we release that, I become love. On the third breath, I share love. Thank you. For those of you able and willing, I encourage us to do a quantum breath together now. We've done some practice. I encourage you, if you're able and comfortable, to stand up. If you're able and comfortable and it's safe, I encourage you to stand up with your feet shoulder width apart. Your knees are not locked. They're a little unlocked, right? Your butt is back rather than forward. And you can do a little abundance. Once you're in this posture, you then straighten up your upper torso. It's straight, it is strong. And then you loosen your arms. And then we're going to do our 3 deep diaphragmatic purifying breaths. And then the first one, our arms will come up to the sides and we'll think, I am present. When we exhale, they come into prayer posture. I am centered. The second breath, we go up and think, I am open to love. When we exhale, back to prayer posture, I become love. The third inhale, our hands move back out to the sides. And I say, I share love, all silently. And then when I exhale, I release my hands down to my sides, then bring them back up. On exhale to say, thank you. Are we ready to do this silently? In 3, 2, 1. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Please give yourself some love. Congratulations and thank you. Now, I want to welcome you to day 2 of the Dream Life experience. For those of you uninitiated, my name is James McNeil. I am a Canadian kid. I'm just 58 years old, just getting started, just warming up. I'm ready to start living in the big leagues. I'm currently in my beautiful apartment in Playa Car, Mexico. And I am blessed with the freedom to do what I want, when I want, where I want, with whom I want, as much as I want. Who thinks that's a pretty cool thing, to be free? Who wants to join me? Travel around the world, do cool things, touch lives. Who's interested in being a divine love and light ambassador, to bring light and love, to bring healing and peace, to help people restore their relationships with each other, with themselves, to bring love, joy, and peace to this planet? Who's with me in this? So this weekend, I want you to know that we are walking through the 12 meditations of pure spiritual intelligence. And this morning, I'm going to be introducing the Prayer of Solomon meditation. And we are learning to understand how the spiritual realm is part of our physical experience. And we're going to do a little recap in a few minutes, just walking through what we talked about yesterday. For those of you who weren't here, we're going to quick recap. And for those of you who were here, it's a great little reminder, and it might provoke some questions. And I want you to know all of your questions matter, and I want to the best of my ability, answer them all. And I'm fearless. You're allowed to ask me anything. Doesn't mean I can answer, but I'm fearless. I don't mind. And I'll always do my very, very best. And so all of your questions that may have come up from yesterday or come up today, we want to hear them. We want to know what they are. Just put them in the chat. Lotus Sophia and our angels from around the world are watching, and we're caring, and they'll make sure that I get the questions, and I'm going to do my best. And in this weekend, not only are you being exposed to the secrets of the metaphysical realm in a irreligious way, and what's important to me that you understand about what, like you might think, what religion is he selling, or who is he against, or who is he for? And I want you to know that the whole premise of pure spiritual intelligence is to represent all of the greatest loving truth revealed through all spiritual traditions and all religions, that there is no us and them, that we are all divine love ambassadors sent here on purpose with a reason for this season. No human being can ever be your enemy, that we are all spiritual beings in physical form, and all religions are quote unquote doing their best. All spiritual traditions are doing their best. You might say, yeah, but there's this evil one that did this evil thing. Fine, but a human can't be your enemy. They can only be a victim of the enemy. They've been misled and they're passing it on. They've been hurt and they're passing that on. Hurt people. Well people tend to communicate well. And so what we want to do is understand all the greatest insights from all of the faith traditions, all of the spiritual traditions, all of the religions. And my job is to organize them into an inch by inch, step by step, just paint by numbers, and change your life to get back in alignment with the spiritual truth, which is you are a creative and compassionate spiritual being currently existing in this physical form. You're infinitely valuable, exquisitely unique, and you're perfect in your personhood, not in your behavior, but in your personhood. Your natural state, the natural state of being, is in euphoric connection to source, love, God, if you will, and in loving connection to all living things. And we love others as we love ourselves, not instead of loving ourselves. And this weekend, we're walking through not only how does it all fit together, but we have been and will continue to tap into what are your desires. So I want you to remember, we're tapping into your desires so you can get over them. It's not so that you become needy and greedy. It's not so you focus on what you don't have and what you can't do. It's rather to see that your desires are divine guidance and guarantees. You can calm down now and be present. And the more you are present, the more you unlock all of your presence. The more you are present in present peace, now and Zen, and simply invest yourself in the moment you're in to say, I master the moments, and that makes them matter most. One moment can change your entire life experience. One moment of divine intervention, one moment of healing, one moment of forgiveness, one moment can change it all. And so we're walking through all of the secrets of the metaphysical realm to the best of our ability. We're dialing into who are you, why are you here, what do you want? And we're doing all that, not so that you obsess over a life that you're not living, but rather that you realize that is the life you're living. You're just in this part of that story. And so rather than trying to not be where you are, you become where you are. And that makes you a light in this world. And so this weekend, we're mastering clarity of our vision, handing it back to divine with grace and gratitude, knowing it's already ours or better, and then moving into how can I best in this moment experience, express, and expand love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control, the positive vibration of gratitude, which unlocks and unleashes every perfect thing. How does that sound? Who's down with what I just said? Does that sound good? We do not buy into right and wrong, good or bad, should or shouldn't. We are committed here to awareness and options. So when anyone says, am I doing it right? The problem is in the question. I don't buy into right and wrong. I'm not the judge of the universe. I'm here to learn. I'm here to serve. In the Bible, it says, all things are permissible, but not all things are profitable. So it's not that you can't or shouldn't or right or wrong. It's how can I most experience, express, and expand the fruit of the Spirit, love, joy, and peace. And so that's what we're all about. Do you feel landed? Do you feel like you're here now, ready to dive in? Beautiful. And remember, we gain a clear, compelling vision so that we can stop obsessing over what we don't have, know that it's already ours, and become present. Worrying about the future is the fastest path to having a future worth worrying about. That's one I might want to remember. When I was a young boy, some of you heard my story. My father was a violent alcoholic. And you might say, oh, that's so sad. And I say, it's perfect. It made me me. And so he and I ended in peace. And part of my dad loved me. Part of my dad was very proud of me. But there was another part of my dad that hated me and literally wanted to kill me. And he almost did. And when I was a child, I became a bit of a crybaby. Okay, let's get rid of the bit of. I became a complete crybaby. And my father would regularly utter a phrase that some of you might have heard. Parents don't talk like this anymore, I don't think. But he said, if you keep crying, can anyone finish the sentence? I'm going to give you something to cry about. You keep crying, I'm going to give you something to cry about. And then that term, that experience has been redeemed supernaturally. And I now hear from divine love, you keep thanking me, I'm going to give you something to thank me for. You keep thanking me, I'm going to give you something to thank me for. And so what I found is preemptive gratitude is powerful. I was visiting my sister in Canada. She has 2 dogs. Every time I move, they get really excited. I thought, why are they so excited? My sister said, they think you're taking them for a walk. And I'm like, guys, don't get so excited. I have no intention of being nice to you right now. I'm just getting myself a cup of coffee. But they looked at me with such love and gratitude and excitement. Guess what I did? Took the frickin' dogs for a walk. They just loved it out of me. They just said, you're the greatest guy on earth. You just keep taking us for walks. I'm like, oh, frick. Now I have to be a great guy and take the frickin' dogs for a frickin' walk. They kept getting what they wanted by thanking me in advance, and they're teaching me spiritual lessons. Who's ready to give me an amen on this? You keep thanking me. I'm going to give you something to be thankful for. I encourage you to be the kind of person people ask, why are you so happy? Why are you so happy? Aristotle gave a beautiful quote. And I want to master the quote. It shouldn't be so hard. I should have done it by now. But he said, happiness is basically the sum of life. It is the secret to success. It is the goal. It is the power. It is perfection. Now, who here has the egoic voice that goes on that says, I'll be happy when and if. Who understands that energy? I will be happy when and if. If there's a devil, that's his voice. To choose not to be happy now is to choose not to be happy because now is all there is. The spiritual realm transcends time, which means in the spiritual realm, it is always and only now. Time is a bit of a myth because yesterday doesn't exist. Tomorrow doesn't exist. The only thing that exists is the moment. And how long is that moment? Our existence occurs in the smallest sliver called now. And now is where eternity lies. Now is all we have. If you choose to be happy now, you choose to be happy. If you can't be happy now, you can't be happy. And of course, the truth is you can be. Who is willing right now to see how happy you can feel right now to unleash miracles? Who's willing to just see how much happiness you can stir up right now? Who wants to be happier than you've ever been in your life right now? Who understands nothing has to change? Nothing has to improve. Those people don't have to like you or respect you. The car doesn't have to be different. The house doesn't have to be different. Nothing has to be different for me to be the most euphoric state of happy that I have ever been. I don't need anything. I don't need anyone. I love and treasure everything. I love and treasure everyone. And I can be the happiest ever in any circumstance. This is victory. Can I get an amen? And so instead of being whining, bitching, moaning, complaining, I'll be happy if and when, let's master happy here and now. Let's see how happy we can feel. All right, let's sit up nice and straight, take in a long, slow, deep breath and see how happy you can feel. Start thinking, what can you be grateful for? Go ahead. Start asking yourself, for what can I justify gratitude? Go ahead. At the moment, you have sufficient health. At the moment, you have sufficient capacity to hear me. You have technology. You're in a room that there's probably no violence and there's probably no enemies. There's probably no weapons pointed at you. There's probably no attacks, no rabid animals. You're probably in a safe room. That might not be said for most people on earth right now. And you have a great deal to be grateful for. There's people that love you, whether you know it or not. Whether you know it or not. More people love you than you likely know. There's probably people praying for you, caring for you, wanting the best for you. There's people who want to apologize to you, but they're afraid. Divine love has miracles in store for you and is awaiting your permission. You've been blessed with the ability to survive and thrive. You have survived every single day up until now. You have apparently always had enough. You have skills and abilities, competence and capacities this world knows nothing of. There's songs in your heart, inventions in your mind. You are a blessed, blessed being. Infinite wealth, wisdom, and power is ready, willing, able, and awaiting your permission to flow to you and through you. Infinite wealth, wisdom, and power. Love, joy, and peace are all knocking on your door, asking for permission Think of the beautiful hugs you've experienced. Think about the kindness. Think about those moments when you did it right, when you took care of somebody else, when you know that your life mattered and others breathe easier because you've existed. How happy can you feel right now? Remember the sunrises and sunsets, the hugs and the kisses. How happy can you feel right now? Beautiful. I want you to know that you can feel this all day, every day if you wish. Nothing has to change. Nothing has to improve for you to feel ultimate joy, peace, and love. My joy is my job. Can I get an amen on that? My joy is my job. I'm not in business to make me happy. I'm not in marriage to make me happy. I'm already happy. I'm in business to share it. I'm in marriage to share it. My wellness and my happiness are my responsibility, and I am committed to being well and happy. Can I get an amen on this? Amen, amen, amen. My wellness and my happiness are always and only my responsibility. I can always justify being happy, and I can prioritize my wellness to the best of my ability. It is nobody's job but mine. And all the spiritual, loving powers of the universe are on my side to support me in my wellness and my happiness. It has been said that everything that we seek to achieve, acquire, or accomplish, we seek to achieve, acquire, or accomplish it because we believe it will make us happy, and therein is the trick. The secret to unlocking everything we desire is happy now. Please write that down. The secret to unlock my miracles is happy now. I need nothing. I need no one. I love and treasure everything. I love and treasure everyone. As I said yesterday, one of the first things I ever learned in Spanish was estoy aquí para servir. I'm here to serve. The purpose of my existence is to serve. Jesus said, I came not to be served, but to serve. This, my dear friends, is some good wisdom. Who's ready to start our day now? Boom. Instead of starting with make me happy, start with I am happy. Now, let's unlock the miracles. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you. This is important, right? That we're in the right state of mind, the right state of heart, the right connection. One of the things I encourage you to get into the habit of doing is pray about anything and everything. You might say, pray to who? Well, that's up to you, right? I openly admit that I'm a Christian, a Christ follower. I read the Bible and I believe the Jesus narrative. I don't force that on anyone. I'm just honest about it. Who understands that? I'm just being honest. That's where I'm coming from, right? And I respect and learn from all faith traditions. Everyone who disagrees with me blesses me. Every time someone says, you're an idiot, I get excited. Because that means they have a perspective I don't have. Now I get to learn. If everyone agreed with me, where's the progress? So I love and treasure our differences. They're precious. So for me, when I have a bad moment, a bad day, when I blow it, when I don't understand something, I simply pray about it and move on. When I hand a job to someone, I like to let let it go. Who's ever worked for someone that micromanaged you? Did you press the blue button? Did you press it? Did you press it? Did you press it? Did you press the blue button? Are you pressing it now? Are you pressing it hard enough? Are you pressing the blue? It's like, listen, if you want to do the job, do it yourself. And I have a management history that's completely, not perfect. I have a million things to learn. But my primary weakness has been abdication. That when I give someone a job, I assume it's going to be done and I move on. I don't I don't check in. I don't hold people accountable. Who understands that? The opposite of micromanaging is abdication. And so mine is, we already talked about this. Why isn't it done? Right? Like, what, I thought you took it. And that may not be a balanced approach with people, but it is perfect with divine. When I bring something to the divine throne of the universe and I ask for something, then I'm allowed to ask, right? But I'm discouraged from stressing. Stress is no longer on me. Now it's on divine. Who understands the difference? The pressure is now not mine. The pressure is now in the hands of the one who can perform the miracles. So if I still don't know something that I asked to know, then I'm not supposed to know it yet. Put up your hand if you understand that. If you think you're supposed to know something, you go to divine and say, please give me this wisdom. I seek to know the truth. And if divine doesn't give you the answer, that means you're not supposed to have the answer today. So lighten up. The answer will come when you're supposed to have it. Who likes this? And all of a sudden you realize everything is in its perfect timing. This is a beautiful mindset. All right. So what I want to do, I'm Canadian, so it's Q&A. How's it going, eh? Sorry, it's a Canadian thing for those of you who don't get that. So I want to get questions from you on anything that I've provoked this morning. I want questions from you on anything you want to learn this weekend to make sure that we get your questions. And I also want questions and comments on whatever landed yesterday. Is that okay, everyone? So I'm going to go off camera. I'm going to go off audio and I'm going to do nothing for 2 minutes while you fill the chat. I'm asking everyone to submit a question or a comment so that we know where you're at, how you're doing, and how we can best serve you. Who's willing to play along? So please jump into the chat if you're able and submit a question, a comment, a request, and then we'll know how you're doing so that we can serve you best. I'm going to take at least 2 minutes, maybe 3. Let's make it 3. So you have 3 minutes to submit your question or your comment, what you want to know, what you want to learn, what you want to understand, or a comment you want to share. Beautiful. Everyone, hit the chat. I'll see you in 3 minutes. right. Thank you. We got some juicy comments and questions. Who has been, have you been looking at everyone else's cool stuff? Any of you wonder how the heck James is going to handle all of this? Like, good luck to him. Boy, he's got to be more careful what he asks for. I love it. So what I want you to know is we care deeply about all of your questions, and I will do everything I can to answer them to the best of my ability. And we'll take some now, and we'll be storing some for later on. Is that okay, everyone? So we're going to grab some now. Lotus Sophia will, by guidance of divine inspiration, choose whatever she chooses, and then wish me luck. Who's excited about this weekend? What's going to happen? What are we going to do? What are we going to learn? Beautiful. So send some loving vibes and prayers, but I don't say anything incredibly unhelpful, and everything is inspired. And let's go. So Lotus Sophia. What is this?
Huge, James. Thank you. So thank you all for all of your questions. So deep, so profound. So we're gonna start. We have a question from Elena. Mm-hmm. And I'm Elena from Ukraine. Hello, Elena.
Hello,
nice
Elena,
to have you here.
Everyone put some love into the chat. Elena gets the first question in.
Yay!
Is that Elena? Elena?
Oh,
thank you.
Elena. Yeah, okay. So beautiful name. And I do have a story with the name, so just saying. It's beautiful. Hey, Elena, thank you. So she says, I want to learn how to get my confidence back, which I lost because of emotional impacts. Also, how to attract clients to my business effortlessly, and as I am in a mindset coach. I am a mindset coach.
Beautiful. So let's give some love to Elena. Is there anyone here that has ever had their confidence shaken? Can anyone else associate with this? It's never happened to you? Well, be patient. It'll happen soon, right? So it is part of reality that we sometimes have our confidence shaken. And is it possible that that's a good thing? Is it possible that we had confidence in the wrong thing? Is it possible that I had confidence yesterday that I should not have had? I had confidence that I didn't need more rest. I had confidence that I could handle all of the factors. My confidence was misplaced. So sometimes when we lose confidence, it's not a bad thing. Stop trusting the chair with the broken leg. Put up your hand if you understand that sometimes shaking confidence is a blessing because you had confidence misplaced. So then people ask me, why are you so confident? Where does your confidence come from? And I would say, I am not self-confident. You might say, are you kidding me? I've never met anyone so self-confident. You're a psychopath with confidence. And I say, no, my faith is in divine. My faith is in principles. My faith is in physics and metaphysics. My faith is not in myself. I believe I can be frail. I believe I can be selfish. I believe I can blow it. I don't believe I am where all the power is stored. I believe genius flows to me and through me and may not reside in me. I have confidence because my confidence is not in me. My confidence is in divine and systems and process and physics and metaphysics. And my job is show up, shut up, and let God show off. So therefore, I can be more fearless because my confidence is not in myself. When I was in Toronto the other day, my son blessed me with inviting me to stay at his place. Well, actually, I invited myself, let's be clear. And I crashed on his couch. He's not the most hospitable guy. He's like, we don't have like blankets or anything. I'm like, of course. Anyways, he's such a single guy. But when we went out to a bar and we played ping pong because he and I love to compete. And when we were driving, I saw a rock climbing place. You know, the windows, the big glass windows, you could see people were rock climbing, you know, climbing up the wall. And I said, have you ever tried that, son? He says, yeah. He says, I blew it. I said, you burned out your arms, didn't you? He says, yeah. I said, well, one of the things I learned about rock climbing is beginners think it's about strength, lifting yourself with your arms. And I said, the secret that rock climbers understand is the legs are accustomed to carrying the weight. The hands are only meant to hold you near the wall so that your legs can do all the lifting, which they're trained to do. And he said, oh my gosh, that's right. So where was our fail? Both of us failed at rock climbing because we had faith in our arms, where our faith should have been in our legs. We put the pressure on the wrong point. And so for me, I don't think of myself as where the answers reside. I think of myself as a vessel through which infinite intelligence is kind enough to flow sometimes. And most of the time, I'm really quite blessed. I feel quite blessed in that my faith is not in me, but I'm fearless due to my faith. So am I confident? Yes. Am I self-confident? I don't think so. That I place myself on the altar of divine love and I say, it's up to you. Now that it's up to you, throw me into the lion's den, because those lions don't stand a chance, because it's not me, it's you. Put up your hand if you understand what I'm saying. My faith is not in myself. Therefore, my confidence can be complete. If I put pressure on myself, I'm going to see my weaknesses and I'm going to fold. So yesterday, I found myself distracted and my energy was, adversely affected. And it's because I was counting on my genius and my experience, and I didn't need to rest and I didn't need to meditate and I didn't need to pray. And I was reminded that's not where to place my faith. And this morning, I feel like I'm back with no pressure on me. Who can feel the difference? I'm just here to serve. I say, God, I'll throw my body in front of the camera. The rest is up to you. And so I can have infinite, unquestioned confidence if it's not in myself. One of the things I was talking about yesterday as an example, and I didn't fully complete the point, was who here remembers when I was talking about the different spiritual realms, the levels of heaven or the dimensions? And one of them, and I see Susan Eckert here, one of my favorite human beings on earth. We love Susan so much. And Susan introduced me to the word Akasha, which was a word I had not yet researched. And Akasha comes from Hinduism, and there's a religion called Theosophy that talks about the Akashic record. So Akasha shows up in a couple of places, different faith traditions and religions. And Akasha is said to be the storehouse of all knowledge of all living things of all time. That would be a pretty sweet vault to get into, right? All the knowledge of all living things of all time, including future. Who thinks that's pretty sexy? I want some of that. And so there's this place where all knowledge resides. Now you might say, well, James, if you believe in God, doesn't God have all the knowledge? You don't have to go to the storehouse. You just ask God. I say, yeah. So think of it either way. Everyone cool with that? So you might be thinking, I'm going to a spiritual realm where all the knowledge is, or I'm talking to the one in whom all the knowledge is. Either way, we're good. You're going to the source. Next. In one of my careers, and I've had about 400 of them on my way to finding who I really am, I was selling a technology called thin client technology. So thin client technology, people don't know much about this. When they were inventing the smartphone, anyone remember when they were called smartphones? Now they're just called phones. When they were transitioning from being a phone to being a computer in your hand, right? When they were changing. Well, the problem, just so you know, is you can only put so much memory in one of these little devices. Does that make sense? It can only store so much. You have these computer rooms with racks and racks and racks and racks of servers that store all this content. And we want to be able to do that with something in our hand. Put up your hand if you understand what I'm saying. The problem is you can only fit so much in here, and the race was on. And so they were trying to put more and more into these devices, and then someone cracked the code, and the secret to what we now hold, and I was at the bleeding edge, the leading edge of it, was thin client technology. So the secret is this. The mouse, you know what a mouse is on your desk? You know the mouse, you move the thing. Well, the mouse isn't doing the thing. The mouse is telling the computer to do the thing. Put up your hand if you understand. The steering wheel isn't steering the car. The steering wheel is telling the wheels what to do. So the thin client is this. This is just like a long distance terminal that is telling the computers what to do. It's telling the computers to give it the data. But this is called a thin client, which means it doesn't hold anything. It directs everything. Put up your hand if you understand the thin client technology now. So what your phone does, it doesn't have the power to do. What it appears to be doing, it's accessing supercomputers that are doing it for it. And then your device is just sending and receiving the data that is coming from the supercomputers that are much bigger than the thing in your hand. So this is just like a monitor representing supercomputers all over the world. Who thinks that's pretty cool? So your phone is just the communicator with the supercomputers, lowering the pressure on the phone, maximizing its capacity by turning this not into a computer, but into a thin client to all computers. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? I see my physical form as a thin client. My confidence is not in me. My confidence is in that which can flow to me and through me. And just like Wi-Fi, my connection is the secret. Are we good? Confidence, in my mind, is best placed in divine. My job is show up, shut up, let God show off. And having more and more faith to enter more and more crazy situations. And I get intimidated by the things that God gives me visions for. I got one right now. I got to tell you what, it hit me about a month ago, and I thought I was going to pass out. And I've been wondering how crazy I am ever since it hit me. And I keep doing my check-ins, like, God, really? This is you? Really? This is you? The biggest idea I've ever had, what I'm doing now, I rejected. This vision of teaching this and running online community is something that I rejected when God first told me about it when I was 20. I'm like, who am I? I can't do that. But I stopped stopping myself, and I allowed God to do whatever he wants, or divine love to do whatever divine love wants. And so now I'm faced with new scary challenges. And I'm like, whatever, you got me this far. I'm just crazy enough to put my body in those rooms and let you do whatever you're going to do. Is this helpful to anyone else to say, I need not have all the faith in myself? Maybe self-confidence wasn't wise in the first place. But confidence is essential. So hopefully that was helpful for you. For me, it's a big deal. I'll tell you one of the most scary things I was ever invited to do, and it didn't happen. It might happen, but it hasn't happened. I was asked to chauffeur a couple of guys from a church, my church in Canada, that I'm not there now anymore, but there were some guests. I didn't know who they were. And we were meeting with the spiritual mentor, the leader. And so I was asked, just can you bring these guys to lunch since you're going to the same restaurant with us? And so this small group of people, thousands of people, I think, but a small group gathered for lunch. And these two guests, I didn't know who they were. But here's what I found out at lunch. And in the chit chat in the car, just making friends, something very startling happened. Number one, are you aware that right now, with the Ukraine-Russia thing and with Israel-Palestine thing, that there are groups of people seeking to gather to force peace talks? Put up your hand if you've heard of that. Peace talks. Where the powers that be, the UN and others, will force leaders into a room they don't want to be in to discuss how can we find peace. And this happens. This is part of the deal in the world whenever there's conflict. Well, these things happen, and the UN is a centerpiece of those conversations. Whether they will be in the future, who knows? But at the moment, they've been the one corralling these leaders. Well, what I didn't know is there is one seat in those rooms dedicated to an organization that is a peace leading volunteer movement. They have such respect that in all peace talks in the world, a representative from this organization has a seat in those rooms to help facilitate peace. Who thinks that's pretty awesome? It's an outside peace mastery group that has a seat in those tables. And at lunch, the most startling thing happened. From not knowing who I was and I not knowing who they are, by the end of that lunch, I wasn't supposed to be part of the meeting. I was just the chauffeur and I was having lunch with my friends. At the end of the meeting, these two said, our organization only has one person that we trust to sit in that chair. We've been looking for who might replace that person. We think it's you. Who understands what an insanely scary idea that would be? We want you to be the person in peace talks that determines millions of lives being lost or saved. And I said, I am unworthy. And God says, you never have been. It's not about you. I'm asking for willingness, not talent. And frankly, it's more impressive when I use someone who has all kinds of challenges. In my weakness, he is made strong. And so my confidence is not in me, and I would like to maintain limitless confidence and not need any self-confidence. Maybe I beat it to death, but I hope that was a valuable conversation. Anyone else get value out of that? So I place confidence where confidence belongs. Hopefully that helps. Beautiful. Loda Sophia, I should probably get to work, right? Because that was just one question. We have 1,000 and I've got these slides things and those meditations I promised. So what do you think, Loda Sophia? Should I get back to work?
Well, I believe that was an amazing introduction for the questions. We have a lot of questions, so we can start if you feel it as so, and we can keep on answering the questions during the day.
Love it. All right. So let's do a quick recap. Who's happy and ready to go? All right, beautiful. Who's already been blessed this weekend? Who's been blessed today? Who's grateful? Good. No money back guarantee on today. Okay. I hope you've been enjoying this. This is our chance to get to know each other. This is a chance for you to be blessed. So let's keep moving forward. My promise for the weekend is that I'm going to somehow get through the 12 meditations of pure spiritual intelligence. We only did the first 2. This morning, we're going to be discussing who am I and who am I not. And then we're going to be moving through Mental Mastery, User's Guide for Your Mind, fully understanding what do you want. We'll probably end the day around here. Then tomorrow morning, why am I here? Living on purpose. And then we've got to move through the secret to all action and attraction, all the 12 spiritual laws of the universe. But they're, just so you know, they're being embedded throughout the weekend. I've already taught most of the spiritual laws, whether you know it or not. Like, it's all embedded in the work that I do. And then we're going to go into full-on metaphysical mastery, the energetic elevator of transcendence. The quantum leap will be like our grand finale tomorrow. And then we'll be making sure you have Dream Life GPS, how to stay on track. And the whole weekend, we're, of course, building your Dream Life manifesto. Good and good. That's what we're covering. And yesterday, we asked you if you're ready for your miracles. Are you ready? Give me a, it's my time. In the chat, it's my time. So yesterday, I mentioned to you, that's my first book, Success Secrets of King Solomon. When we're done our quick recap, I'm going to do the Prayer of Solomon meditation, which I only did a teaser of in one of our groups. This will be my first time walking through it. I mentioned that at 21 years old, I was functionally illiterate, could not read. I was reading at a very weak grade 4 level, and I was a grown man. I was going to be homeless because I couldn't fill in a tenant's application. And I couldn't speak until the age of 9. I couldn't complete a sentence till I was 9 years old. Many would have thought, my mental challenges are sufficient to, who knows what they might have thought. But they did send me to speech therapy classes, and I learned how to connect my brain to my mouth through nursery rhymes, like how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood, and Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, and those kinds of things. I hated them, but they forced me to connect my brain to my mouth in unique ways because of my ADHD was profound. And for me to be able to think through how I can articulate a thought, my wiring is unique and distinct. Who would say that how I articulate thoughts is unique and distinct? Right? There's a way that I organize thoughts that is unique and distinct. And had I been given more, I would have ended up with less. That the challenge gave birth to a strength. Who understands that? Sometimes our greatest weaknesses are the birthplace of our greatest strengths. Our greatest difficulties are the breakdown that leads to the breakthrough. Sometimes our stumbling blocks are our stepping stones, that if it wasn't for that difficulty, I wouldn't develop that strength. And so I don't begrudge the reality that I have ADHD. I have dyslexia. I have OCD, complex PTSD. I experience compounding grief. I have hypersensitivity in both audio and tactile hypersensitivity. I have dissociative disorders to some degree. I've had all kinds of challenges, and I'm healing and I'm managing and I'm functioning, but I wasn't set up for success. So I let you know that I wrote this book in 11 days on the back of scrap paper, which launched this career. And I believe so much in that I'm now a publisher, and I'm publishing books with Les Brown and helping people get published to help them transform their lives as I did. So at 21, I couldn't have read the book that I wrote and became a Canadian national bestseller of by the age of 29. I continued to go from being unable to speak to being a top speaker for over 30 years, extreme social phobias to the highest paid expert on communications and rapport. I couldn't get into any college or university. I have no degrees, and yet I'm a respected international guest lecturer at colleges and universities. I started out suicidal, broken, depressed, and hopeless. I'm the founder of the world's safest, most loving spiritual success community. And if this doesn't tell you that anything's possible, I don't know what is. Is this encouraging to anyone else? It's like there's no logical explanation for how I am here except divine. Does that make sense? Like there's no logical explanation. This is divinely orchestrated. And I'm just happy to be blessed with the storyline, right? And now I share the stage with the biggest stars in the world. There I am in Singapore. There I am in Johannesburg, South Africa, 4,000 people. Les Brown is on the side. This is the first speech he heard me, and he adopted me. Now I'm Les Brown's guru son. He's my guru dad, and we co-publish books together. There I am in London, England. I was in the presence of the Queen of England within 4 hours of my first arrival in the UK. I was in the presence of the Queen of England in less than 4 hours with no appointment or plan. Who thinks that's pretty cool? Someone once, I was in Philadelphia, and the audience turned on me. I'd said, you can meet anyone you want to meet. And they're like, who do you want to meet? I said, no one, I meet everyone. It's fine. They said, no, come on. And they kind of mutinied. The class mutinied on me. I was in Philadelphia. And I said, fine, if I was going to meet someone, I would like to meet Bono, the singer of U2. That's what came to mind. Within 48 hours, I met Bono on the street. He was walking across the street on my birthday. And I'm like, you've got to tell me you're not Bono. And he laughed his ass off, and I met Bono. Who would like to have a supernatural life? You do what you want, when you want, where you want, with whom you want, as much as you want. You meet anyone you want to meet. You do anything you want to do, because by the grace of God, you wouldn't have wanted it if it wasn't already yours. Who loves this? You don't waste your time chasing lesser things. You know what is divinely inspired, and you get it. Now, here I am. This is my peer group. I've shared the stage with and worked with all the top speakers and moneymakers on earth. Maybe not all of them, but I think so, right? Pretty close. And most of those people, the ones who are alive today, I could probably reach out to, I could probably call them and they would take my call. I'll give you an exception. Tony Robbins. He has no idea who I am. I've shared the stage with him multiple times in front of audiences of 5,000. I volunteered for him when I was a beginner. Then I sold for him. Then I shared the stage with him as a volunteer. He was running the fire walk, and I ran the fire pit right beside him. So I'm standing beside him, but I'm an ant beside Tony Robbins. And all of this time, and sharing the stages, I don't think he has a clue that I exist, and I'm okay with that. But other than Tony, I think everyone here would probably know who I am, and I could probably reach out to. Oh, maybe Sir Richard Branson doesn't know who I am, but I do know friends who are very close to him. So if I wanted to have dinner with Sir Richard Branson, I could probably pull it off. Who thinks that's pretty cool? Right? That's pretty cool. Now, how did I get here, right? This geeky little Canadian. I'm the creator of Verbal Aikido, the world's most powerful, authentic communications philosophy. I'm the owner of the 5-Hour Book. I purchased it from the man who created it when he retired. It is the world's fastest, easiest, most successful, most used book writing system on earth. I own it. I'm a co-author with Les Brown, an international best-selling author with Les Brown. These are dreams come true. This is the next book, and I don't have a link or anything, but if you're interested, we have a few spots in the book that we're just finishing up now. So this is the next book, and that's just the first rough version of the cover, but it's Next Level You, Unleashing Your Highest Potential with Les Brown. And so we're looking for people who want to launch their career as an author, speaker, coach, consultant, trainer to be in this book with Les and I. And he said he's going to do the book launch on his Facebook page, which has, I think, 2 million people. So it's a big launch to anyone's career. And that's why we're doing it, to launch some people's career. If you're interested, just say into the chat, Les Brown, and then our team will follow up with you. There you go. So yeah, and now I created something called Wealthy World Changer, where I help people become $1 million a year author, speaker, coach, consultant, and trainer. And so all of that from my beginnings, and this hopefully will give you some encouragement that if I can do it, you can do it. Here we go. We're going to talk about the Prayer of Solomon, and we're going to do the Prayer of Solomon meditation before we go further. So that was a quick recap of my stuff. We're going to do this, and then we're going to do some more content recap and move on. Who's ready for the Prayer of Solomon? So for those of you who are uninitiated, Solomon was the third king of unified Israel and the last king of unified Israel before they split. And he raised Israel to its greatest geographical expansion, its greatest economic expansion, and its most powerful expansion, as in there was a time the kingdom of Israel was one of, if not the primary world power. And it was a long time ago under the reign of Solomon. And it didn't last that long that they were at that pinnacle of their, that particular version of their experience. But under the reign of Solomon, Israel was its most successful. He was made king when he was just 20 years old. Who feels they're too young? Right? He was only 20 years old when he became the king of the greatest nation on earth at that time. He was not the first in line. It was supposed to go to an older brother or another older brother or another older brother. There was lots. But the father, King David, chose Solomon. His mother was previously married to another guy, and not Solomon, sorry, when King David, I do my own typing sometimes. Remember, I'm dyslexic, forgive me. But when King David, Solomon's dad, okay, when David began the relationship with Bathsheba, Solomon's mom, she was married to another guy, and Solomon's dad had his mother's first husband killed. If you think your family's dysfunctional, just know that he had it worse. There's many horrible stories here. The first child that King David and Bathsheba had died. One of Solomon's brothers raped one of his sisters. One of his brothers tried to kill their dad. And some of his brothers were, at the time of his coronation, trying to kill him. So who thinks that, he was set up with some adversity, a little bit of pressure, 20-year-old, his brothers are trying to kill him. He's trying to deal with running the biggest nation on earth. Who the heck is he? Now, I say this because I want you to feel the same way. Here's what I mean by that. I'm asking you now to consider the magnitude of your perfect dream life and ask yourself, are you currently ready to run that life? Who understands my question? At this moment, do you have all the skills and abilities, all the disciplines of leadership and management and stewardship to run that dream life you have? When I look at my dream life and the new visions that God gives me, I say, I am so unprepared and unworthy. And what I want you to do is consider the same. You know, one of the things that the motivational speakers say is, they say, you deserve it. You deserve it. You deserve it. You deserve all your dreams and your so on. And I say, I doubt it. The word deserve means from service. My visions are bigger than my capacity. Put up your hand if you can say the same. Your visions are bigger than your current capacity. I want to be a billionaire and I can't balance my checkbook. I want to run the world, but I can't run my family. I want to have an empire. I can't even manage my small business. I want to be this. I see this, but then my current reality is so far from being that person, being that man, being that woman, being that version of myself. Put up your hand if you're willing to have some humility here as you look at the magnitude of your vision. So the beginning of the prayer of Solomon is humility. The other thing it includes is faith. So write that down. The secret precursors to the prayer of Solomon, because he said a prayer and God said, because of that prayer, because you said what you just said, I'm going to make you the richest and wisest man of all human history. And I want you and I to say a similar prayer to unleash our highest and best. Are you okay with this? It starts with humility and faith. Humility of faith, meaning I believe this vision is mine. It is my destiny. I'm not working towards accomplishing it. I'm not trying to convince you to give me it. I'm not trying to make it happen. I believe it already is in the spiritual realm mine. That is the faith that my vision is already mine. It is already yes, it is already amen. It starts with faith, this magnificent vision I believe is my destiny. Who's willing to have some faith in your vision? And say, all of this amazing, crazy stuff, I just believe it. And I'm not currently competent to pull it all off. Everyone got that combination? I have faith and I have humility. I'm going to be king. I got some stuff to learn. If I'm going to be king or queen, I better work on my stewardship skills, my money management skills, my leadership skills, my discipline, my organization, my structure. What will be required to manage your perfect dream life? Have you started asking these questions? Because if not, this is a good set of questions. And this is what 20-year-old Solomon did. He said, I see what you're giving me, and I see my current level of competence, and I have concern. You got it? So faith that the vision is real, humility that I'm not currently qualified, and this is the birthplace of the prayer of Solomon. Faith in the vision, humility in his own capacities, and he turned to divine. Now, just before he said this prayer, the prayer of Solomon, what happened was he made some sacrifices. He back in that time, it was the sacrificial system where you bring goats and lambs and chickens and, I don't know, wheat and grain, and you give it to God. And so he did a good sacrifice. And so what I'm going to submit to you is, you and I have submitted to divine our best up to now. Who would say that up until now, other than all of your faults, you've done your best? Right? Other than all your imperfections, you've done your best. At that time, that was what you had. It is what it is. This is what you're handing over. So that's the sacrifice idea, to say, okay, I'm all in. And being here this weekend says, I'm all in for my dream life. Very similar. So now let me reveal the prayer of Solomon. What he then did was he said, your plans for me are great. I'm currently unqualified for such power and responsibility. Please make me wise. Please make me a good steward. and please guide me to behave lovingly. Teach me to do what's right. Who thinks that's a pretty cool prayer? So I'm just going to read it again. And these aren't his exact words translated from the ancient. I wrote it out in a little bit more expansive clarity, but this is what he was saying. I believe your plans for me are great. I believe I am currently unqualified for such power and responsibility. I ask you to please make me wise. Please make me a good steward. And please guide me to behave lovingly. Teach me to do what is right. Who is willing to say such a prayer? This is the prayer of Solomon. So what I'm going to ask to do before we do the prayer together is I want you to take some time to write out your dream life vision again. You've probably written it. You've probably written it more than once, dream life manifesto of sorts. I don't need to give you a framework, but I want you to take 5 minutes to write down, what does your perfect dream life look like? If infinite wealth, wisdom, and power, if divine love said, everything that you've dreamt of is already my plan, what does it look like? You understand the task now? I'm going to ask you to scribble out. I'm going to give you 5 minutes and let's play a game. If you can write it, you can have it. Who likes that? So before we do the prayer of Solomon, what is the plan that we believe divine has for us? Let's start with what is the plan. So I'm going to ask you to take 5 minutes, write feverishly, and write down, what is the greatest vision for my life that I can see at this moment? And it evolves and it expands. But right now, I would like you to take 5 minutes and write it out as best as you can and have some fun. Remember, God is writing the check, not you or me. Divine is able. So go ahead and have some fun. 5 minutes, write out, what is your perfect dream life? Go for it. 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Hola. Welcome back. Welcome back. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Who's got some cool stuff down there? Who's got some cool stuff in that perfect dream life? I hope you included us traveling around doing cool stuff. Anyone have a dream life retreat in there? You're gonna come to Mexico and woof. I want you to have beautiful dreams. Like if you found out that you had a rich uncle with the last name Rothschild, and they said, "What do you want for Christmas?" Who could dream some big dreams, right? If you have like an uncle trillionaire, who would like to have uncle trillionaire, right? Do whatever the heck you want, right? Well, guess what? Divine love owns everything every trillionaire owns. Who gets that? That divine love has more money than the Rothschilds, has more money than Elon Musk. Divine love can do infinitely more, uh, infinitely and abundantly more than anything you can imagine. So you can't out imagine divine. Who likes this? You cannot. Marilyn says the Rothschilds don't celebrate Christmas. Okay, forget what I said. That was a good one, Marilyn. Thank you. And I'm cool with them not celebrating Christmas, and I'm cool if you don't as well. It was just play. All right, so back to work. So I hope you're willing to dream big because divine dreams big for you and with you. All right, here we go. Next task. Are you ready for the next task? Who's ready to play? Okay, I want you to look at what you've wrote and think about, don't share, but think about what you're willing to share with someone else. Look at your list of all the cool things and think, I'm willing to tell people about this. Like maybe not some things, like some of you wrote things like, Olympic level sex that causes disturbance and people call security because I'm having so much fun with my lover. You might not need to share that, although I just did. You want to choose what you're going to share, and then we're going to go into small groups, make friends, and share some fun dreams. Who's ready? Okay, so we're going to go into small groups of 4. Okay, we're going to put you into breakout rooms. And I ask everyone to share at least one thing. You got 2 minutes to share some cool thing that's on your list. Let's have some fun and make some friends. Who's ready to do this? Okay, so you're going to go into breakout rooms. It's going to be for each one of you have a total of 2 minutes. Give everyone a chance. 2 minutes. Monitor each other. Be respectful. And then we'll be back here in 10 minutes. Is that good? Breakout rooms of 4 people. Each person has 2 minutes to share at least something off of their dream life vision, and cheer each other on. Get some cool ideas. Maybe send some loving vibes and prayers that everyone gets their dreams, and then we'll be back. Good and good. Okay, we're going into breakout rooms now. Have some fun. Play nice. Make friends. Each person has 2 minutes, and go. And you need to click join the breakout room. Click join and go have fun. Join the blue button. Join. Go make friends, have fun, share your dreams. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Augustine, something's on my screen. I don't know if you can help me out. Hey, everyone, if you haven't fallen in love with Augustine, here's your chance. This is Augustine working behind the scenes, making sure that I look good. So if you wouldn't mind, I don't know what that is. I don't know if I did something. All right, so welcome back. Who had some fun? Who met some cool people? Nice, 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 nice. Okay, so you have you have something scribbled out, or at least in your head and your heart, of your perfect dream life. You've got the vision. Yes, you ready to go with the Prayer of Solomon? Okay, so now, if your dream isn't beyond your current capacities, it could be bigger. Can I get an amen on that? If your dream is not bigger than your current capacities, your dream could be bigger. So my encouragement is dream big. Dream big. Next, we're going to now do the Prayer of Solomon together. So what we're going to do is we're going to enter into a nice, calm, meditative state, and I'm going to guide you in saying the prayer. Divine love, your plans for me are great. I'm currently unqualified for such power and responsibility. I ask you to make me a wise and good steward. Please guide me to behave lovingly and teach me to do what is right. Everyone cool with this prayer? Everyone open to this? Okay, beautiful. So what I'm going to ask you to do is begin by sitting up nice and straight, getting into a posture that supports your frame. And in case you're curious, we're going to take a break in just a minute. We're going to do this and go straight to break. So just hang in for a couple more moments. Sit up nice and straight if you can. Ah, beautiful. Let's take in some purifying breaths. And long, slow, deep, purifying breath. Inhaling light and love. Exhaling tension and toxicity. Feeling your body relax. And as you're in this relaxed posture, you can keep your eyes closed, or for those of you who want to keep your eyes open, just find a spot in front of you that you can focus on. Our eyes closed. And now I want you to remember that beautiful dream life vision that you've scribbled out. Just remember it. Think about it. If you can see it, great. If you can feel it, great. If you can imagine it, great. If you can see the words, great. But reconnect to this magnificent, beautiful vision. Become aware that this vision is grand. And now I want you to imagine that divine love said, ask me for anything. Ask me for anything. And here is my prayer, and I ask you to make it your prayer. Divine love, thank you for this beautiful vision. Your plans for me are great. I feel I'm currently unqualified for such incredible power and responsibility. And so what I ask for is wisdom. Please make me wise. And please make me a good steward of the time, the talent, and the treasure you give me. Make me a good steward of the opportunities and resources, the good steward of the relationships and wealth. Make me a good steward, a good manager. Please guide me and help me to behave lovingly and teach me to do what is right. I ask that you complete your plans for this life and make me able to manage it, to be wise, to be a good steward, and to behave wisely and lovingly with the power and the responsibility you give me. Amen. Amen. Beautiful. This, my dear friends, is the prayer that unlocked the life of the richest and wisest man ever, We now join him in saying, make me wise. Make me wise. Beautiful. I hope you feel it. I hope you can have peace and joy. Now we don't have to put so much pressure on ourselves to achieve, accomplish, not to feel worthy or unworthy, but to say, I see this as mine. Make me wise. Beautiful. I'm going to encourage you to take a 10-minute break. Take care of your body. We'll see you in 10 minutes, and we'll jump back in and move forward. Thank you, dear, beautiful miracle magnets. Take care of your body. 10 minutes, and we're getting back to work. Enjoy. Hello, thank you for allowing me an extra 2 minutes. Welcome back. How you feeling? Who's feeling blessed so far today? Who's grateful? Who's excited? Who's now confident? Who's shifting all the confidence elsewhere to have complete and limitless faith? Who's loving what we've done so far this morning? Beautiful, 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 beautiful. And I hope you've made friends. Please do make friends, say hi to each other. I want to take a moment to open it up for Q&A, of course. But one of the things I want to do is just acknowledge our angels. Would you be kind enough to send some love to our team who's working behind the scenes? We've got Alexa here in the room with me. We've got Augustine here in the room with me. We've got Laura Sophia heading up our angel force, right? Can we call Laura Sophia an archangel? Is that okay? So Archangel Laura Sophia. We've got Angel Jen in the house. We've got Angel Amen in the house. We've got Angel Omur in the house from Turkey, right, Omur? Yes? Hey. And Amen's in, I was going to say UK. Is that right? Is that safe? No, Ireland.
Ireland.
I'm Scottish, but we're, we can get along most of the time. I've never been there, by the way. I got to go to Scotland. I've got to go to Ireland. I've got to see it all. Hey, everyone, do you want to do a class trip, hang out with Eamon in Ireland, and come see my family castle in Scotland? ¿Por qué no? Beautiful. And Archangel Laura Sophia, did I miss angels here? Or did I cover the angels that are currently here at the moment?
Yeah, currently here, yes. We will have also joining Angel Jenny, Angel Suzanne, who was also yesterday, Angel Sandra. So yeah.
Wow.
Love to all of you, beautiful angels.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so, Susan has a family castle. Come on now. Let's do castle hopping. It's like bar hopping, but for fancy people. But listen, I want to ask everyone to help me out here. If I wear a kilt, don't lift it, okay? Because there's very strict rules around kilts, and we won't be having any of that. All right, back to work. So, Lola Sophia, we have a million beautiful questions in the queue. And of course, we encourage everyone to ask any question and make any share that they want. So let's do some Q&A and jump back into recap and move forward with who am I not? Go for it.
Okay, here we go. So thank you once again for all of your questions. So we have a question from Brigitte. I want to understand how to let go of worry and just be in flow. Trust that everything is going to work out. I know it, but how do I keep my mind from worrying?
Cool. So who here has ever worried? Has anyone here ever worried? Some of you are worried about putting up your hand. So worry is a manipulation of your ego to make you think worrying is being responsible. So worry is a lie of the ego. Now you feel, well, if I don't worry, that means I'm not intelligent. Any intelligent person, any responsible, rational person worries. And that's the ego lying to you. Worry is faithlessness. So when I find myself experiencing fear or frustration, write that down. Whenever I experience fear or frustration, I know that I have fallen out of flow. Write that down. Fear and frustration means you have fallen out of flow. Who do you think is responsible for your wellness and your connection to source? You are. So people try and overcome worry without calling it sin. And you say, sin? Are you saying that God's going to judge me and I'm in big trouble? No, that's not what it means. It means a separation of connection. Okay? So when we worry, we fall out of flow onto the shores of fear and frustration. So the flow is faith-filled flow, riotous joy, going for it, laughing and playing and living and going for it, right? Whenever you find yourself worrying, right, or getting frustrated or angry, fear and frustration are the shores on the side of the river of faith, the river of flow, the Zoe river of miracles. So the first thing is stop protecting worry, stop thinking it's good or right, and start calling it what it is. It is fear, which forfeits miraculous flow. So when I'm fearful, instead of fighting the fear, I go to divine and I ask for forgiveness for having feared. Because that is my saying, I don't trust you. And I ask for forgiveness for my fears. I should be fearless. Perfect love casts out fear. So if I fear, that is my failure of faith. And so instead of thinking the battleground is in my head as it relates to being responsible or confidence in myself, I rather say it is not, it is a sin, or it is a sign of disconnection for me to feel any fear. I will come before divine love and say, please forgive me for fearing. I know you got me. Please forgive me and restore me to full faith and flow. So instead of fighting the worry, I call it what it is. It is, for me, I'm comfortable with the word sin because I don't have all the baggage a lot of people have with it. I just say it's an imperfection on my part, and I ask for forgiveness, and I ask to be restored into flow. So I don't fight the worry because I'm not protecting it, nor am I fighting it. I just turn on the light of love, and I'm back. So worry is not being responsible. Worry is not being respectful. Worry is not being faithful. So worry is not your friend. And when it comes to any form of darkness, don't fight the darkness, just turn on the light. So I have chosen, you might want to write this down, I have chosen to never defend anything that is less than love and truth. I do not defend my worry and say, yeah, but come on. I mean, it's only rational to worry. No, you won't hear that from me. I will not defend my worry. I will not defend my fear. I will not defend my anger. I will ask for forgiveness for anything short of faith, and I will seek to come back to the light. I will not fight darkness. I will not defend darkness. I will go back to the light. Was that helpful for anyone else here? Worry is not the act of a responsible mind. Worry is the act of an ego that only looks at darkness. But instead, we look to the light. So I won't defend my worry, and I won't fight my worry. I will run back to the light of faith. I'm not going to be tricked into a battle that I don't need to have. Beautiful. Loto Sophia, do you feel like we hit that one okay?
Yeah, and I love how all of this mindset thing is moving today, because we have another question from Adele, and she's asking, hi, she's saying hi. Hi, Adele. I would like to change my mindset from survival mode to live.
So this is a beautiful explanation. This is a different version of the exact same question. So survival is worry. Survival is feeling that if I do not maintain hypertension, I will not survive. And what I ask you to do is find as small a safe patch of ground as possible. So let's start with this. For anyone who has any worry, for anyone who has been locked in survival, and let me be the first to confess, I spent most of my life in survival mode. This is not coming from someone who's got it all right all the time. I'm speaking the truth, whether I've got it right or not. Who understands what I'm saying? I'm not saying I've got it perfect, but the truth is the truth. So the truth is, survival instinct is just another form, living in survival mode is another form of faithlessness and fear. And so let's find a safe patch to stand on. So what I mean by a safe patch is this. Put up your hand if you can survive one day without anything changing. You have enough food, you have enough housing, you have enough friends, you have enough health. You can survive a day without anything changing. Put up your hand if you can survive a day. So I want you to think how long you can survive without anything changing. Could you continue the way you are for all the days of your life with your current income, with your current, right? So most everyone here would say, the truth is I'm not in survival mode. I technically have sufficient skills and abilities, competence and capacities. I currently live in a country and an environment, in a home, in a thing where I can survive. I'm not at the verge of death. So survival mode is a lie. Put up your hand if you understand that. Survival mode is a lie. Now, if you say, but James, I don't have enough for 10 years. I only have enough for 8 years. Fine. So for 8 years, you have no excuse to worry. You have 8 years of don't go into survival mode. Survival mode is an egoic entrapment, unless it's real. So the only time survival instinct is appropriate, and write this down, the only time that fear is appropriate, write it down, is imminent physical threat. The only time that survival instinct should be activated is when survival is actually threatened. So we should not be in survival mode unless we're in the presence of an imminent physical threat. If there's no grizzly bear with a machine gun within 20 yards of you, you have no excuse to be afraid. So how much peace can you give yourself? You might say, well, I can breathe for a day. I can breathe for a week. I can breathe for a month. I can breathe for a minute. Find your safe patch where you say, for this long, I don't have to be in survival mode. And then, while in that patch of non-survival mode, when you reconnect to source, the miracles flow and your patch will grow. I'll say that again. Find a safe patch where you're not in survival mode, whether it's for a minute, a 10-minute meditation. Find a patch where you're not in survival mode, reconnect to divine love, reconnect to infinite wealth, wisdom, and power, infinite love, joy, and peace. Connect even for a moment, and in that moment, your safe patch will grow. Now, for me, because I came from literal survival, as in I was homeless, kind of, on and off homeless, a few nights under the stars, but mostly I had a roof over my head. I had 22 different residences in 23 months when I lived in Florida. So I was on that couch, then I was on that couch, then I was on that floor, then I was, you know what I mean? I wasn't stable, but I almost always had a roof over my head. So I guess I wasn't technically homeless, even though the homes weren't mine. Put up your hand if you understand what I'm saying. I may not have been paying rent or have had my name on a ownership, but I had places to stay. And in that, I had no work visa for the States, and I couldn't read, and I was in great mental and emotional turmoil. So at that time, I was in a bit of a survival mode. Everyone follows that? A bit of a survival mode. And so what I learned to do for my sanity is count how much money I have to do me how many days so I can calm down enough to find some sanity. Put up your hand if you understand that. It's like, I've got 5 minutes. Breathe. Take the window you can find. And in that window, reconnect. And when you reconnect, your window expands. Your safe patch grows. Panic mode is not your friend. I remember watching the Bourne movies. Anyone like the Bourne movies? Bourne Identity, the Bourne, I don't know what they're called. All the Bourne movies. Loved that Jason Bourne. And in the first movie, he's in a embassy, a U.S. embassy. I think it may have been in France. I'm not sure where it was. And so what happens is all of the soldiers in the embassy are now hunting him with machine guns. So let's say there's 200 soldiers with machine guns, and this guy doesn't even know who he is, and he's got to survive while inside of the embassy. And by the way, he only went inside of the embassy because other people were trying to kill him outside of the embassy. Who understands how uncomfortable his situation was? So people are coming to kill him. He hides in the embassy. All the US soldiers in the embassy are now trying to kill him, and he has to escape to outside the embassy where other people are trying to kill him. Who understands? You don't have problems like he had problems, right? So in the movie, he is not running. He is walking with great enthusiasm. So he's walking quickly, but not running, while the soldiers are running. But he's thinking, if I go up that staircase, if I go this way, and he's thinking, he's not panicking. He's just moving with great enthusiasm. And he's moving quickly down this hall, and he sees a sign on the wall with the escape. Like if there's a fire, everyone know those signs? If there's a fire, here's where your nearest stairwell is. He sees it on the wall, and he stops dead. And he turns to it, and he rips it off the wall. And then they cut to the scene of the soldiers running up the stairs to where he is. And he glances, but he keeps looking at the sign. Put up your hand if you would agree that's pretty awesome that he stopped to plan. And so that is what I'm talking about. You may have that over there and that over there, but find your moment to find your Zen, to get centered and to reconnect. Find your moments, and your moments will expand. Is that good, my friends? Survival mode is not your friend. Panic mode is not your friend. And my favorite of the wisdom teachers is Jesus. I'm a Jesus fan. I believe the Jesus narrative. And he said, worry not what you will eat or drink. Worry not what you're going to wear. Worry not. He says, look at the lilies of the field. Look how beautiful God has, made them beautiful with their colors. And look at the birds. Look at all the animals. Everything's working in this universe. Do not think that divine love loves you less than them. Worry not what you'll eat or drink. Worry not what you're going to wear or where you're going to go. Do not enter survival mode. Find a patch of safety, and in that patch, reconnect, and your patch will expand. Has this been helpful? Now, I will explain why we find ourselves in panic mode. There's a dangerous thing that the ego found a trick when we were kids. Not all of us had the exact same, but who here knows that kids sometimes will panic like they're going to die if they don't get what they want? I'm going to die if I don't get ice cream right now. And they're going to lie on the ground, and they're going to stamp and stomp, and I'll hold my breath until you give me what I want. And what some kids have learned is if you create enough panic, a parent will give in to you. Who understands that as a child, you may have learned that if I'm desperate enough, a mommy or daddy or an authority figure will give in to my plea because I'm so desperate, they have to save me. Put up your hand if you understand that could get into the psychology of a child. Put up your hand if you understand adults are still trying to use the same strategy with God. I have to have a Bentley. If I don't have a Bentley, I'm going to die, God. God says, all right, let's see if it happens. You understand God is not a weak parent that gives in. Your panic, your screams, your whining, bitching, moaning, complaining may have worked on your parents, but it doesn't work on divine. And some adults are still trying to use that strategy as an adult. You're 40 years old. You're not allowed to fall on the floor, stomp your feet, and hold your breath. We expect a different strategy now. And so because the ego has this embedded belief that if I'm just desperate enough, I will be saved, it puts itself into the state of desperation, whether it's just made up or physically real, because it believes once it hits a specific peak of desperation, it will be saved. And that's childish. And so the reason why we experience this survival mode is because our ego triggers it, thinking this is the secret to success. But instead, faith and gratitude, coupled with faith-filled actions, unleashes the miracles. Is this helpful for anyone else here? Just walking through the little things? How did that idea, why did I ever think that would work as an adult? But it's what happens. It's what happens. Beautiful. Loda Sophia, I'll take one more and then I'm jumping in. What do you think? Can we handle one more?
Okay, yeah, perfect. Okay, so we have Beth asking, I understand we need to be in dire situations for the miracles to be attributed to God. But where is the fine line of where keep trying for stuff and leaving things up to God?
Okay, yeah. So can you just read the first part? The thing about desperation?
I understand we need to be in dire situations for miracles to be attributed to God.
Sure. Okay. So I disagree. And if I'm the one who said it, I apologize and I disagree with myself. I'm not saying we need to be in dire situations for the miracles to be attributed to God. I'm just saying it's more obvious. Who understands that? Like when someone who has absolutely no hope wins, that's a sign of the miraculous. It's more obvious, right? When I am weak, divine is made strong. It's obvious. But divine is completely happy to be anonymous 99.9% of the time. Divine is completely happy keeping you from panic, from desperation, from profound weaknesses. It's just a matter of when someone is in a desperate state in divine acts, it's more obvious. Put up your hand if you understand that. It's more obvious when someone is, profoundly incapable or whatever. So it's obvious when it's miraculous with that person. But divine does not wait until you're desperate. Divine doesn't need you to be in a panic or dire straits. Divine is completely happy having you live a easy, miraculous, invisible journey. Put up your hand if you know that some people have lived such divinely guided lives that it looks like they've never had a problem in their entire life. Who knows that some people are like that? They're born into a beautiful, loving, wealthy, safe home, and then things improved after that. And you just go, oh, come on. Oh, come on. Every time they trip and fall, they fall into a new bucket of money and love. It's like, come on. How come my life isn't easy like theirs? Everyone's journey is completely different and everyone's journey is perfect. I don't know why some people have that path and I don't know why I have my path. All I can do is be grateful for my perfect path. Your path is perfect and so is theirs. So it is not required that you be in dire straits for divine to act. Absolutely not. It's just more obvious that when someone has lost all reason for hope, maintains hope, God gets a chance to show off. So there's a book C.S. Lewis wrote called The Screwtape Letters. Has anyone heard of this? And I promise I'll get back into the chapters. We haven't even started on the chapters yet. Who's got value out of today and we haven't started on the actual content that I promised, right? That's pretty sweet. So in C.S. Lewis's book, yes, Wormwood. Screwtape and Wormwood. So this book is a storybook by C.S. Lewis. He's the one who wrote the Chronicles of Narnia, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, those kinds of things. And he's an Oxford prof, and he was a beer drinking buddy with J.R.R. Tolkien, and they challenged each other to write great stories that could teach spiritual principles. So The Lord of the Rings and the Chronicles of Narnia are both them doing what I'm doing through through fictional writing. Isn't that cool? So both of them were seeking to teach spiritual truths through their writing. So everyone has their way. And so in the other book, the Screw Tape Letters, C.S. Lewis is the letters are the letters from a senior demon to a junior demon, right? So Screw Tape is, I think, the senior demon, and the junior demon is Wormwood. So he's teaching the junior demon how to destroy people. And the demons, everything's backwards, right? So when they say our enemy, they're talking about God, right? So everything's backwards in that. And they say, and so there's this one section where, and this one blew my mind. When I read this, I said, this is what I want to remember for the rest of my life. And I really want you to get this. It was very moving for me. So these demons call their client the people they're supposed to destroy, right? So in the book, they are assigned to destroy this person's life or that person's life. I think a group of them have been, given the task of James, but God is greater than that. So they have a job of destroying somebody, right? And so Wormwood is talking to his uncle, the senior demon, saying, I'm doing a great job. I've destroyed this guy. I got him to, he's lost his job. He's lost his health. He's lost his money. His girlfriend dumped him. I'm doing a great job of destroying this guy. And then comes the warning from the senior demon. He said, be careful, Wormwood. Be very careful. Wormwood's like, careful? I'm doing my job. I'm ruining his life. And here was the message from the senior demon. Be very careful. Whenever a human is robbed of all reason for faith, all reason for hope, when they are robbed of the evidence of the existence of divine love, when they find themselves alone, dying, starving in the desert with no hope, no reason for hope, when they're in that situation and they still believe, we are ruined. You are handing them the power to destroy us by having faith when there's no evidence to justify faith. Isn't that a powerful story? When all reason for hope is lost and they still hope, we're finished. And so it is true that when we're in a dark space, feeling desperate, feeling like we're at wit's end, if at that moment we believe, it is a supernatural thing and divine gets to show off. I do want you to know, however, divine love, like a good parent, would rather you not find yourself in those extreme situations and is not hoping for you to hit rock bottom so he can show off. There is no desire of divine for you to suffer. And you might say, but James, I have suffered. And I said, well, no more than necessary to turn you into the world changer that you've been made to be. I don't believe one uncomfortable moment of my life is wasted. Every single drama and trauma was required in God's divine gymnasium to make me me, to be able to do what I do, to have the empathy that I have, to see what I see and understand what I understand. If I didn't climb from darkness into light, I wouldn't be able to show anyone the path. Put up your hand if you understand that. That was part of the program. And I'm grateful for it all. Beautiful. I hope this has been helpful. These questions, good? Laura Sophia, what do you say? Are we good? Eva's in the house. I see you. All right. Dr. Assam, good to see you. I don't know that I've seen you on camera before now. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. I should give some shout outs. Elena, thank you. Good to see you and heard, love your question. Colleen, Shirley, Shuvagato Sen. How did I do? Something like that. Love your brother. I love your full name. Thank you. Dahlia, Dr. Lisa, Nicola, Angel, Jan, Samsung. I bet that's not the real name. We've got Olga. We've got Angel O'Moore, Susan Eckhart. We've got, oh, wait, I should, why am I doing this without my glasses? I've got Bernie. Hey, Bernie, welcome, welcome. We've got Michelle's iPad with blurriness. We've got Diane. We've got Lisa. We've got, is it Mikey, Makey. It's something like that. And I love the fact that you're here. And then of course we got Angel, Eamon, and Kimberly. All right, welcome. Hey, Elizabeth is here. Chris is here. Tammy's here. Thank you. Beautiful to see you. All right, back to work. So now, and Boaz. That's a biblical name. And we've got No Kukanya. No Kukanya? Did I get even close? Yeah. I pray for the spiritual gift of pronouncing cool names. That's what I want. Dr. Maria, that was easier. Yay, welcome. All right, so let's get back to it. And so welcome. One of the questions that came in again and again and again, I didn't take much time on it. I just want to recap very quickly. Some of you may recall that we've launched a brand new membership. It's our lowest cost option to be in what's called the 30-day Miracle Challenge, daily live meetings. Today is our Sabbath. Tomorrow morning, we'll be back at it. And it's every single morning at 7 a.m. Eastern time. That's New York time. And we do it every single month, the 30-day Miracle Challenge. And the only way to do that is to be, originally it was $1,000 to do it once. Then we kept dropping the price and adding more things. Now the only way to get into the 30-day Miracle Challenge has been our $97 community, which I'm about to make sure that you know how to join, because I would like you to join our $97 community called the Dream Life Community. That is the epicenter of all of my life's work. This is where we get to journey together. And we've created a lower cost option for those who are just getting to know us. And it's just $9 a month. And it is called Dream Life GPS. We've also called it just the name we called it last week, because we were just still inventing it. I called it Miracle Membership. So you might see it as one or the other, but it will be called the Dream Life GPS. It's only $9. And what it gives you is the recording of this. Who would like the recording of this? Who would like to have all of what we just talked about recorded? Right? So if you're not a paying member of the Dream Life community, the only way to do it is buy the recording, which is $97 or $9. And you can cancel anytime. You can join our Dream Life GPS community. So it's just $9 a month. And you get to be part of our online community and join us every single morning live. And if you miss one, you get the recording of the lesson. And there you go. So that's something I encourage you to do. It's called Dream Life GPS. And the link is in the chat, jamesmcneil.com/mm. And I didn't explain it, and I'm not going to really take much time now, but the main central community, and it's kind of like if this was a church and it's not a religion, it's just we learn from everybody, but this would be what you'd call your church, right? And I'm not trying to change what church you go to, but this is a community where 24/7 we journey with each other, we learn from each other, we support one another, we have prayer rooms, we have cool, hot things going on, we have study groups studying communications every single week, we have study groups without me studying pure spiritual intelligence with the recordings. We've got our live meetings. We've got our weekly group coaching. So it's this giant thing called the Dream Life Community. And I just wanted to remind you that on top of all of that, you get a ticket to all of the Dream Life experiences. Every time we run one of these live, the next one is in January. And so you'll have access to it. Oh, look, I'm wearing the same shirt. I like this shirt. All right, so it's jamesmcneil.com/PSI. So you get a bunch of things, including these live events. You get the Dream Life Community annual membership, which is $1,000. The 30-day Miracle Challenge VIP, which means you can download all of the recordings. You've got the Pure Spiritual Intelligence online course, Verbal Aikido online course, the Dream Life Experience live in person. You can join me next time I run one live anywhere in the world. And the more people we have wherever you are, the more likely we are to travel there. And we're going to be everywhere. We're planning a US tour next year based on iLead, International Leader Summit. It's one of my companies. It's an event company. iLead is International Leaders Summit, celebrating the feminine power in leadership. Who would like to be a part of that? Right? We're doing a tour in the US. And in follow-up events, we're running Dream Life experiences. So you get all of that and much more. You get study groups and so on. It's only $97 a month, and it's not a contract. You can cancel anytime. And then if you stay for the full year, you qualify for what's called my guarantee, which is you get a $10,000 miracle or all of your money back. Right. So if you stay for the full year, you're guaranteed to have had $10,000 worth of miraculous progress, or I give you all your money back. There you go. So that was that. So the link, did you put, or can we put that link in the chat, or did we put it in the chat? Okay, good. There we go. All right, let's get back to work. So now I've covered the recap. We've got ourselves set. The time is 11:39. So we're good for a little bit, yeah? Good to go? All right, beautiful. Yay. Okay, so now, who am I? Who am I not? Let me ask you right now to take a couple of minutes and write down the answer to the question, who am I? Are you ready? So who am I? I want you to think about all the ways that you might introduce yourself in a meeting, meet someone at the park, meet someone at a party, meet someone at the office, meet a prospect or a client or a customer or whatever. How do you introduce yourself personally, professionally? Go ahead and do that now. Who am I? Go ahead and write. I'm going to give you a 2-minute writing exercise. I'm going to go off camera and off audio. I just want you to write freely. Who am I? Go as far as you're comfortable describing who you are. 2 minutes. Actually, I'll give you 3. 3 minutes. Go ahead and write. Keep your pen moving. Who am I? Go. Beautiful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good job. Let me know that you're ready. Put on your clothes, put on your camera. You have written down, who am I? Okay, beautiful. I want you to know that the question, who am I, matters. See, if you think that you're just here to make it, then it's unlikely that you're going to make it better. If you think you're weak and not much is expected of you, you may rise or fall to that expectation. Who's aware of the Pygmalion effect? When expected to be something special, you might just become something special. Put up your hand if you understand that. When people expect more of you, you expect more of yourself. Who here is aware that tall people make more money? Don't get mad at me if you're not tall. I didn't create it. Right? And you say, well, that's unfair. That's unjust. That's heightism. Well, you can rage against reality, or you can ask why. That I find more interesting. Why do tall people make more money? Who's interested in the answer? You might say, they are favored. People like them more. They get hired because they're tall. Maybe. But let me now reveal to you what the research has found as being the primary reason why tall people earn more money. You ready? You might not like it. If you're driving through an unfamiliar territory and you're trying to find your way, you see a group of kids playing on the side of the road and you decide to ask for help, which means you're not a man. Sorry, guys. Men don't ask for help. Men are never lost. Men always know what they're doing. Men are always good drivers, no matter what the facts reveal. So you may be a woman if you ask for help, but you may be a man who's enlightened. So if you roll down your window, there's these kids playing, and you're going to ask for directions. Which kid do you ask? And the answer is the tallest one. Why do you ask the tallest one? Because without any conscious thought, you assume the tallest one is the oldest one. And you assume the oldest one would know more and be more confident talking to a stranger than someone who is younger and might know less. Put up your hand if you understand how simple that is. You're not saying, I think short people aren't smart. You're simply thinking the taller one is older, and the older child may be more confident. So you don't want to intimidate or put pressure on the smaller one. So your expectation, write this down, your expectation is greater of the taller one, and the taller one learns there's more expectations on me. There's more expected of me. Those who are raised in an environment where they are expected to face their own challenges and grow to manage raised expectations are the ones who go on and change the world. Who understands that a carefully choreographed life of challenge develops a strong leader? I'll give you a parenting thing you might not have heard before, but everyone should know this. It is not the parent's job to protect a child from the world, but to prepare the child for the world, and not to survive it, but to change it. I'll say that again. The role of a parent is not to protect a child from the world, it's to prepare the child for the world and not to survive it, but to change it. Good parenting raises leaders. Leaders are not developed in being saved from all of the inconveniences of life, but rather being prepared and challenged by life appropriately for their level. A child figures out the parent believes in them. A child figures out they are expected to be a world changer. and we rise or fall to the expectations. Put up your hand if you're aware of the power of expectations. Now, some of you are saying, great, now I have a new excuse. It's my parents' fault. No, 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 that's not what this event is. This event is about awareness. So who here now looking at it say, wow, my parents could have done an even better job of raising me as a leader. Put up your hand if you think your parents could have done an even better job of raising you, right? But don't forget what I believe. I believe that whatever was your journey was perfect. And now I'm my own parent. I'm the leader of this life. I took over management long time ago. I can't keep pointing at former management. I'm responsible to expect more of myself. I'm responsible to challenge myself at the next level. I'm the one who's expected to call myself higher, expect more of me. Who's liking this? I'm my own parent. Now, who knows? There's a lot of 40 and 50-year-olds still expecting mommy and daddy to fix things. Mommy, daddy, fix. Dude, you're 50. Figure stuff out. And so when we have expectations on ourselves, we rise to them. And so how you see yourself matters. You see how that comes back home now? Who am I? How you answer that question matters. If you were hanging out with your friends and you and your friend said, you're sitting around with 3 friends and maybe in a cafe or something, and someone says, hey, are you free next weekend? And everyone says, yep. And you and your 3 friends say, well, if we're all free, what do you want to do? Who understands that question, right? We're all free next weekend. Our kids are going to survive. Our spouse is going to survive. Everyone's going to survive without us. It's playtime. Who would like a play weekend? Free to do what you want, when you want, where you want, with whom you want, as much as you want. A weekend free of being a grown-up. What do you want to do next weekend? Well, I want you to know that what you and your friends will dream up will be limited by how you see yourselves. See, if your 3 closest friends were Elon Musk, Warren Buffett, and Oprah, and you said, what do you want to do next weekend? The visions might be bigger or distinct. Put up your hand if you understand. How you see yourself changes how big you dream. And I want you to know, on that note, everybody loves company. I hope you're catching. Right now, I'm really feeling like I'm dropping a lot of stuff that's worth catching. Everybody loves company. They say misery loves company. Don't kid yourself. Everybody loves company. Your confident friends want you to be more confident. Your rich friends want you to be more rich. Your broke friends want you to be more broke. Your victim friends want you to be a bigger victim. Everyone wants company. Everyone wants you to be like them. And so who you hang around matters. So once you see yourself in a different way, you'll start feeling an alignment with a different people group. Who loves this people group? Who's loving this? Who thinks if we hung out all the time, that would be good for us? Who thinks this might be a good place to hang out? People to hang out. Say, hey, everyone, I got a question. Hey, everyone, who can help me with this? You want to be a part of a loving, safe community that's committed to living. Everyone's committed to their best possible life as their best possible self, with complete respect for each other's faith, journey, and current reality. A community committed to truth and love. So that's why, to me, this matters so much. So let's understand how I see myself matters. How I see myself matters. And I'll give you the most negative extreme version of this, and then I'll move on. Heartbreaking research. Death row inmates, people not just in prison, but on death row, which means their crimes were so heinous, they've been sentenced to death. And they're on death row waiting for their turn. And they did research with these people. These people went in and they asked them a bunch of questions. And it was amazing, a lot of the research, and I read some of it. But the most amazing thing was this. One of the questions they asked, and I'm not sure if they expected to get much out of the question, it seemed to me like a throwaway question, like a warm-up question. They asked, what do your parents feel about you being on death row? Isn't that a heartbreaking question? How do your parents feel with you being on death row? And as horrible as the question was, the answer was worse. 100%, 100% of the death row inmates said the exact same thing. I'm exactly where they always told me I would be. I'm exactly where they told me I would be. Expectation is powerful. Expectation is powerful. So let's be mindful how we see each other, because we're affecting each other by how we see them. Be mindful how I see myself, because I'm affecting myself by how I see myself. Can I get an amen on this? It is important to answer the question, who am I? Who am I? So I'm going to give you a bit of a cheat, and then we're going to work through some stuff. This is something I encourage you to print this poster. I just made some adjustments to the words. So everyone who's been in my community, I'm now revealing my updated Dream Life pledge. Yesterday, I told you I was going to make the change. And so this morning I did. Is this in the way? There we go. So the Dream Life pledge, very similar to what I had before. I made a few adjustments. Everyone who's memorized it, you'll notice the difference. I'll read it out to you, and then I'm going to ask you to read it with me. But this answers the question, who am I? It says, I am a creative and compassionate spiritual being currently existing in physical form. It says, I am infinitely valuable. I am exquisitely unique and perfect in my personhood. It goes on to say, I am living in euphoric connection to divine love and in loving connection to all living things, and I love others as I love myself. Can I get an amen? Who's ready to say this with me? With all of your heart. Let's read this together. 1, 2, 3. I am a creative and compassionate spiritual being currently existing in physical form. I am infinitely valuable, exquisitely unique, and perfect in my personhood. I am living in euphoric connection to divine love and in loving connection to all living things, and I love others as I love myself. Amen. I encourage you to say this as often as possible, because the world is saying other things to you all day long. We have thousands and thousands of media messages beating down our psyche, telling us we're insufficient as we are. We must chew those chiclets, and we must buy that car, and we must comply with the marketing message, or we will be unlovable and insufficient and unhappy. And these are lies, and this is truth. And you want to build a strong wall of truth when you live in this world. Very, very powerful. So now you have described yourself. Put up your hand if you felt, while writing the description of who am I, put up your hand if you found you could keep writing, that this could take a while. Who is aware that if I gave you an hour, you still wouldn't be done? Who is aware that if I gave you 200 blank pages, you could keep going? The depth of who you are is grand and deserves some investigation. So I want you to know you're more than what you can say. You're more than what you can write. You are more than what can be put into words. When it comes to the spiritual realm, words are weak and language is limited to describe the true depths of who you are and who I am. So we want to describe ourselves, yes, but I want you to write this down. When we describe ourselves, we normally use these categories. So write down these categories: roles, responsibilities, and relationships. Roles: I'm a mom, I'm a dad. I'm a sister, I'm an aunt, or role. Responsibility: I'm a butcher, a baker, a candlestick maker. Right? I'm an author, speaker, coach, consultant, trainer. I play this role in society. Or my relationships: I'm Andrew's dad. I'm Lori's son. I'm Fred's brother. I'm Charlene's brother. I'm Scott's uncle. So roles, responsibilities, and relationships are generally the content when we're asked, who am I? And you are far more than your roles, relationships, and responsibilities. And so to begin to ask the larger question, who am I? This is a beautiful path to go down. So now what I want to do is I want to create some awareness around some terms. These are very powerful terms. If you ask a psychiatrist, psychologist, psychotherapist, psychoanalyst, how important is self-esteem? They would say very important. So self-esteem, write this down, it answers one of two questions. One is egoic and one is spiritually sound. And so I'm going to walk through what is self-esteem, and this will serve you well. Let me just move this over a bit. Actually, let me move it over here. Bring my flip chart in. Augustine, am I okay? All right, beautiful. So self-esteem answers one of two questions. One is the question, one question could be, how valuable am I? This is a very dangerous question. When I was a young man, and I'm still very young, when I was even younger, and I was battling self-esteem, I was battling depression, I was actively suicidal as a teenager, passively suicidal for quite a while after that. And then I stopped being actively or passively suicidal, but I maintained a preference of not being alive for most of my adult life. So for me to come to peace with who I am and why I'm here, that's been a journey. And when I was a much younger man and I was battling depression and suicidal thoughts, people would say, you've got to feel better about yourself. You've got to feel better about yourself. And I said, well, I'm intimidated around people because they're smart and they went to good schools, and I have trouble with things, and they're loved by their families. And I was very intimidated by people, and I had a very low self-esteem. And so my friends would try and cheer me up, and they say, well, you're as good as them. You're as good as them. And I'm like, well, I don't know. I mean, based on what rubric, what measurement, what measurement tool would make anyone say I'm as good as them? And then they would say, no, James, you know what you've got to do? The secret is you've got to see yourself as better than them. You're better than them. Who's heard people talk like this? You're as good as them. You're better than them. Who's heard this kind of language in our culture, our society? You're better than them. Okay. Well, for me, I thought, well, then where does it end? And so my investigation into this conversation around I'm better than them or they're better than me, I started to ask myself, what is this? So this is referred to as the varying values of humanity. So write this down, the varying values. I don't even know how to spell, so just bear with me. Varying values of humanity. No, why a dyslexic uses a flip chart, I have no idea. But anyways, it has no spell check in these things. Generally, I'm okay. So the varying values of humanity is an egoic belief system that says some people are more valuable than other people. So write that down. There is a belief out there that some people are more valuable than other people. This is very dangerous for society because every single human being is equally and infinitely valuable. No one is more valuable than you, and no one is less valuable than you. We're all equally and infinitely valuable. Who's willing to accept that? We're all equally and infinitely valuable. The prince and the pauper, the king and the construction worker, the one who runs an empire, and the one who is in need of help. We're all just folks. And our wealth does not make us more intrinsically valuable. Our intrinsic value is already set by divine measurement. We're infinitely valuable. So the varying values of humanity causes an ego to always seek to impress those above and control those below, and use or ignore the rest. So a person who believes in the varying values of humanity, they always seek to impress those below them, above them, control those below them, and then use or ignore the rest. Who has had relationships where you feel people are either trying to impress you or control you, use you or ignore you? Put up your hand if you've come across some of these people. Who would say this is pretty common? And so it's not a feel good. And I would like it if I'm no longer intimidated by people, but I see them as folks just like me. Who would like to be just as confident in the presence of the richest and the poorest? And to this day, I'll be honest with you, when I enter into a fancy place, right? It doesn't matter how much money I make. It doesn't matter whatever, sometimes I'm the honored guest, at things. But when I walk into a fancy place like country club or whatever, anything fancy, yacht clubs, whenever I'm in one of these fancy places, I gravitate to the janitors. I am more comfortable hanging out with the cleaning staff than I am hobnobbing with the wealthy people. I have a comfort zone with custodial. I was a janitor before all of this happened. And so part of me still feels more comfortable with the blue collar people who are just trying to find their way. And that's okay that I find a resonance. What is sad is that I can still allow my ego to make me feel intimidated by super successful people, forgetting I belong. Put up your hand if you're following what I'm saying. I would like to be equally comfortable with the prince and the pauper, with the king and the construction worker. No matter where somebody is, we're equally and infinitely valuable. So the question of self-esteem is not how valuable am I? The question is something far more valuable. And the real question of self-esteem is, how do I feel about me? So here's a good question. Are you happy to be you? Are you happy to be you? Elon Musk was interviewed. I think it might have been a couple of years ago now, maybe a year ago. And someone says, everyone wants to be you. And he laughed out loud. He was startled by the pronouncement. And the person interviewing him says, everyone wishes they were you. And he laughed out loud and he says, no, I don't think you would. He sees himself as one who suffers with his giftedness and his responsibilities. He is not having an easy time of it. He doesn't consume. He doesn't spoil himself with his wealth. He sees himself as a suffering servant. that happens to be currently the richest man alive. And he would say, you don't want to be me. You don't want to be me. But that's his comfort. It doesn't change his self-esteem. He's very happy that he is himself. He's not enjoying the workload he puts on himself, but he would probably rather be himself than anyone else on earth. And I would rather be me than anyone else. And that wasn't always the case. Who understands the power of that question? How do you feel about being you? Now, if you want to master rapport, if you want to be a master of walking into a room and being able to find resonance with everyone in the room, if you would like to master rapport, you're going to want to understand how to build trust. So write that down. To master rapport, you'll want to learn how to build trust. And this applies to our relationship with ourselves. And the way to build trust with yourself, the way to build rapport with yourself is as simple as this. You ready? Write it down. Make a promise and keep it. If you want to build your relationship with anyone, including yourself, make a promise and keep it. It could be simple. I'm going to go for a walk, then do it. I'm going to eat the broccoli, then do it. I'm going to call you back, then do it. I'm going to pray for you, then do it. Do what you say you're going to do, and your self-esteem skyrockets. When you say I'm going to take a break, take a break. Put up your hand if you understand the power of just keeping your word. I've got 3 people with me. I thought we were having such a good time today. What happened? I promise I'll give you a lunch break. All right. So my strong suggestion is that you embrace this question of how do I feel about me and earn yourself rapport. Self-rapport. How do I feel about me? Now, if you want to skyrocket your self-esteem to supernatural levels, I'm about to give you the secret. Who would like to know how to skyrocket your self-esteem? The answer is the same thing taken to the next level. Self-mastery. Write that down. Self-mastery. Self-mastery is a combination. Self-mastery is a combination of self-control and self-discipline. Can you read that? Can you see that? Is it working? Maybe this is in the way a bit. Let me move this. There we go. So the secret is to have a combination of self-control and self-discipline. Let's now explain those. Self-control is resisting temptation. Let's write that down. Self-control is resisting temptation. So when you're tempted to yell and you don't think it's best, resisting that temptation is self-control. Everyone follow that? When you feel tempted to run away when you think you should stay, and you resist the temptation and stay, that's self-control. When you're tempted to eat the potato chips and you think you really should eat the broccoli, eat the chips. No, I'm kidding. If you can resist the temptation, that's called self-control. That means not giving into temptation. If you got it, self-control is not giving into temptation to what you personally feel is a lesser than. Next. So self-control is being able to resist temptation. I'll just put T. And then self-discipline is the ability to give yourself a command and obey it. And Bob Proctor taught me that many, many years ago. I worked with Bob Proctor many times over 30 years. The first time I was working with him in a publishing company he was an owner of. Then I worked with him in a bunch of things. And at one point I was filming online courses for him. I was the host of one of Bob Proctor's online courses, where I was working in his studio one time. And he came in with great excitement at like 10 o'clock at night. And Bob Proctor comes walking in the studio. We're all freaked out. Bob Proctor doesn't come to the studio at 10 p.m. And he did. Now, the weird thing is he was still in his perfect suit. Bob Proctor, if he went to the beach, he would still be wearing a suit. I know he's passed away now, but he was just like, he always wore the perfect outfit. So he comes in 10 o'clock at night, giddy like a child. I'd never seen him like that before or after. He was so giddy like a child. And he came in and he said, guys, you've got to see this. And he had to show it to somebody. And I was fortunate to be one of the two people he showed it to. And he showed us the secret before it was released to the public. And so I got to see the secret, and I saw a version nobody else saw because edits were made later. I got to see the secret before it was revealed to the public. Who thinks that's pretty cool? That was very cool. Maybe I'll tell you more Bob stories later. But one of the things that Bob taught me is self-discipline is the ability to give yourself a command and obey it. And when you are no longer a victim of the weaker side of yourself, you are a person now that can be trusted with great power and great responsibility. Self-discipline is central to self-esteem. When you have the power to resist temptation and do what you think is right, you have self-mastery. And this is central to so many of the martial arts. It's about the mastery of mind, body, and spirit. And so this is central to all of the spiritual traditions. So self-esteem is not how valuable am I? That's ego. The question is, how do I feel about myself? And no matter where you are at the moment, you can enhance it through self-mastery, which is self-control, resistance of any temptation, and self-discipline, the ability to give yourself a command and obey it. Who got value out of this conversation around self-esteem? Very important, very powerful. And people think self-discipline and self-control, that they limit you. It's quite the opposite. They unleash you. Because if you know that you can handle more temptation, that means you can handle more power. They say that power corrupts, but it doesn't. Power tempts. The fact that people give in to the temptation makes it appear that power corrupts. But you must accept that the more powerful you are, the more ability you have to act and influence, the more tempting that can be. Put up your hand if you understand how tempting power can be. Let's say you're in a restaurant and you're super wealthy and the server is rude. If you knew that you can get on your phone, buy the restaurant, and fire the waiter, could that be tempting? Who understands how, you've heard the arrogant, do you know who I am? Do you know what I could do? That is a person who does not have self-control and self-discipline. They have more power than they can be trusted with. Who follows that? Abuse of power is too easy. And if you want your perfect dream life, you want to prove yourself responsible with power starting now, starting here. And if you're wondering whose approval you need, it's yours, not God's. You will not allow yourself to become more power than you trust yourself with. It is you who is the judge. And you can earn your self-respect. You can earn your self-esteem through self-control and self-discipline until you will say to divine, I think I'm ready for the next level. And divine will say, yes, you are. We are limited by ourselves, not by divine. You good? Next, self-image. Self-image is extremely central to your psyche, therefore your experience. Your self-image is how you see yourself. Write that down. And so what I want you to know is you have a million self-images. So as many of you who can, please put on your clothes and put on your camera. I want to take a little poll. Put up your hand. Put up your hand if you're good at math. Put up your hand if you're good at math. Who's good at math? Beautiful. Who has a good sense of rhythm? Good sense of rhythm. Who's a sexy dancer? Okay, let's lose the dancing part. Who's just dead sexy? Oh, I'm dead sexy. I know who you are. You know it. Who here has a great sense of humor? Well, you do now. You hung out with me too long. Who here can play a musical instrument? Who here can play the radio? Yeah, that's pretty easy. Who here can sing karaoke with James next time we hang out? Oh, yeah. You know, they say the fastest path to a man's heart is his stomach, right? The fastest path to my heart is sing karaoke with me. Anyone who knows me knows that. Let's go. And by the way, if you completely suck as a singer, that just makes it even more fun. Like, if you're good, don't get me wrong. I love to hear the masters. Put Susan Eckhart on the microphone, and you're going to make my day. Hey, Susan, I'm going to do church tomorrow morning. Can we do that? You Say song. You know the one? What's the title?
Hello.
Everyone give some love to Susan Eckhart.
Oh, it's so good to be here. You're just on point, James, as always. So much love.
Thank you.
Well, I think you guys have the links, but I felt like You Say was not my best song.
But it's the song that makes me cry the most in happy cries.
Oh yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate you. I can
So
resend the link.
Yay!
Mm-hmm.
Are you able to be here tomorrow morning? It's 1 hour early. So so in New York, forget about it. It's at 8 a.m. and Dream Life Experience starts at 9. So it's 1 hour early that we have church.
Yeah, I can come for half hour. I have an 8:30 a.m. client.
Yay!
Then I'll be back.
Susan will be popping in, and she's going to provide me a link where she sang this beautiful song that we're going to have as part of church. For those of you who are interested, it is not an official part of the Dream Life Experience, but there you go. So she can sing, but yeah, if you can sing, we're going to get along just fine. Or even if you'll try. All right. So your self-image is how you see yourself. Now, are you ready for the mind blow? Ready for your brain to explode? Who's ready for your brain to explode a bit in a good way? Every self-image is technically and officially defined as the bullshit you made up. Every single thing you're good at, everything you quote unquote suck at is a decision you made and then you proved it. Say, no. I can show you my math scores. No. You had a belief that created your math scores. You say, no, ask my mother. I'm not asking anyone. I'm telling you, you made it all up. What you're good at, you made that up. What you suck at, you made that up. You made up, and 98% of your genome is unexpressed. 98% of what you can do, we'll never know. So who says you couldn't be a concert violinist? Who says you couldn't be great at everything? Who says you can't? And the answer is you. And if you stop stopping yourself, you're going to find out how unstoppable you are. What if you could be an absolute genius at math in physics. What if you could be the world's greatest quote unquote meditator? Not that it's a competition. You get the idea? You and you alone have set the limits, and you can reset the limits. Now, how do we know this? Well, we know this by studying successful people. And the most obvious ones, the easiest to track, are the child prodigies. You know, the concert violinists at the age of 4? You know those ones? It's like, what? How could a kid do that? Well, when social scientists study the child prodigies, they found that there was no justification for their giftedness. They don't have higher IQs. They don't have a musical family. Let's say the concert violinist. They don't come from a musical family. The family doesn't even listen to music. The family didn't encourage them. The family didn't see giftedness and guide them into that direction. The kid found a fiddle and played it. Who understands? The kid just went for it. The fact that they did not have a limit meant they were limitless. They were too young to learn to self-limit. And when a child says, "Let me play," things happen. Now, you and I have figured out that limits can be convenient. Some of you figured out that if you break all the dishes, no one wants you to wash them. Some of you figured out the more I suck at stuff, the less they expect, and people leave me alone. The more competent I am, the more that's going to be expected of me. And so we learn to self-limit to keep the world at bay. Who's willing to accept the fact that your self-image in every arena is something you can choose to reset? And what I suggest is you apologize to Divine for insulting the Creator and say, "I apologize for putting limits on your creation. I am now wide open. I may be able to do anything. I may be able to do everything." I want you to know I'm sitting here talking to you as someone who I still have the things I told you I have. I take medication for my ADHD. I am dyslexic. I have all of these things, a bunch of them, right? And on a daily basis, when life challenges me to face down one of these things that I struggle with, I have a choice to make. Do I run back into I can't, or do I keep moving forward in I trust? Who understands? It's a daily decision. And I choose to move forward in faith, then shrink back into fear. I can do anything that Divine says I can do. I can learn anything. I can overcome anything. I can be healed of anything. I will not be the one putting limits on me. Can I get an amen? I will not be the one putting limits on me. If Divine says I can do it, I can do it. Who am I to diminish the capacity of a divine creation called me? Now, some of you say, but I have this story I've told everyone. I've told everyone that I can't. Well, I used to tell people I couldn't read, and it used to be true, but now I can. So if you're going to go back on your story, you've got to be willing to be humble enough to say, guess I was wrong. Turns out I am the smartest person I ever met. Guess I was wrong. Turns out I am a money machine. Turns out I was wrong. I'm a gifted leader. Turns out I was wrong. I'm not a victim. Who's willing to drop the story and take up the freedom? You've got to be willing to drop it and say, guess I was wrong. I'm limitless. Guess I was wrong. And be open to let go of your excuses and your stories, your limits, and all that negative crap. Be willing to accept the truth that you are limitless. Taking a long, slow, deep breath. Release it. And say with me, I am limitless. In the Bible, it has this quote, and it says, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. And the Bible, the New Testament, is the Jesus thing, right? So it says Christ. I can do all things in partnership with divine love. Can I get an amen on that? I can do all things in partnership with divine love. Me plus divine equals everything. Me plus divine equals anything. I will not be the one to put limits on myself. The next thing is another dangerous one. It's called self-ideal. I want you to know that you have a self-ideal, and I bet you I'm provoking you to enhance it this weekend, that you have this ideal of what you could be, what you can be, what is your potential. Put up your hand if you have a growing self-ideal while we're talking. Maybe I can, maybe I can, maybe I can. And you start developing the self-ideal. Well, this is good and dangerous. It's good in the hands of your spiritual self, and it's dangerous when abused by the ego. Because your ego will look at your potential and look at your current reality and just beat the crap out of you. Look what you should be. How are you ever going to be that? You blew it yesterday. Did you see how you offended that people? You can't even make your bed. Who the heck do you think you are? Who understands the ego will use your beautiful self-ideal and beat you over the head with it like it's a baseball bat? And I'm asking you to remind that ego that it's not up to you. It's simply your destiny, which you refuse to reject. I'm not the one who wrote the story. I'm the one enjoying the story. If divine calls me that, then I am that. This is a gift. This is not pressure. It's something to be grateful for, not to strive for. And we simply move forward with faith-filled actions in the direction of our highest and best. And the miracles are not up to us. Right now, let me ask you, are you willing to move in to a level of success that might make you very uncomfortable? Who's willing to move forward into levels of success, of power and responsibility, affluence, abundance, and influence that could be very intimidating, and you're saying yes? Who's saying yes to that? I am willing to live my dream life. I am willing to move forward. And there's nothing wrong with saying, divine, I'm counting on you. Keep me out of trouble, right? The prayer of Solomon, keep me out of trouble, make me wise. Don't let me blow it. I'll take the responsibility if I'm not alone. So your self-ideal is a beautiful promise, not a pressure or a problem. And then lastly, I want to encourage you to realize there's something called self-projection. Self-projection is how you want the world to see you. You may want the world to see you as sexy or macho or smart or distant or a victim. Sweet, a victim of your own kindness. Whatever it is, you've dreamt up a story, and that's how you want the world to see you. And I want you to be mindful of your self-projection. Are we good now? How do you want the world to see you? My journey was quite a struggle on this. It started out as a child when I was struggling with everything. I lived in a violent world of which I was on the wrong end of the violence. I couldn't understand why my world was so difficult. I assumed I was somehow that bad of a boy that I deserved it. And I didn't know how to make life work. The one thing that I found as a very, very small boy that I enjoyed, wherein I felt loved, was when I was injured, whether the injured was self-induced or somebody else, that when I was very, very small, my mom would coddle me? Who loves the embrace of a loving mother? To hold you, to hug you, to reassure you. You know, the pat on the head, the stroke on the arm. And as a young boy, I thought, that's the only heaven that I've experienced. And I want to feel loved. And the only way I know how to get it is to be injured. If I'm pitiful enough and if I'm broken enough, I get a couple of moments of coddling and reassurance. And I'll do anything it takes to get that. And then, all unconsciously, as a very small child, I became, quote unquote, accident prone. I started getting injured every day. And of course, in my world as a young man, I was being injured by forces outside of myself. And so I was always broken. I was always desperate. I was always, quote unquote, a victim. And so it seemed that my self-projection was, I am pitiful. I wanted the world to see me as so pitiful that people would give me some kindness. Who understands? That's sad, but who understands how that could make sense to that small mind? And so I became a crybaby, a classic crybaby, desperately in need of someone to save me or feel bad for me. Now, I can tell you that only lasts so long, you know, grown-ass man crying all the time, saying, everyone save me. People are like, dude, get your stuff together. But as a small child, it worked for a little while. And then people were getting sick and tired of me being so desperate for everyone's attention. And the crybaby thing started to wear down pretty quick. Fortunately for me, as a small child, I also found out that I was athletic. And when I put the puck in the net in hockey in Canada, I was loved. So then my new addiction was, I'm a goal scorer. And when I would put the puck in the net, the crowd would cheer. Even my dad was proud of me for a couple of minutes. That's my boy. For a couple of minutes. I lived for that. And then when my hockey days were over, I went into an abyss of not knowing who I was. And then I found out I could do the speaking thing. Now I'm a grown-ass man and I'm making money and people are applauding me, asking me for my autograph. I'm on the radio. I'm on television. I'm like doing book signings. I'm all that in a bag of chips. So then my projection went from I'm pitiful to I'm impressive. Does everyone know how impressive I am? And I wanted people to be impressed and maybe a little intimidated in the presence of the great James McNeil. And God loves me way too much to let that crap go on. And so I was humbled, profoundly and painfully humbled. And I realized I don't want to be impressive. I want to be safe. And finally, the evolution of my self-projection came to this. My self-projection isn't about me and what people think about me. It's how people feel around me. And this changed my life. I wanted to project whatever I had to project so that people in my presence will feel safe and loved and respected. And when I changed my self-projection from who am I and how they see me to how I make people feel, it changed my life. It is my hope and my prayer that whether it's a server at a restaurant, someone who works with me, someone who's in any of my communities or attends any speech or lecture or reads a book that I write, my hope, my prayer, and my intention is that everyone who is touched by my energy feels safe and respected and loved. Who understands the power of self-projection? And I hope I'm doing a good job. I seek to serve and to create an experience of people feeling safe and respected and loved. This is the power of self-projection. Very important. We'll be taking lunch soon, so I'm going to keep clipping. Just store up any questions that you have. Who's been enjoying this? The power of who am I? Very, very important stuff. When we have a clear, compelling vision of who we are and why we're here, the rest falls into place pretty smoothly. That's why we're in the order that we're in this work. The next thing I want to do is walk through, and I did yesterday to some degree, but I just want to give you some visuals and help you out with this. We're just going to give your spiritual anatomy. We talked about it yesterday, but I just want to bring it home, and then we can answer questions about it in the afternoon. So you are a spiritual being currently existing in physical form. Well, if you are a spiritual being, what is your spiritual anatomy? Would it be interesting if you found out that in the spiritual realm, you have like superpowers? Who thinks that would be pretty cool? You have superpowers, the ability to do cool things. Well, that's promised in the wisdom literature. Some of you have the gift of healing. Who here knows that you've got the gift of healing? You have the ability to be a part of healing. Some of you have the gift of knowledge. I believe I've been given the gift of knowledge to understand things. I believe I've been given a supernatural gift of teaching. Who would say that I can teach complex things in a way that feels safe? I can talk about spirituality without anyone wanting to kill me. That's pretty amazing. God's given me a gift, and God's given you gifts. And to know your spiritual anatomy and your spiritual gifts, this would be beautiful. To realize that you don't have to play just on the physical plane, but you, my dear friends, can play supernaturally when you understand your spiritual anatomy. So let's begin with the foundations. You are not a person who has a soul. You are a soul, and you currently have a body. So your soul is who you are. You belong to the spiritual realm. You are a spiritual being currently existing in physical form. The reason why this matters is this. Your spiritual self, who you are, transcends time and space and matter. Knowing this matters. Now, how does a spiritual being manage the limitations of an unnatural environment with other parts of your spiritual anatomy? So you are a soul currently existing in physical form. This world is unnatural to us. We are spiritual beings that transcend time, space, and matter, and we're limited to this time. Who here ever feels impatient? That's because we're not made for time. Do you follow that? Time is unnatural. Space is unnatural. Who would like to just go to France, go to Niagara Falls, be in Mexico hanging out with me? Why? Because that is what's natural. Do you understand that? In the spiritual sense, you would be able to be anywhere, anytime. We're limited unnaturally. And so your soul uses parts of its anatomy to make sense of this time-space experience. And our primary tool to make sense of it is our mind. Now, your mind is not referring to your brain. Your brain is an organ on the physical plane. Your mind uses your brain to think consciously. You might want to jot that down. Your mind uses your brain to think consciously. And the way that we're wired, your conscious mind, which means the partnership between your mind and your brain, this is the driver of your experience. When the mind uses the brain consciously, this is where we have access to our intellectual faculties, which we're going to talk about this afternoon, which programs, projects everything. So when your mind uses your brain, it's very, very important. So your mind is far beyond your brain. It uses your brain when thinking consciously. It also uses your brain to think unconsciously in some ways. But your mind pervades your body, stores memories everywhere. We don't know the full limits of where, but you do store memories throughout your body. And you do store memories, we believe, outside your body. But your mind is far more than your brain. And your mind is where you connect to levels of consciousness. So write that down. Your mind contains levels of consciousness and accesses levels of consciousness. So your soul is who you are. And just like my body has an arm and my arm has a hand, your soul is who you are and it has a mind. And your mind is how you make sense of this time-space continuum. The next element of your spiritual anatomy is your spirit. Your spirit is the best explanation I can come up with, and the best I've found, is that it is our Wi-Fi. It is through the spirit that we connect to divine love. It is through the spirit that we connect to all living things. It is through the spirit that we send out vibrations. It is through our spiritual connection that we feel the feelings of people we love through quantum entanglement, spiritual entanglement. It is through the spirit that these things happen. And then we have a heart. This is the epicenter of our personhood. And the wisdom literature says, above all else, guard your heart, for from it come all the eventualities of life. You will want to be very mindful of your mind, because your mind, the epicenter of your mind, the epicenter of your soul, is your heart. And so we're going to have a whole section just on managing your heart, a whole section on managing your mind. Who's excited about all the content that we're walking through this weekend, right? But we're doing it step by step. So this is your spiritual anatomy. And the last part of it is the part that I kept missing, and it is your body. I want you to know that your physical body is part of your spiritual anatomy. And that is a bit of a mind job for me. See, I thought my body was an annoying limitation that I had to tolerate and I could abuse without consequence. And so I've overworked, I've overpushed my body, I've undernourished my body, I failed to exercise my body. And when I was an athlete, I would die to score a goal. No defense, all offense. And I haven't honored my body. I saw it as an annoying limitation. And I have been schooled by wise spiritual mentors to learn to honor my body. It is, write this down, a spiritual antenna. It is part of our spiritual anatomy. Our physical body is part of our spiritual anatomy. How that works out eternally, I don't know, but it's just true. So this is your spiritual anatomy, and we're going to be walking through how to best manage all of these elements as we walk through this afternoon. Is this good? So we're going to continue saying, now, remember we talked about the mind? Let's go deeper. Remember we talked about the heart? Let's go deeper. Remember we talked about this? Let's go deeper. So now you have the anatomy, and we're encouraged. Now I have a few minutes. Oh, let's close with reciting our Dream Life Pledge again. And I'm just going to read it out loud. I encourage you to read it out loud with me. Here we go. I am a creative and compassionate spiritual being currently existing in physical form. I am infinitely valuable, exquisitely unique, and perfect in my personhood. I am living in euphoric connection to divine love and in loving connection to all living things. And I love others as I love myself. Can I get a big amen? All right, give yourself a big hand. I know we've been working hard today. Has this been a good morning? Has this been encouraging? Okay, beautiful. Now, the questions keep coming in, and so I'm going to take a few moments on it now, but I'll talk about it more tomorrow. Before we go to lunch, I just want to introduce something. Some of you have been asking about, and the reason I run this event, the reason I'm running this event right now is not just to make friends and to bless you, yes and yes, but who noticed I didn't charge a ton of money to everybody to come in? Who noticed I didn't ask for a ton of money, right? Who would say that this is more valuable than whatever you paid? Who would say this weekend is quite valuable no matter what you paid? So it's a quid pro quo. What I've done is I've given this away for little or nothing, because I wanted to meet you. Is that okay? I had an ulterior motive. I wanted to meet you. And the reason I wanted to meet you and the reason I'm running this event is I am in need of new coaches. I want to find coaches. I want to find people who are going to help me get this message out to the world. Who might be interested in that? Help me get pure spiritual intelligence out to the world. And I'll tell you that coaching is the most impactful way to change lives. One-on-one, ongoing accountability coaching is the secret to life transformation. And I have not budgeted, nor do I have the time to one-on-one coach 8 billion people. Who understands the limitations? I can do what I do, but I am committed to partnering with souls who will meet with people and help them through the journey. I can do the teaching, I can do the writing, I can put on an event, and I can be the leader of a community, but sometimes people need one-on-one. Put up your hand if you understand that. They need one-on-one accountability over an extended period of time to watch their life transform. Who would be willing to help me out as a coach? Now, the lowest income as a coach is $200 an hour. Who would be okay with $200 an hour? That is the lowest price a Dream Life coach is allowed to publicize as a Dream Life coach. You're allowed to do freebies, right, to introduce people. You're allowed to volunteer. But if you are ever going to offer Dream Life coaching, the minimum price is $200 an hour. You might as well write this down. We sell our coaching in packs of 12 for the price of 10. So write that down. Packs of 12 for price of 10. And the reason we do that is we don't believe that one session is enough to change a life. It's ongoing accountability coaching. So when we make a sale to a client, if someone wants to work with us, we always sell it in packs of 12 priced at 10. So if you charge the minimum of $200, each client is a minimum of $2,000. Put up your hand if you understand what I'm saying. And I would expect you to get no less than 3 new clients a month. Who feels that that is okay? Just 3 new clients a month. And I teach what's called an organic growth model. And organic growth means you don't have to be an advertising marketing genius. You just have to walk through the steps, starting with people. I'll teach you how to, you start coaching with people who are like friends and family, people who will never hire you. Is there anyone in your life that you believe they would never hire you? Has anyone got some people in your life like, yeah, they'll never pay me, right? My brother, Fred, perfect example. He would sooner punch me in the mouth than listen to me helping him with his life, right? Who do you think you are, little Jimmy, right? Those are the perfect people to start your business with. And here's why. You're not expecting to sell them. You get to practice, you get to get testimonials, you get feedback, and you get referrals. Each person has a friend group of around 250. I know on Facebook it says you have 5,000 friends, but it's not true. Everyone has a friend group of about 250. Some of you think you have less, some of you think you have more. Just trust me. And everyone in your friend group has a friend group of about 250. Some of them have crossovers and some of them don't. All you have to do is master the skills, and I will train you personally. Who would like to come to Tropical Paradise and hang out with me while I train you one-on-one, well, in a group, right? Maximum group size is 18, by the way. I try and keep my coach trainings around 12, and the next one I run is not until April. So if you need a payment plan for the thing, you have some time, but there's going to be pre-training that starts immediately. And the pre-training is some online training, the verbal Aikido training. Also, the only way, the most efficient way I've learned to train up coaches is to take them through my Dream Life retreats. And I have 2 of them. Each of them are $5,000, and I'm gifting them to you. Who would like 2 retreats? The Dream Life retreat, $5,000, and then the advanced retreat for another $5,000, and I'm giving them both to you as part of your Dream Life coach certification. Who likes that? And what I've done is I've embedded principles and disciplines inside of the retreats that serve everyone as they are, So instead of my coach training being, it would be probably 4 weeks, I've been able to bring it down to 1 week in person with pre-training online, the verbal Aikido study groups to work with you that way, then have you enjoy both of the retreats as a consumer, just allow it to have its impact on you. Then when you come to coach training, you're ready to be perfected. Who understands that? I've designed a model to speed up your mastery of coaching. And I personally train and certify all of my coaches. It's not a company thing where you meet some guy who, you get the idea? Who likes that? You're working with me. You're going to be in Mexico at the tropical resort with me for 3 weeks, one for retreat one for retreat 2, and one for your 1 week intensive Dream Life coach certification training. And then you go into an ongoing, you have to get in coaching hours for the following 6 months while we make sure that you're ready to rock. By then, if you follow the model, you're already making a great income and you're a very powerful coach. And I need coaches. Okay, so who's excited to learn the details of Dream Life Coach certification? Beautiful. So it is very important to me that I get coaches and I train you up, because we have reason to believe we're going to have explosion, and I can't do all the one-on-one. We only have maybe 15, probably 15 certified coaches right now. And so I need a whole bunch more. And so I'm just going to give you a quick glimpse at it. And if you've heard enough that you want to apply, you can apply, but no one can purchase this package without talking to me. You and I are going to have a conversation. Put up your hand if that sounds reasonable, right? We're going to talk and make sure that you're a fit for me. I'm a fit for you. You can afford it. I can, we have to feel confident. But if you feel like this is right for you, I want you to apply. There's only so many spots that I'm going to be opening up. And if there's spots left over, I'll reiterate this and answer questions tomorrow. But if all those spots are taken, then they are. So it includes online pre-training and support. It includes the Dream Life Retreat. And the Dream Life Retreat is, boy, I've always failed at trying to explain the Dream Life Retreat. Susan, you know what I'm talking about, right? It's like, how do you explain that? So first of all, I don't give away the secret sauce because it's an experience. It's a spiritual experience with us in tropical paradise. And no one has attended the Dream Life Retreat without saying it changed their life. It is truly, profoundly life transformative. It is 1 week of a spiritual intensive while being pampered at an ultra VIP 5-star resort. Who thinks that sounds pretty fun? Oh, and I gotta warn you, karaoke will happen, right? You can't hang out with me without us going out to party. And that's part of it. We wake up every morning to a spiritual sunrise on the beach. We enjoy 5-star dining. We enjoy an entire week together, so we get to know each other and hang out together. The next Dream Life Retreat is in February 2024. It'll be here in Mexico. We haven't secured the exact dates at the resort yet, but it'll be here in the Mayan Riviera. It'll be in Playa del Carmen. Well, I don't know. It's going to be near here where I live most of the time. So it's a 5-star all-inclusive ultra VIP resort in the Mayan Riviera. 7 days of tropical paradise, spiritual retreat with me personally. Also, within 8 months or so, maybe a year, I will not be the one hosting my retreats. We have facilitators being trained up. Who understands that I'm a fairly busy guy? I'm a fairly busy guy, and it's only getting 10 times more. So this is one of the last retreats that I will be the facilitator of. So if you want to come to a Dream Life retreat with James McNeil, this will be one of the last ones that I'm facilitating before our facilitators start taking over and leading the retreats. And they're going to be magnificent. I'm just saying, if you want to come to one with me, this might be the last one or one of the last ones. So the investment is $4,997 for the spiritual retreat. And I'm gifting that to you. I'm also gifting you the advanced retreat, which is very emotional for me. and some of you here know this. I want you to know that I resisted teaching the advanced retreat for years. I started doing the Dream Life retreat probably 4 years ago. And then I knew I had more to do, and I kept refusing it. So here's what I mean. The Dream Life retreat is teaching us to completely handing ourselves over to the divine flow of our miraculous life. Who understands? The Dream Life retreat is mastering letting go and allowing your perfect life. Okay, good. But after you do that, you're asked to become a co-creator and change the world. Who understands that once you're dialed in, once you know everything you need is yours, you've already accomplished and achieved everything. Like for me, once I quote unquote made it, I'm like, well, what's left? And the answer was, now pass it on. I didn't raise you up so you're comfy. I raised you up to change the world. And then I started to figure out how I could impact the world. So the Dream Life retreat is how to fall into the perfect flow of divine, perfect dream life. And the second one is partnering with divine to change the world and unlocking your spiritual gifts, unlocking your power to engage in miraculous. And it's for me, it's something I'm still very shy about, but it's right and it's good and it works and you can do it. I'm just very respectful of the powers that are attached to the second retreat, miracle manifestation and more. So those are the two retreats. They're in the same location. And the advanced retreat is the following week. So whatever week the retreat is in February, the following week is the advanced retreat. You have to go, of course, to the first one before the advanced. However, you can come to both of them at the same time. And I'm gifting this to the coaches. Then in April, you can write this down. It's in April that we'll be doing the Dream Life Coach certification training in person. And because, just so you know, because of your online training starting now, we can discuss how you can begin coaching for profit right now. This is not a regulated industry, and I can help you stay safe and be a coach before April, right? But to be a fully certified Dream Life coach and pure coach, there's a double certification, which I'll explain maybe tomorrow. To get all of that fully, it's going to take a little bit more time. Put up your hand if you understand that. I can help you start making money as a coach immediately, but to complete your certification training, we want to do everything properly and fully. Diane Cunningham is one of the individuals who did this. She started December 2020. You saw her yesterday driving in her sexy new Mercedes sports car on her way to fly to Thailand this time. Last week, she was in Trinidad. The week before that, she was in Ireland. When she started in December 2020, who understands? We're just talking a couple of years ago, right? She was an employee of the New York Transit Commission, and she was unhappy and she wanted to be free. Since then, she's transformed her body. She's transformed her. She started a travel business. She wanted to travel the world, and she's done that. She had a dream car in mind. She's transformed again her body. She got her sexy new Mercedes. She custom built home. She's running retreats of her own now. Her and Olga are now running retreats of their own. There's her house and her car, and her and Olga have partnered up. They're both co-authors with Les Brown and myself as well. And then get this, Olga talks about a lot of things that have been transformed. And here's her sexy new Porsche. And so we're talking about life transformation with our coaches, and that's what I want for you. After the coach certification training, you get 6 months coach mentoring and certification, again, continuing with me. You get private Dream Life coach community. Now I'm giving you double designation. So I have been hired by professional athletes in many realms. The ones that come to mind, race car drivers. I've coached MMA fighters, UFC fighters. Them I have not charged. I always gave that for free because I'm a fan. I've helped other professional athletes and entertainers, some of which we keep it on the down low, and some of the stars of the stage. And when I do that, I'm able to help anyone with anything because I understand what's called pure coaching, which is drawing the genius and inspiration out of the client, not out of me. So I can coach people to be better at things that I know I have no idea how to do it. So with pure coaching, the purity of coach power, you can coach anyone on anything, anywhere. And with the Dream Life Coach certification, you have the unique ability to coach people on pure spiritual intelligence. Put up your hand if you follow what I just said. So you're able to coach anyone, anywhere, on anything, and you are certified to coach people through pure spiritual intelligence. Beautiful. So that's the package, and there's a bunch of pricing, and that's just the same stuff, the same things. Now, the last thing I wanted to say is I decided to gift you my Guru Leader Mentorship. It's a $10,000 full year. Its value is 10 times that, but it's a full year of mentoring on how you can build your speaking business, your coaching business, how to get yourself published, how to publish your own book, how to write your book. All of my mentorship on how to be $1 million a year guru, I'm giving you included because I want you to be able to have a successful coaching business. And so I'm giving you all of that. And if you just want to see quickly what Guru Leader is, I'm going to do this quickly, but we have a complete Guru Empire Coach program where you create a vision for your Guru Empire, online tutorial, private Guru coaching with me. We write your Guru vision. We meet every single week with fellow gurus, do case studies, advanced weekly coaching. Every week you set your goals. You have an accountability circle. I interview, develop your interview skills. Someone will save me with the bell. Weekly achievement calls every week. Limitless Q&A. This is not something I'm selling this week. I'm just saying I'm giving you all of this. That's why I'm moving quickly through it. You have an ever-growing video library of all of my trainings for all of these years. And there you go. I'm giving you online courses. $1 Million Speaker. It's a $1,000 online course. How to make $1 million a year as a speaker. Pure Selling. Verbal Aikido for networking. The 5-hour book process with all of its online tools. Pure Voice Power. And Wealthy World Changer, the full online program. So all of those are online $1,000 courses. And just one quick success story. This is Tian Yi. He met me in Singapore. He was a youth worker, and he said, I felt God told me to come here and learn how to start a business. And I said, all right. So I suggested that he start with writing a book. So I wrote this book. Absolutely. And he said to me, he says, I have nothing that I could write about. We found out that he does know how to create apps. Long story short, he wrote the book. A year later, I went back to Singapore. He came to meet me for lunch, and I said, what are you doing with your book? He says, I don't know. I'm waiting for you. So I mentored him as I'll mentor you. And we had one lunch. He made $365,000 in the next 6 weeks marketing his training on how to build an app. Who would like to have lunch with me and learn how to do what I do, right? So instead of one lunch, you're going to have 3 weeks of lunches. Do you like that? 3 weeks of dinners, 3 weeks of breakfast, 3 weeks of time together in a tropical paradise in a full year of guru mentoring. So the guru mentoring, we normally charge, the Guru Leader Mentorship it's worth probably 10 times this, but we only charge 10,000. I keep the group small. But what I decided to do is give that to all of the coaches because I want you to have support for the full year. So we just roughed out a very conservative number that it's worth 40,000, and we're charging for the complete package only at the event. So it's only while we're running these events that you can apply for it at this price. So it's 19,997. That gives you both $5,000 retreats as well as the coach certification training and the $10,000 Guru Leader and everything else I just listed. So it's a huge package. So if you feel like you can afford that, if you can figure out how to get together I know this is not for everyone, but if you're able to find, 20,000, we do have some payment plans, but it's that amount. And if you feel like this is right for you, then go ahead and apply and you and I will have a one-on-one. So it's jamesmcneil.com/DCC as a Dream Life Coach certification. So jamesmcneil.com/DCC, and just get yourself in line in case this is a fit for you. But before you apply, I just ask you to be serious about it and then know that you could find the funding if we agree. So then, because I'm budgeting my time to talk to you one-on-one, I just want us to be respectful of each other. But we'll have a chat, and all you're doing at this point is applying, and that's the link. Beautiful. Good and good? And if you have questions, we can talk like after lunch. And there's more to it than that. Beautiful. So I want to let you loose on lunch. I went 10 minutes over. Do you forgive me? You still love me? That was not bad. All right. So I'm very, very, very excited to meet with you and talk about Dream Life Coach. I hope I find my coaches this weekend. I don't want to keep looking for the coaches. I'm looking for a full class to be trained, because we have more people wanting Dream Life coaching than we have people for. Good. So I'm looking for my coaches. I would love it if it was you. We have other cool things that are going to come out of that soon, which we'll be launching early next year. But I'm looking for my people. Okay, good. So it's time for lunch. I'm asking you to take 1 hour and a couple of minutes. So it's right now 1:11. So we're going to start at 2:15. Is that right? Yeah. So I'm going to give you an hour and 3.5 minutes. Who's your buddy? Huh? More than an hour. That's right. So take care of your body, enjoy lunch, and submit any and all questions. We'll take care of you after lunch, but take care of yourself. Okay. Love, joy, peace. Thank you for being such a great group for this morning. Thank you very much. Enjoy. Take care of yourself. I'll see you in an hour. Hola. Welcome back. Welcome back. Come on back, Miracle Magnets. I love it. Hey, Lisa. Hey, Dahlia. Hey, Diane. Hey, Bernie. Okay, everyone quickly put on your clothes, then put on your camera. No naked people, please. I got to tell you, I always say put your clothes on for a reason. We have had some beautiful naked people, and my attention span is only so good. So clothes are not optional here. It's mandatory. Hey, Becky, haven't seen you for so long. So good to see you, Becky. Big love to you. Elena, so happy to meet you. So happy to get to know you more. Come on in. Big love, big love. We're going to have a class trip to Poland, or you're going to have to come to Mexico. I think Mexico is the most likely bet. Patricia is in the house. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, come on back, people. Emmanuel. I met a guy. I went to Bible college for about 12 minutes. It didn't go well. Apparently, you have to read. I didn't know how to read, but I went to Bible college for a short period of time. And on like my first day, a guy comes up to me. He says, "Hello, my name is Emmanuel Elise. I have the name above all names. What is your name?" I'm like, "Wow, Emmanuel Elise, God with us." You knew that, right, Emmanuel? Emmanuel means God with us. Of course, someone would have explained you if you didn't know. Colleen is in the house. At least Colleen's eyes and up are in the house. Good to see you. With some beautiful art. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Well, who has enjoyed this weekend? Who's been enjoying this? Our time together. I'm really grateful. So let's play a game. Put into the chat the favorite thing that you can think of right now that you've got out of the weekend. Put one thing. Everyone, please put. I only have today. Lisa did not enjoy yesterday. But maybe what Lisa is saying is I wasn't here yesterday. And Lisa's favorite is who am I? I love it. Thank you, Lisa. Kimberly loved the breakout session. I love it, Kimberly, because we want to do more breakout sessions. Thank you. I was a little shy of breakout sessions. I wanted to make sure that everyone was going to play nice. Who am I? Nice. Who am I? Land as well. We only have today. Always. Amen, Augustine. All we have is the moment. Renee says, yes, I'm listening. My daughter decided to learn how to take some CC bars. I know what that is. I wasn't able to be here yesterday. Bake some CC bars. Good for you. Does anyone know what a CC bar is? Is it something everyone knows? Oh, chocolate chip bars. Oh, amen to that. So I don't have a real sweet tooth, but there's some things that'll get me. A fresh chocolate chip cookie is straight from heaven. Who's with me? A freshly baked chocolate chip cookie produces a spiritual experience for the consumer. I'm telling you what, a freshly baked chocolate chip cookie, don't even get between me and my freshly baked chocolate chip cookie. Hey, Renee. And Sheena, drive safe, Sheena. Ah, careful. You're having way too much fun. I want to party with y'all. All right, beautiful. So the chat isn't scrolling, so I don't know what's happening. Self-image is bullshit. God bless you. It is not. Okay, now it's moving too fast. That's okay. I'm going to ask Augustine just to tell me what is in the chat and what questions, because we're going to open up with Q&A based on questions that were submitted yesterday, if there's any leftovers, and the questions that have come in today. Plus, Augustine will be kind enough. Meeting summary with AI companion is on. Actually, if you can help me with my if one of you can help me with my laptop while someone else gives me a question or something. If you give me a question, I'll get to work and you can fix my screen. Okay, good. So let's go on. Help me out, Augustine and or Alexa. What questions or comments have come in? and I'll get to work, and then someone can fix the screen behind me as a notification. Okay. Oh, I love that. So the question is, how do I encourage others with love? And so, first of all, encouragement primarily is I believe in you, right? I believe in you, encouragement. So to encourage is to lovingly see the best in somebody else. And so one of the things you'll want to be mindful of is not everyone is as comfortable with critique as everyone else. Who would agree with that? Some people don't like to be criticized. Who would like to be cured of your perception of criticism? Who would like to love criticism from here on in? To actually see it as a divine gift. Okay, let's do a quick exercise. I was taught this by the man who taught me communications and helped me become a communications expert. We can put my slides back on. It was just that thing was there. And then we'll do a class pick soon. So let's start with this. I'm going to ask you to work with me in the chat and watch this. Number one, in the chat, would you agree that criticism is generally uncomfortable for most people? Would you agree? Give me a yes or no in the chat. Is criticism generally uncomfortable for most people? Good. Now, is there anyone here that can say, honestly, before today, you could say, I love criticism? Is there anyone here that loves criticism? You can type in a me if you love criticism. Some of you love it. Most of you say no. Beautiful. So today's your day. So when I ask people about criticism, almost always people will say criticism is okay when it is what? What is the word I'm looking for? Criticism is okay as long as it is constructive. People also wrote helpful, asked for, appropriate, creative, helpful, constructive, positive. Beautiful. So now, are you ready to do this exercise? What makes criticism constructive? So we can start with everything else that's been written here. So would you agree that criticism is constructive when it's requested and or positive and or creative and or helpful and or builds you up and or is appropriate? Would you agree with some of these terms? These are the things that make criticism constructive. If it's done in love, from a place of love, if the intention is to help, what else makes criticism constructive? Who would agree that it would help if the other person knew what they were talking about? Right? So criticism from someone who is qualified, that would help. They know what the heck they're talking about. Would it be constructive if they did it in the appropriate context rather than give you criticism in front of others? Would it be more constructive if it was done appropriately one-on-one? So I just want you to look at a list here. I don't know if you've been writing them down, but try and remember the list now. Criticism is constructive if it is positive, if it is appropriate, if it is coming from love, if it is with good intention, if it is designed to build up, if it is given from someone who knows what they're talking about, if it is necessary, there's another one, if it is done one-on-one, if it is done when you have rapport with the person, if it was asked for in the first place, and on and on. Okay, everyone got our long list of what makes criticism constructive? Let me just check in. Everyone got it? So we said constructive is cool as long as it's criticism is constructive. Criticism is cool as long as it's constructive, and then we created this list of what makes it constructive. Good. Now let's change the game. What does constructive mean? What does it mean to say, what is the definition of the word constructive? to build. So would you then agree that constructive criticism can be defined as criticism that produced improvement for the person receiving it? Who can accept my definition? Criticism is constructive if it produces a positive impact or improvement in the life of the individual receiving the criticism. Good. Now, if criticism is given exactly as you want, the appropriate person, the appropriate expertise, the appropriate love ethic, one-on-one, when you ask, everything else, and if you don't apply it and improve your life, was that criticism constructive? If constructive is defined as had a positive impact on the one criticized, then it is no longer constructive because the person's life didn't improve. Who understands now? If it's not applied, it's not constructive. Would you agree that if criticism, by whatever tone, produces a positive outcome, it becomes constructive? Now, who is in control of criticism being constructive? The one who gives it or the one who receives it? Are you saying then that all criticism is constructive if I am wise enough to get the value out of it? Are you saying then that constructive criticism is created by the receiver, not by the methodology or personhood or expertise of the giver? The criticism is constructive or not in the hands of the receiver and has nothing to do with the giver. Who just got a mic drop out of that? I thought they had to give me constructive criticism, but it turns out they just give me criticism. It's up to me to make it constructive. Is it possible for someone who is hateful, hurtful, incompetent to inappropriately yell, bark, embarrass me with criticism publicly with an intent to humiliate, harm, and destroy, and I turned it into something that positively impacted my life? I made whatever they gave me constructive because I made it constructive. Put up your hand if you understand. I can make anything constructive. And if I don't, what I'm saying is I refuse to improve my life unless you give me the exact style of criticism, if you're only the right person, if you only say it to me in the right way, with the right tone, with the right intent. Otherwise, I refuse to improve my life and it makes you a bad person. Who just got a wow? Stop shooting the messenger and start asking yourself, how wise are you in turning everything that you're given into gold? It is up to me whether your criticism is constructive, not you. You can be mean, cruel, hurtful, incompetent. Doesn't matter. What I make of what you give me is what makes it constructive or not. And it is not my goal to avoid positive input because I don't like the style in which it was delivered or the person from whom it is given. I want to improve no matter what, from no matter who I choose to benefit. And I love it. Thank you, RJ. I get to decide the value and significance of everything in my life. Every time you get a proper butt kicking, you say, all right, how is this good for me? How is this good for me? The positive or negative impact is not in the hands of the other, but in ours. And I would love to be wise enough to benefit from everything that goes on around me. If I'm really wise, I'm going to learn from your mistakes, not just mine. I want to learn from all feedback, not just the comfortable feedback. It was one of the things that I found. I have this atheist friend in Canada. I have my favorite atheist is a friend in Miami. I've got two really dear atheist friends in Canada. And one of them, for some strange reason, God has decided that when he wants to tell me something, he uses this guy. I'm like, why do you always use the atheist? It's so embarrassing. All of his advice seems to be coming straight from you, God. Like, thank you for telling me, but did you have to use him? But he's a dear friend and we love it. It is not about them. It's about, am I receiving? Is this good and good? Now, if you want to encourage someone, understand how you do it is not the secret. If they choose to receive it is the secret. So if you put the pressure on yourself on how I can be a good encourager, you're putting undue pressure on yourself, because in the end, they might choose not to take your encouragement or criticism. Who understands now? It's up to the other person whether this is going to be helpful or not. Who here has ever wanted to help somebody out so much and they weren't listening that you wanted to kill them because you cared so much, which is a very weird thing to say. Who has ever been so frustrated because you wanted to help someone, you were ready to kill them because you care so much? That is so twisted. And so you're trying to make someone else happy or healthy or something else. And therein is the problem. Who made you their God? In the wisdom literature, we're taught, have an answer ready for when someone asks you the source of your hope. But don't go shoving your answers down the throats of people who don't have questions. How's that for some wisdom? Here's another bit of advice. Be the person they're going to turn to when they're ready. Be the person they're going to turn to when they're ready. You can't force someone to be ready. When they're ready, just make sure they have your number and make sure you're the one who comes to mind. I have the honor of people reaching out to me. Haven't talked to you in years. Got myself in a pickle. You're the one who came to mind. What an honor. The secret is protect the bridge that's built between you and them. Don't burn the bridge. And number two, shine so brightly that they want what you have. You want to be a master encourager. Be a light, not a judge, not a preacher, but a resource. And when they're ready, they'll call. And if you try and force it, you might be chasing them away rather than attracting them in. Let me tell you this. Everybody in my life who doesn't know me in my professional life, so the servers at the restaurant, people I meet, right? If I go to karaoke, if I was to make friends there, people in my life have no idea this is what I do. And none of them hear any of my lessons because they didn't ask for them. I don't run around being the lecturer. I don't run around being a spiritual mentor. They didn't ask for it. I don't force it down anyone's throat. I do like to build bridges and shine brightly. And when someone asks, I have answers. I don't want to be an aggressive world changer. I want to be an available world changer. Let me know if that landed well for you. And if you're frustrated that they're not, okay, just listen to me here. If you're frustrated that this other person isn't changing their life, if you're frustrated that this other person isn't getting it, why are you frustrated? There must be a resonant element of their behavior inside of you. You are not repulsed by all sins in the world, just the sins with which you have resonance, which means whatever bothers you about them likely bothers you about you. And if you wish that other person would be more responsible, perhaps this is divine's nudge to say, you see how you feel about them? Guess how I feel about you. Maybe the lesson you want them to get is a lesson you need to be hearing. Was that too much truth for you? Are you okay? Do what Michael Jackson told us. Start with the man in the mirror. Start with the woman in the mirror. Right? How am I doing? Instead of pointing out things in others, shine. Shine, shine, shine. The best thing I can do for you is work on me. Can I get an amen on that? The best thing I can do for you is work on me. The best thing I can do for my son is be the best possible man I can be and let him have something to look up to. Give him an example, not a lecture. Oof, I'm liking this. Who's enjoyed this conversation? Be an example, not a lecture. Be a light, not a judge. I'm loving this. Augustine, what do you say, boss? Mm-hmm. So put up your hand if you've had some trouble shaking off a bad attitude. Has anyone here ever had some trouble shaking off a bad attitude? Has anyone ever had the experience where you tried to make yourself happy? I'm happy, I'm happy, I'm happy. I'm so happy. I'm just a happy love machine. Frickin'. So to do this by force will get us all into trouble. So the question from Amelia is, sometimes I can tell myself to be happy, but it just doesn't work. How can I help myself experience happiness? Is this good, everyone? How can I help myself experience happiness when I don't? If you try and muscle it, what you're trying to do is fake it. And what you would benefit more from is being honest about it. So one thing you might do is ask yourself, am I unhappy or is there unhappiness in me? Do I have to identify with this unhappiness? I am not unhappy, but unhappiness seems to be in me. It's not who I am, but there's unhappiness in me. Who likes the value of just creating that distinction? There is unhappiness in me. Then I would encourage you to go to step 2. Is it unhappiness or is it something else? Most of the time that I notice I'm quote unquote off, I can easily misinterpret. Sometimes I'll say I'm angry when the truth is I'm embarrassed. Sometimes I'll say I'm frustrated when I'm really humiliated. And so what's the real word? Is it unhappy? Is it angry? Is it jealous? It's some form of discontent. How clear can I be on what this is? It's not who I am, but it's in me. What is it? Then what I do is, if it is truly sadness, I allow myself to be sad. And we're going to talk about this later, but sadness is very important and very healthy. If it's pure sadness, it's probably because it is right to be sad. So when we finish to go to lunch, I'm going to tell you what happened. I've become interested in learning about X, formerly Twitter. I'm a big Musk fan, right? So I said to my team, let's try and stream this on X. I don't know if anyone will watch it. I don't know if I have a following. We haven't studied the algorithms or the methodology of Twitter or what is now X. But I said, let's stream it and see what happens. So I put a couple of posts on there, and my team put a couple of posts on there. And so when we broke for lunch, the team is organizing the food, and I jumped onto Twitter, or what is now called X, to see if people were watching or see if anyone commented. And I made the mistake of allowing the scroll to come up. You know how these social media things, there's a scroll of different words and images and so on. And I was horrified to watch a man beat up two women on the street. There's a man punching women, a big young man punching smaller females. They're all probably around 20 or younger. And I'm watching a video of a man beat up women. And I thought, why on earth would I allow myself to see something so horrific? So I was sad. Put up your hand if you understand. I was sad because I saw something ugly. So then I had a yucky feeling in my chest. And I said, why am I upset? Number one, because I just witnessed evil. Number two, because I can't put my hands on the guy. Who understands that protector mentality, right? Lock me in a room with him. We'll have a chat about how to treat people. But then I thought, no, James, that's your old wiring, right? Vindication, domination, violence. It's like, no, James, that's not the answer. More violence doesn't fix violence. So then I said, so what do I do about that? I just saw something horrible. So I said, okay, well, I understand that X, Twitter, allows you to change your settings because it wants to be a format of free speech. And to have free speech means there's stuff on there you might not want to see. So you can adjust your settings that you never want to see anything like that. And I'm going to do that. So I said, okay, logically, I want to do that. But then I just had to allow myself to be sad so that I can finish the experience and release it from my body. So please write down sadness, pure sadness is our toxicity removal system. And it is essential, and it is healthy, and it is necessary. So sometimes when you say I'm unhappy, it could be your discontent. It could be a number of things, but it could be just sadness. And if it's sadness, be sad. Pure sadness is very healthy and essential. Is this good news, everyone? Sadness is appropriate. And if you do not allow yourself to be sad, you may eventually become depressed. What is depression? It's when you push down, when you depress the sadness and you don't allow yourself to experience it, to get rid of it. It's like the exhaust system on a car. If you do not allow yourself to get rid of that toxicity, it stays inside of you. And then people experience depression, which is the natural consequences of depressing negative energy without getting rid of it through appropriate sadness. So you'll want to figure out, am I unhappy or is unhappiness in me? And is it unhappiness? Is it discontent, jealousy, bitterness, anger? Is it sadness? And once I can get to what it is, I have a better chance of dealing with it. And so I can forgive myself or forgive others. And I can release the negative energy through sadness. That's dealing with it appropriately. And then what I want to do is, for me anyway, I run to the light as fast as I can. And I pray about it. And I say, divine love, please cleanse me and lift me up. I want to be in relationship to you, I don't want to be filled with this negative stuff. So I allow sadness to have its season, and I go to the light rather than fight the darkness. Augustine, was that anywhere near an answer to that question? Ah, beautiful. Well, the good news is we're going to be talking about that. How to be free of repetitive negative thoughts or thought viruses. So it is not uncommon for people to have negative thoughts going on in the background. And one of the blessings of meditation is you become aware of the thoughts that are rattling around in the background. A lot of times people say to me, I try and meditate, but I can't. All these thoughts come up. And I say, that is the blessing of your early experience of meditation is to first notice what's going on under the radar so you can manage and release these things so that you can be free. So when you go into meditation, you have this monkey mind of stuff rattling around. I want you to know that that's good because now you're seeing it. It's always rattling around. It's just when you seek to meditate that you become consciously aware of it. But that's the noise in the background while you're trying to eat or speak or, whatever's going on in your life. You're hindered from it because you have this stuff rattling in the background. When you attempt to meditate, you become aware of what's going on under the radar. So that's a great first step in meditation. If you want to be free of these habitual thought patterns, depending on what they are, often you simply say, oh, I hear that. That's right. I forgot to forgive that person, or I want to remember to buy milk or buy broccoli or whatever. I want to remember that. Then what you say is thank you to the reminder, and you go back to your breathing. And when you acknowledge the repetitive thought, when you acknowledge it, you accept it, and then you say thank you, what you're saying is you can stop now. And then all of a sudden you're shutting down all of this noise in your subconscious mind one by one. Everything that interrupts you when you're trying to meditate, when managed properly, you are clearing. It's like you're defragging your computer. You are getting rid of all the open loops. You're cleaning the mental storehouse of all the noise that's hindering your ability to be fully present. And through meditation, you get to manage these things. So it's beautiful, it's victory, it's progress. And we're going to go deeper into the cleansing, what's called the cleansing of all unrighteousness. So everything that's less than unloving truth that's rattling around in your heart, mind, soul, and body, we're going to be talking about through the transcendent state that these cables are being cut. So we have good news. More is coming on this a couple lessons away. Is that okay, everyone? So I promise I'll be giving you more on that. Beautiful. So, good. What do you think? I'm good to go? Yep, go ahead. One related, okay. My suggestion is probably if you're familiar with transcendental meditation, that, and my favorite is mine. It's called pure meditation, and both take you into, both transcendental meditation and pure meditation are non-guided, pure transcendent meditation, which means both of them say, get to that place and hang out there. It is a non-agenda based. It is without intention other than to become familiar with the formless. So instead of the guided meditations that guide you to achieve, accomplish, acquire, to learn, to gain, to experience, instead of any of that, just go to that place of pure consciousness, also known as the ethereal realm. It's also called the unified field by some, the quantum realm. It's that first level of unified love energy. And you just go there and you just hang out there. Stay there as long as you can. Give yourself, X amount of time to just go there and stay there. And don't think that you're supposed to do anything. Just go there. Go there and stay there. And let divine do the work while you're just chilling. It's like you're just in the ocean of love energy, the spiritual soup of the universe. You're just hanging out there. It's like the miracle bathwater. You've ever in the Bible it talks about there's the pool of Bethesda, I think it was, where people who had physical ailments would, whenever the water would stir up, to jump into the water, and whoever got into the water first would be healed. Well, it's kind of like that when we meditate. You just go into that pool and you just get healed of all psychic scars and all this stuff at whatever pace is perfect. So I would say it's not about effort. It's about just go into that space and enjoy it and to let it do its thing. Good? Good. I'm ready to go. You ready to go? Cool. I'm going to ask you to turn the temperature down 1 degree. I'm cooking here. So now I want to complete the conversation, the meditation around who am I and who am I not. We talked about who am I, but we didn't talk about who am I not. Are you ready? Encourage me. Tell me that you're back and you're ready to go. If anyone else is able to put on clothes and put on your camera, I prefer it. Then I get to see that you're okay. Those of you who are on camera, thank you. You're helping me know if you're all right. So let's go. Who am I? Who am I not? So there's the real you, your soul, and your soul, right? You're not a person who has a soul. You are a soul. What you have is a body. You also have a mind. You also have a heart. You also have your spirit and your physical body. That's the who I am that we just invested some time on before lunch. But now let's talk about who am I not. So now I want to talk about this ego thing. And it's a very important conversation because we are in a ego-trapped society that is addicted to adversarial mindset, conflict, greed. Who would agree that we have a very egoic world right now, where people are only interested in what they don't have, what they don't know, what they can't do, who's not with them, and picking fights? And some of the most blessed are the most boisterous. Who would agree that there's a growing group of what I would call first world, wealthy, well-educated individuals that seem to be the most angry on the planet, as if they're the biggest victims? Who would agree with me that there's a bunch of whiny, wealthy, well-educated people who are causing as much disturbance on Earth as possible, rather than saying from our position of abundance, we seek to serve greatly? They seem to be the biggest complainers of all. It's like they felt guilty that they're blessed, and so they had to find a way to become a bigger victim than everybody else. I don't get it. So this ego thing is a real thing. And so I would love it if we could have love and joy and peace, and that we can be free of this egoic entrapment. Good? Everyone ready? Let's talk about this ego thing. What is it? Where did it come from? Why is it there? And how to best manage it. Beautiful. Did you take away all non-screen people, or did you just in the front? Great. And you can put more on screen if you can. It looks like you've taken away all non-videos for me. All right, here we go. Back to it. So let's talk about ego. I'm going to use this page because I don't want to burn up more paper unnecessarily. So let's use this one. And so let's now talk about the ego. So let's just draw a line here. So let's talk about the ego now. So the ego, the way I remember my definition, and I call it the emergency generated organism. So just write emergency generated organism. And so you have heard a million definitions of ego, what it is, why it is, where it comes from, and so on. And what I want you to know is that if we agreed on the definition of ego, we will agree on everything else. Put up your hand if you understand what I'm saying. If you are working from a different definition, you're going to say, James, you're wrong, but it's not because I'm wrong about my definition. You're trying to fit my explanation into your definition. But if we agree on what it is, you're going to agree on what I say. Can you follow what I just said? If we agree on what it is, you're going to agree about what I say. So first, I just want to say that ego, the technical term of the ego is your true self, right? But that is not the way it is being used today. So when Freud talked about the ego, he talked about id, the ego, and the superego. And the ego was your conscious mind, your conscious self. And your superego was your more divinely inspired self. And your id, the id, was this kind of nasty other thing. And this nasty other thing is what everyone else calls the ego. Everyone follow what I'm saying now? What Freud called the id is what all the rest of us call the ego. Okay. Now, the ego, next thing I want you to know is this. The ego is not a living entity. It is not a spiritual entity. It is not living at all. It is merely a construct of your psyche. It is an idea in your mind that has gotten out of control. It is not an evil entity. It's just an idea. And the idea, called the ego, thinks it's you. So when I say, hi, you, your ego might say, hi, James, or your soul might say, hi, James. And at first glimpse, we're not sure which one I'm talking to. Let me do a test. Put up your hand if you've ever caught yourself in a bad mood. Has anyone caught themselves in a bad mood? Oh, look at me. I'm pissed off. Okay. Well, who did the catching and who was doing the mooding? It seems there's two of you in there. You follow what I'm saying? If you catch yourself in a bad mood, who's catching who? Are there two of me? And what it is your awareness, your conscious awareness, your enlightened true self caught your ego in the act. You follow that now? So who you really are caught your ego being a whiny, bitchy, moany, whatever. And so it's not that the ego is you, but it thinks it's you. So far, so good. I'll explain its origins, its purpose, its role, and how to manage it. But let's just start with, it's an idea that thinks it's you, but it's just an idea. Yes, the observer is the true you. Thank you, Susan. So the ego, again, is a construct of your psyche, and it came to being for good reason. It is what the Christian tradition calls the depraved man, or the depravity of the heart, or the flesh. It's another thing used in Christianity. It's called lots of things in different cultures and spiritual traditions. So Pooja is asking, is it the false ego? Well, what I'm referring to is the ego. Now, the true ego is your true self, but we're not confusing that by saying both are the ego. I'm just saying what we call the ego is this not true you. Yeah, what we're calling the ego. And so I want to explain from whence it has come. And I want you to understand that it is not a living thing. And I want you to understand, first and foremost, your ego is not your amigo. Okay, your ego is not your amigo, and we're going to explain. So let's start with reminding ourselves who we really are. Right? I am a creative and compassionate spiritual being currently existing in physical form. I am infinitely valuable, exquisitely unique, and perfect in my personhood. I am living in euphoric connection to divine love and in loving connection to all living things, and I love others as I love myself. This is the truth about you. Who would like this to be your conscious experience truth more often? So let's let the truth shine. To do that, we want to catch this egoic thing in the act. So the next thing I want you to remember is your ego is not your amigo. It is just an idea that's gotten out of control. Your ego is not evil. It simply feels separate and desperate. And all living things will fight for survival. And your ego is fighting for survival. And that's what makes it dangerous. So now I'd like to explain the origins of the ego, and I'm not going to use the flip chart excessively. I just want you to track with me and take the notes. Are you okay with that? So take some notes. Here we go. First, my belief, as you know, in the construct, in the philosophy, the full philosophy of pure spiritual intelligence, my belief is. Hold on just a moment. Summer says, "Can you please explain from the soul, higher soul perspective?" Not sure what the question is, Summer, but let's hope that what I'm about to say will explain it. And if not, my team will help me do a better job. So let's begin. I believe you and I pre-existed this physical experience. I believe that we existed before we existed in this body. I'm not saying reincarnation. If you are, that's fine. I'm merely saying that I existed before I ended up in this body. And I believe that because in the Bible, more than one place, some people say, God, you knew me before I was born. And then there's another where God says, I knew you before you were born. And there's a time when God says, remember this, you did not choose me, but I chose you and I sent you for a high and holy purpose. And so we have been sent on purpose with the reason for this season. We are divine love ambassadors in this time-space experience, bringing light and love onto the planet. That's who you are. That's who I am. That's my belief. I believe when you entered into this time-space continuum, you were warned before you accepted this mission that you would enter into this physical state robbed of your spiritual awareness, that you would come here with spiritual amnesia. Do you remember I said that yesterday? You would get spiritual amnesia. So you showed up forgetting what you knew. And every time someone says something that unlocks your spiritual knowing, you might say, amen. The divine in me acknowledges the truth of what you just said. That is a truth. My inner knower just validated that. That is spiritual truth. And throughout this weekend, I bet you've experienced not just learning, but re-knowing. Who here would say some of the things I've said are just like, I know that's true. Somehow I know that's true. I don't remember learning it, but I know it's true. That's true. That's valid. Well, this is your spiritual amnesia being released, and you are reconnecting with your divine knowing. Now, when we entered into this time-space experience, not only did we get spiritual amnesia, but you are unplugged from divine. So if I had a kettle, and I don't have a kettle here, but I have my sexy new earbuds, right? So, oh, you're going to give me a kettle? You have to bring me the plug part too. You have to bring me the whole thing. Augustine is so cool. He's bringing me my kettle. Well, then put it down. Oh, hand me a metal thing saying it's hot. I'm going to grab it. Thanks, man. All right. All right. So this is a kettle, and I've been warned it is hot. So I'm going to be careful. Thank you, Augustine. People are sending you love. Okay. So the story goes, this kettle was shipped to the wrong part of the planet. It arrived at a grass hut with a dirt floor with no electricity, no running water. The people who own that hut open the box. They find this thing. They have no idea what it is. They have no idea what this is because they have no awareness of electricity, and they now own this device. Everyone follow the story so far? Great. Now, if you know anything about third world experiences, people who receive something, whether it's theirs or not, whether they know how to use it or not, they're going to treasure it and they're going to put it to use. Who can give me an amen? They're going to use the box. They're going to use the packing. They're going to use the tape. They're going to use everything inside of there, including this thing, even though they don't have running water or electricity. And they might use the kettle to go get water from the river. They might use the kettle to hide things inside. They might use it as a digging device. They might use this as a weapon, or they might use it to hang it on the wall. But in some way, this kettle would be very well used. Can I get an amen? It may get more use in that tribe than it would in a North American home. Who's with me? It will be used. It will be well used. It will be appreciative. It will be productive. It will be treasured. It might even be loved. But until it's plugged in, it will never do its supernatural purpose. Can I get an amen? And I'm not talking about the kettle. I'm talking about you. You, my dear friend, until you're plugged into divine, the supernatural power can't flow to you and through you to have a miraculous life. Everyone follow the illustration now? You and I are made to be plugged in. Okay. So that's good for the kettle. Now, when a human being is born, they're disconnected from heaven, but more like my earbuds, when I unplug them or put them in my ear, they're running on battery for a little while. You got that? So some things, when you unplug them, they're instantly powerless. Other things, when you unplug them, they have a charge that goes for a little while. So far, so good? And this is the way humans are. The human charge lasts about 2 years. So when a human being, when a human soul enters into this physical form, it smells like heaven for about 2 years. Who would agree babies smell like heaven? And they're cute, and they're lovable, and they have hope, and they're naive, and they laugh the sweetest laugh. Who loves the pure laughter of a baby? the pure laughter of a baby. And a very, very young child, before the ego kicks in, if you give them 2 cookies and then there's another child, they're going to give a cookie to the other child. Who's with me? They are beautiful spiritual beings, and then they turn 2. And people call these the terrible 2s. Now, I want you to know that the charge of heaven lasts approximately 2 years. So write that down. Approximately 2 years is how long a human soul is still free from egoic entrapment. It is still a pure soul for about 2 years. And depending on the wear and tear of the environment in which that baby exists, the charge from heaven may last longer in seemingly a lifetime. If there isn't a heavy egoic darkness in the area, if there's not a ton of anger, bitterness, resentment, aggression, you get the idea? If they live in a beautiful, loving environment that is safe, the experience of the ego is gentle and moderate and might stay that way for their entire life. Some people don't have a heavy, dark, powerful ego, and some people have heavy, dark, powerful egos. Would you agree with that, just as first glance? Yeah. So then if you're in a tragic, difficult, challenging, dangerous, even possibly hateful environment, the charge from heaven may burn off early, and the onset of the ego may happen much younger than 2. And then others, it might start later than 2. And some, it might be gentle for life. Are we good? So the general lifespan of the heavenly charge in a human body is about 2 years. We got it? Now, something happens when the charge runs out. When the charge runs out of this headset, it will start beeping in my ears. Anyone got something like that? One of these headsets, and when the battery is running low, it's like beep, beep, right? I'm going to run out. Well, what happens in the ego experience is we lose what I've simplified down to VIP. So write that down, VIP. So it's easy to remember, I hope. So VIP means we have lost our vision. We had a vision, we've lost our vision. We lose our identity. We no longer know in a gentle knowing who we are. And then we also lose our purpose. Up until the charge of heaven evaporates or is spent, there is a peacefulness about a child that would suggest they have no existential angst. They don't have any questions about who am I, what do I want, or why am I here? And those are the 3 questions that become revealed. What do I want? Why am I here? And then also, and most importantly for this conversation, who am I? Good. So when the charge of heaven wears off, we have lost our vision, our identity, and our purpose. Somehow there was a peaceful knowing, and now there isn't. Now a person doesn't know who they are, what they want, or why they're here. Put up your hand if you would agree that throughout your life, you may have had these questions and may still have these questions. Who am I? What do I want? And why am I here? The absence of pure answers is the birthplace of the ego. When we have these answers, we can be free of egoic entrapment. Now, the technical birthplace of the ego is the psychic desperation to have an answer to the question, who am I? You see, you can live without knowing what do you want. You can survive without knowing what you want. You can survive without knowing why you're alive. But to not know who you are, the psyche becomes desperate. And that is a very important word. So write that down, that your psyche becomes desperate. I'll just write it up here, desperate. And why is it desperate? Because it is separate. When separated from divine love, when separated from the spiritual realm, heaven, if you will, when separated, the charge runs out. When the charge runs out, the awareness of, I don't know who I am, what I want, or why I'm here comes. And the psyche of the child says, I cannot survive without an identity. So in a state of separation and desperation, the ego is born. So I would encourage you to write that down. In the state, in the ecosystem, in the environment of separation and desperation, the ego is born. It is in separation and desperation that the ego is born and survives and thrives. So if you wonder, why do I always burn those bridges? Why can't I just stay happy? Why can't I just attract the better people? Or why can't I just, all of those questions? The answer is because your ego is addicted and requires for survival separation and desperation. And so your ego is your internal secret enemy, keeping things in a state of separation and desperation. If you were happy and healthy, if you were well, and if you were loved, the ego would die, and there's a desperate war against letting that happen. How insightful is this? How powerful is this? To give you some clues as to why on earth would I do that to myself? Why would I cause that? Why do I find good, healthy things boring? And it's the ego saying, that won't make me strong. That might kill me. I can't allow you to have peace and quiet. Who here would agree with me that you've noticed some people cannot tolerate peace and quiet? Have you noticed? Let me just say this. If you bring a stereo to the beach, you missed the point. I was encouraged by friends and family that I had to go to this cottage. They said, there's this cottage. You've got to go. It took them a decade of beating me on the head. I finally said, okay, we'll go to your flippin' beautiful cottage. They said, great, it's only 12 hours away. Do you know how beautiful a cottage has to be for me to go 12 hours away from stuff that I'm already excited about? So we get in this little parade of cars to drive 12 hours with all these people who can't wait to get there. We get there and I get it. As we pull up, I see the beautiful lake. The cottage is at the peak, like the land ends at this cottage and it's surrounded by this beautiful, pristine lake. Who would agree that's pretty sexy? And the cottage is built around a tree. This tree is the centerpiece of the cottage. It is magnificent. It ended up in Canada's Most Beautiful Cottages magazine. So I understood. As soon as we got there, I said, this is beautiful. I get it. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the 12 hours. So I see this beautiful chair. They're called Muskoka chairs. It's an area north of Toronto. And I see this beautiful Muskoka chair, maybe a few of them, just staring out over the lake. I get out of the car and I walk like a child walking towards the Christmas tree to the Muskoka chair. And I sat in that chair and I did this. And I was in heaven. Now, by the time my butt hit the chair, all of these people start yelling at me, come on, we're jet skiing. Come on, we're going to go throw things and start engines, and we're going to do all of the things that you could freaking do in the city. And I'm like, everyone, leave me alone. You brought me 12 hours into paradise and you don't want me to enjoy it for 10 seconds. What is the matter with you people? And they started their stereos and they started their engines, and I could not comprehend why they drove 12 hours to make the same noise they had in the city. Some people will never allow peace and quiet, because in peace and quiet, their ego dies. And their ego is petrified of peace and quiet and joy. It needs desperation. It needs separation. It needs trouble. Have you ever met a drama queen or a drama king? Oh, oh, oh. I love everybody, but most people I prefer it if they are beloved on the opposite side of the planet. I love them, but stay away from me. Don't mess with my Zen. No, I'm happy to help if they want help, but if they want to drag me into their noise, no, thank you. So these are some of the symptoms of the ego. Is this helpful now? The ego cannot stand happiness, healthy, well, joy, and peace, because it is desperately needing separation and desperation to be healthy and strong. We now have, as human beings, a battle between these two lives, it seems, inside of us. One, something that's not real, but it thinks it's you, and it's fighting for its life. And the way that it stays strong is in mayhem, bedlam, desperation, separation, drama, and trauma. And it can't stand love, joy, and peace. And the other part of you, when you're in a state of love, joy, and peace, you flow with the supernatural power of the universe to change your life and change the world. The question is, which one's winning? And who would you like to win moving forward? Are we good now? This is the ego. It is not your amigo. It is not an evil entity, but it is very powerful because it hijacks all your natural survival instincts. And you will either play host to your God or slave to your ego. And I encourage you to allow peace to have its day. Now, people ask me, how long before I have to answer the other two questions? What do I want and why am I here? Well, there's no have to on the other two. The only have to is to have an identity. Psychologically, you only need your identity. You don't need to know what you want or why you're here. But to live your dream life, you have to know what you want and why you're here. Who understands that? The other two are essential for a dream life, not a life. And to have a life not hijacked by the ego, you'll want to know who you are. And that's why we've given you the Dream Life Pledge, which says, I am a creative and compassionate spiritual being currently existing in physical form. I'm infinitely valuable, exquisitely unique. I'm perfect in my personhood, my natural state. I am living in euphoric connection to source energy, to divine love, to God, if you will. And I live in loving connection to all living things. And I love others as I love myself. This is the truth that frees you from the ego. This is who you are. And then we do a lot of work in this in the 30-Day Miracle Challenge. For those of you who have not done the 30-Day Miracle Challenge, you will thank me forever. Do the 30-Day Miracle Challenge. The last thing I want to give you on ego are signs that it is triggered. You want to know the signs? Because sometimes you don't know, is this my ego's idea or my soul's idea? Is this divine or some ego trick? So I want you to know that the ego only looks at the absence of something because it is born in the absence, right? It exists in the absence, not in presence. It lives in separation and desperation. So your ego, for an example, wants to want more than it wants to have. I learned that from Eckhart Tolle. Your ego would prefer to want, this little speaker that I have on my desk. It prefers to want it than to have it. Who understands that the quest to acquire is more joy-filled than the experience of stewardship of having. Who would agree with that? Getting something is more fun than having something. And I remember when a wealthy man told me, he says, "You want to know the best day in owning a Porsche?" I said, "Which day?" He said, "The day before you get it. The day before you get your Porsche is your happiest Porsche day. Once you get it, you realize it's a car. And once it's a car, you got to put gas in it, and you got to, who understands what I'm saying? It's just a thing once you have it, but wanting it fulfills the need of the ego. And the need is to not have. It needs to stay separate and desperate. It's not interested in things that you have. That's why your ego is not good at stewardship. It loses things, it misplaces things, it breaks things. But enlightened being, it treats things as precious. It takes care of its belongings. It organizes its environment. It maximizes its time effectiveness. A soul treats as precious everything and everyone. The ego doesn't treat anything as precious, just desperate. It has to have it, and then it will ignore it. It will use it. It will break it, so it could need something else. So if you want to know if it's your ego or your soul speaking, just remember this. Your ego only focuses on what it doesn't have, what it doesn't know, what it can't do, and who is not with them. That is all the ego does. Whereas your soul doesn't focus or fixate on what does not exist. It only focuses on and only is a good steward of what is. So your soul doesn't ask, what don't I have? It focuses on what it does have. Some people are grateful for what they have. Some people, the only thing they think about is what they don't have. Put up your hand if you understand that. Some people are not grateful for what they have. They're only fixated on what they don't have. If someone says, I have a problem, you say, I understand. Tell me, what can you do about it? And they will say, I can't do anything. The soul only focuses on what you can do, what you do know. The soul focuses on who's with you. The soul focuses on what it does have. The ego only focuses on what it does not have. If you're fixated on what you do not have, you are in the grip of the ego. I ask people, don't tell me what you can't do. Show me what you can do. Who understands that that's a very different question? Someone says, I want to lose weight. I say, well, you might want to eat healthier. Well, I don't have enough money for organic food. It costs so much money. I'm like, whoa, okay, killer. How about broccoli? Well, I don't like broccoli. Okay, now we know what you don't like and what you can't afford. Are you willing to participate in the playground called What Can I Do? Who understands some people can find 5 problems for every solution? Can you go for a walk? Sure, if I want to get mugged. Who knows people like this? It's like, oh my gosh, you win, die, have a horrible life, enjoy it, frick. Let me know if you ever want your life to improve, but if you just want to drag me into a world that sucks, I'm otherwise occupied. But they're addicted. Who understands they're addicted? They're in the grip of the ego. But until they desire a real change, there's nothing we can do. They can just drag us down. We can't help them up. Until they want freedom, until they're willing to look at what they do have, what they do know, what they can do, and who's with them, until they're willing to focus on what they have instead of what they have not, they are trapped. And as long as they refuse to find that patch of peace and only look at the turmoil and feel like they're always desperate, there's not much we can do. But love them, maintain the bridge, and shine brightly for the day they're ready. Beautiful. So let's pause and make sure that's landed okay. Then we're going to be giving you another little break. Do I need a break? Are we okay? Maybe I should give you a little break. So let's just pause. How are we doing with the ego? Any questions on ego? Let me ask the team. I don't know if Laura Sophia is available, but team, Augustine. Okay. Is the ego the soul incarnate that is disconnected from higher soul? Well, Summer, the good and bad. The challenge we have here is the definition of ego. So the true, accurate, historical, proper use of the term ego is your true self. But I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about your true self. I'm talking about Freud's id. But this is what most everyone calls your ego. So I'm using the most common term to refer to the id, not your true self. So this is not your true soul incarnate. This is merely an idea, a construct that believes it's you. All right. Life Lessons, Dr. PJ asks, regarding the ego, where does Eve and Adam's actions fit into this explanation when it seems they were connected to God? Oh. Who wants me to get into this can of worms? Because I can't wait. Is anyone interested in knowing what is the original sin? Now, you might say, I don't buy the Adam and Eve story. I don't care if it's Paul, Jack, Steve, Sally, and Bertha. The first sin is the first sin, and I'm ready to tell you what it is. Who's ready? The way the story is told in the Hebraic tradition is Adam and Eve were the first man and first woman, and they lived in that beautiful Garden of Eden. And in the Garden of Eden, everything was perfect except Satan was there as a snake, which is not a perfect garden. Just saying. Then God, the story is told, tells Adam and Eve, you can eat from every tree in this beautiful garden. Everything is good. Everything is healthy. Everything is pure. The entire garden is free for your enjoyment. Everything is. I will tell you, however, there is one tree that you don't want to eat from. Now, the tree that you do not want to eat from is the tree, you might want to write this down, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Okay? The tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And of course, we all decided that's an apple. But it wasn't an apple. But it was the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, the forbidden fruit. And then I heard one preacher say, it perhaps would have been better to be called the tree of I'll decide what's good and evil, or the tree of free will. And I meditated on that, and I went, no. They were given free will. You can do anything. So they had free will. You can eat from any tree you want. You can stand on your head. You two can have the wildest sex. He didn't tell them there's no rules. You two have at it. You are completely free in this garden. The only one thing is don't eat from this tree of the knowledge of good and evil. So it was not the choice of free will because free will was already given. Everyone followed that. So it wasn't you're allowed to decide because they were allowed to decide. They were even allowed to decide what they were told not to do. So then what is the tree of the knowledge of good or evil? You ready now? It is the fruit of judgment. Who said you're supposed to be richer or poorer or happier or taller? Who said things aren't supposed to be the way they are? They are the way they are. My Buddhist friends help me with the state of non-resistance. Non-resistance is freedom from judgment, and judgment is the only sin the soul is capable of. The moment we judge our circumstances or somebody else, the moment we sit in the seat of judgment to be occupied only by divine love, when we sit in the seat of judgment and say that shouldn't be or that shouldn't be, I'm not talking about lack of wisdom. We make decisions about a million things. I'm happy to have that conversation. But the one that says this shouldn't be that way, that severs us. And there's in one of the books of the Bible, this guy, the Apostle Paul, who wrote almost the entire New Testament, he says, he's basically writing and just being open. He says, you guys, I can't stand myself sometimes. I do what I don't want to do. I don't do what I do want to do. Who will save me from this body of sin? What's the matter with me? And then he calmed down and he said, wait. I just realized my soul doesn't sin, but sin in me sins. And he was calling ego sin. Ego is separation. And the word ego, the word sin means separation. So he was saying, my ego is separation. And in the Lord of the Rings, the ring would be a sign of ego or separation. And so the decision to judge is the decision to separate. Once we're separate from love and truth, we then make decisions and take actions that are unloving and untrue. And the path back is non-resistant to be at peace now and Zen. I'm no longer the judge of the universe. I come to peace now and Zen. I'm not judging the past. I'm not judging the future. I'm not judging my circumstance. I'm in a non-resistant state of present peace. That is the opposite and the cure for judgment, which is the original sin. I do like them apples. That's James's best shot at it. Who found value whether you think I'm right or wrong? Was it a valuable line to run down? And if you study the words of Jesus, he said, do not judge far more often than he said, don't have great sex. The one thing is don't judge, 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 don't judge. And the happiest, healthiest, wealthiest, most enlightened people in the world judge less. If you ask the world's leading expert on anything to tell you about that thing, they will be very hesitant. If you ask Elon Musk, explain to me the secret to electric cars, he'll go, whew. I mean, where do you want to begin? I mean, what we understand and he would go on for 3 hours trying to explain the secret to electric cars. But if you ask the most unhappy, unhealthy, broke, angry, depressed person, what's the secret to electric cars? They'll say, what, are you an idiot? Just plug it in. The people who know the least, sadly, talk the most, and they speak with great judgment. Where the most enlightened of the species are very hesitant, and they say, so far as we understand so far. Who understands that the most enlightenment are far slower to conclude anything? They're far more humble, far more respectful, far more considerate. But the lower down the happiness, lower down the effectiveness rankings, the more likely people are to know everything, and they want everyone to hear what they have to say. And sadly, enlightenment and the number of words spoken are inversely correlated. And the people who know the least talk the most and pound their chest. It's a very dangerous thing for me to say while I'm talking incessantly, but you get the idea. So I believe the original sin is clearly judgment. And when we stop judging and we enter a non-resistant state, we reconnect to source, now and Zen. So Emmanuel has asked the question, James, are you saying that if someone does something very bad to another out of lack of awareness, does it mean they shouldn't be judged for it? Let me say that there is a judge of the universe, and they are more than qualified to take care of that department. My judge is love and acceptance. My job is to serve, My job is to protect. My job is everything else but judgment. I'm not saying to approve of something. Like I saw that video of a guy punching a girl and I was heartbroken over it. And so I didn't go into judgment as in, no, let me be careful. I don't know that I got it right. I'm saying I was sad. I resisted the temptation to anger, which is a symptom of judgment. I rather stayed in the pure space of sadness. Who can feel the difference of that? I stayed in the pure space of sadness rather than going into the anger of judgment. Can you feel the difference? I can say that is sad. What can I do about it? That is very spiritually infused. But to say those people are the problem, let's get them, that's ego and judgment and adversarial. So I'm not saying I'm approving, I'm just saying I'm not the judge. And I would rather ask what I can do to improve the situation rather than deciding what should be done to somebody else. Who finds this helpful? Be a light, not a judge. Be a servant, not a critic. Now, Des, people really want me to get mad at this guy. What if you are responsible about the girl? So let's just be honest here. You're asking me theoretically. If it's my sister or my girlfriend, that man may not function well ever again, and I may be facing legal implications. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm saying the answers to the questions from the spiritual truths that I understand. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm saying judgment is best not in my hands. And I am better served by caring, not judging. Is this okay, everyone? I am not approving of them. I just let the judge judge. Plus, there's professional people, like people who judge for a living, and it's their job. I'm not saying it's spiritually inappropriate for a judge to judge if that's their job, and I'm not saying it's wrong for a police officer to do their job. I'm saying it is not my position on this planet to judge everybody and to judge everything. It is my job to love everybody and love everything. Can you feel the difference? It's just not my profession. And I think judging, like if I said I should not have had my childhood, that's judgment. If I say, thank you, divine, for my childhood, it made me me, that's a loving acceptance. Do you feel the difference there? Is that an easier thing? Because nobody wants to approve of some guy punching some poor girl on a street corner. It's a dark example. But instead of judgment and anger, I went to sadness and to ask how can I be a part of a better planet? Is this okay? Now I'm reminded we don't know what kind of mental illness. Yeah, and we don't know what's going on, and I don't know. Okay, so can I please get out of this? I would love to escape. Can everyone just forgive James and say, James, no matter how right and wrong you are, we're allowed to move on. It doesn't mean I'm wrong, but I'm running away. And hopefully you can meditate on the idea that judgment may not be my friend. And maybe my job is light, not judge. Good. So I'm going to take a 10-minute. Are we good? Still love me? I still love you. Okay, take 10 minutes and we're going to come back. And I hope to hit 2 more chapters before the day is done. So we're going to have to come back and hit the ground running. Good? All right. 10 minutes. Take care of your bodies. See you soon. Mwah. Hello. Thank you, beautiful souls. Thank you for allowing me to take a break and move on. I should let you know that all of my metaphysical philosophy points, like what I just did, the thing about the original sin, I almost never say to anyone. I think about these things, I meditate on them, and I research, but I always get approval from my spiritual mentor before I teach something, because I don't want to violate the classical theology. Does that make sense? Like, I always seek to be very careful and very whatever. So I submit myself to the academic authorities of theology. So I really do. And when I was up in Canada last weekend with Bhante, the urban monk, this Buddhist monk, I'm like, I don't want to do anything wrong. Am I dressed right? Am I allowed to stand here? And then someone said to me, you shouldn't have said crap in your speech. And I said, I said crap? And they said, yeah. And I said, wow, that's the worst thing? I was like, oh, yay, the worst thing I said was crap. I was like, oh, it was a good day. But I really do care about being careful and respectful. And I just wanted to say, for the record, I have not been given approval on what I just said about the original sin. I have not been given approval that in the most rigorous of theological circles, that my interpretation could be valid. Do you guys follow what I'm saying? Like, I always make sure that it could be valid, that there's a sufficient number of theologians who would say, yes, that's a strong possibility. I almost never say anything that hasn't been approved, and that one wasn't approved yet. But it's not that I haven't tried. I've been attacking my spiritual mentor, saying, come on, let's get in on this. Hold on just a second. All right, good. So then, good. So that one, hopefully I wasn't wrong, and hopefully that was helpful. Good. It's just a theory I'm working on. Good. Thank you for your grace. All right, now we get to move forward because we have 2 meditations to go. One is meditation number 4, which is mental mastery. How do you like that? We've gone almost 2 full days, and we have 12 meditations, and we're now doing number 4. Is anyone feeling a little pressure? Got to start picking up the pace a bit, but we're having fun. Who's enjoyed this weekend so far? Encourage James. Tell me things are good. Still love me. I love you. Here we go. So mental mastery, I want you to know that there is great power in what we have access to. So this is in your workbook. This is the real you, your spiritual anatomy. And in here, I have many things going on. So in this illustration, we have the 5 dimensions of you: your soul, your mind, your spirit, your body, your heart. We also have your 5 senses: sight, sound, smell, taste, touch. Plus, I left 2 spots for senses that we're not sure what other senses we have. We then have the levels of consciousness, which we're going to be talking about in a few minutes. But first, we're going to be talking about your intellectual faculties, which are on the ends of these infinity loops. Okay, ready? So we're going to talk about what you have conscious control over with your mind that affects your entire experience. Good and good? What power do you have? So if you think about, what do I control? Isn't that a great question? What do I actually control? Some people would say, what do I have control over? My thoughts seem to come out of nowhere. My attitude seems to come out of nowhere. Can I control my finances when an economy can shift? Can I control my business when other people can affect it? What power of control do I have? Who understands there's some humility behind that question of what power do I actually have? And so who realize how frail we are? How you can catch a bug and be taken out of commission. You can catch a little germ and you're down, you're out for the count. Who understands if you don't drink enough water? You know, during the break, we were reminded to hydrate. I've got some amino acids in here, right? And I've got too many people that care about me, so I can't gulp. I would be scolded. So I'm going to sip. Watch this. If I gulp, I get emails. I'm telling you, people care. Hey, don't drink so fast. It's like, my goodness, everyone cares so much. So if you don't hydrate, do you understand that can have a profound effect on your mind and body in a very short period of time? Just hydrating. If you're not doing deep diaphragmatic breathing, how does that affect your capacities? If your magnesium levels are off, if your sugar level, who understands how absolutely fragile we are? Put up your hand if you're with me on this. We are a fragile creature. Fragile creature. A couple days ago, I thought it was all that in a bag of chips. Flew home, felt exhausted, took on too many appointments. Yesterday morning, my headset wasn't working. I had an unfamiliar environment. Things are happening. And then all of a sudden, I'm not me again. It's like, what happened? How can I be so vulnerable? So let us begin the question about what I can control with some humility and build back up until we are in partner with infinite powers of the universe. Are we ready for this now? So let's go back to the frailty of our physicality with the humility of what do I actually control, and let's build back up. Good. So when it comes to what do I actually control, what you actually control is your intellectual faculties. If you want to know what you can do in this time-space continuum to change the entire world and your entire life, here is the entire list of what you control. This is what you got. You want to change your life, you want to change the universe, you want to change the world, you got these 6 things. You've got memory, reason, imagination, perception, will, and intuition. These are the power tools that you have to live your life and change the world. The good news is you can master them all. The good news is you're made to master them all. And the good news is these are the levers. These are the little things that can change everything. And so they matter. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to map these out in a visual for you. And now you get to witness in real time James McNeil's artistic abilities. Are you excited about this? I'm willing to sell my artwork on eBay. I am not classically trained. This is just a gift from God. I say that because I suck, by the way. If for those of you who don't understand sarcasm, that was me mocking me. Here we go. So this is James McNeil's artwork, but I have fun doing it. And I encourage you to do your own artwork because it's good for the soul. All right. So here is a human head-ish. And then we've got some shoulders going on here. We got, oops. Good luck making a suit for this guy. Anyway, so that's kind of a human. And the eyeballs are somewhere around here. There we go. That'll give us a start. So that's a human being. Trust me, that was my intent. Then what we're going to do is we're going to just talk about the intellectual faculties. So put up your hand if you're familiar with the third eye. The third eye. Some of you would say, I'm a Christian. That sounds like Satan. Okay, relax. It's just referring to some beliefs that might be very insightful. And so we have in our head, as part of our physiology, something called the pineal gland. Is that okay, everyone? A pineal gland. So if you don't like third eye, just say pineal gland. It's a gland. It's not a demon. Is that okay, everyone? So it's a gland, the third eye. Now, the third eye appears right around where your eyebrows meet. Okay, so you got your eyeballs and your eyebrows. And so just above your eyes is where they call, this is the third eye, and inside of your head is where, in there is the pineal gland. Are you guys okay with that? So it's the third eye, and it's right about here. Good. Pretty straightforward. And for those of you who are open to learn more about chakras and the third eye, that's really cool stuff. And I think you would benefit from being open and learning stuff. I love it. I learn from everyone all the time. Doesn't mean I buy everything, but I listen to everything. Who can deal with that? I don't agree with everything, but I listen to everything and I learn from everybody and I get to honor them and love them while they teach. Okay, here we go. So when it comes to the intellectual faculties, we're going to start mapping them out. Here we go. let's start over here on this side, and I will go left to right in a timeline just for my own psyche. So on the left side, I start with memory as if it's in the past, right? And then I put imagination over here. And then I put reason, rational thought in my head. And these are 3 of the intellectual faculties. And what I do is I center them right where the third eye is. And I say, they're like an infinity loop that affect each other. I have a memory, then I reason with that memory, then that triggers my imagination, which triggers my reasoning, which triggers more memories. And we have a relationship between these intellectual faculties. Put up your hand if you understand. One triggers the other, triggers the other. And it's not only these 3 that trigger each other, we have another grouping. So across the top of the head, we have perception. Now, what's just above perception, if you see my drawing, you would see across the top of the head, let me just draw it this way so I got my angles right. Across the top here, we've got like this crown, and the crown has these antennae. And we've got sight, sound, smell, taste, touch, and then we've got 2 senses that we're not quite sure what they are. Okay, so it's like I had a feeling while you were on the other side of the planet that I should reach out to you. You're on the other side of the planet, but I just felt that I should reach out to you. Everyone follow that? So that's a sense that we're not quite sure if it's a sense or is it one of those like quantum entanglement, spiritual entanglements, but does it come to us? We don't know. So what I've done is I created this crown across the top, and then these light beams kind of coming down from above, right? Infinite light, love, and infinite wisdom, wealth, love, joy, and peace, all can flow to us. So through our senses and through divine, we have what's coming into our person. Now, all of them must pass through perception. So perception can stop what's going on around you. Is it possible that you can be nice to someone and they don't catch on that you're being nice to them? Put up your hand. So your kindness was blocked by their perceptive lens. So write down, perception is a lens through which you see the world. So some people see life through rose-colored glasses. Everything's wonderful, everything's happy. Now, you could have a lens that blocks you differently with different people. That person's a good person, that person's a jerk. So when a jerk says good morning, you're like, up yours, how dare you? Well, all they technically said was good morning. You can't justify that reaction by the words, but then the person, yeah, but you don't know who they are, which means your perception clouded their current behavior. Put up your hand if you understand that. Your perception clouds your current experience with a person. So they were a jerk yesterday, so all they have to do is say good morning, and you're gonna say how dare you. But today they just said good morning. Today's behavior didn't deserve today's reaction. So your perceptions can turn everything positive or negative. And I'll give you this shocking thing on perception. So they did this research so they had these test subjects. They said, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to ask you to help us to find out if you will be judged for having a scar on your face when you go into a job interview. Some of you read this research. It came out not long ago. So these people said, yeah, I'm happy to do this research with you. So they got these participants to be involved in this survey, study. And so they said, okay, so we're going to put you in this suit. You're going to have a job interview for this job with this person, but we're going to make you up and put a horrible scar on your face. And the person said, okay. And then the scientist said, we want you to tell us how they treated you. We want to assess how people treat a job prospect based on their appearance. And they said, yep, I'm in. So they had them in front of the mirror, and the makeup artist, like a Hollywood makeup artist, put this gory scar on their face, this ugly scar, very, very obvious, very ugly looking scar. And the person's like, yeah, that's gory. Yeah, that's gory. And they're like, okay, you're all ready. And then they take them away from the mirror. And before the person goes to the job interview, the makeup artist says, oh, I just have to fix something. And they wipe the scar off. So there's absolutely no scar, but the person thinks there's a scar. Put up your hand if you follow the story. So the person going into the interview has nothing on their perfect face, but they think they have a scar. Every single person who did the test came back to the scientists and said, you wouldn't believe how horribly they treated me. They stared at the scar the whole time. They totally judged me for the scar. They hated me because of the scar. I wouldn't get the job because of the scar. It's horrible how badly they behave. And then the scientist said, wow, look in the mirror. And there was no scar. You experience what you expect to experience. How's that for a mind job? If you think people are going to judge you, they will, according to you. If you think they're going to judge you because you're this or that, bald or sexy, short or tall, race, sex, sexuality, affluence, whatever, if you expect something, you will find the evidence to support your belief. They had no scar, and they all had profound, extreme experiences on how they were mistreated because of the scar that they didn't have. Mind-blowing? So do not underestimate the power of perception. If you think they hate you, you will experience that hate no matter how much they love you, because your perception won't allow the love through. It will not allow a contrarian belief to enter into your experience. So perception can block everything. Be careful about perception. Let me just go ahead and give you the conclusion. Therefore, the secret to managing your perceptive power, because it's one of the six, right? This is very important. The secret is, going back to what I just said, non-judgment. The clearer the lens, the more truth you get to experience. Non-judgment opens up your perception to see the whole truth, not just what you expect, not just what you project, but what is real. The clearer you are, the more open you are to full truth with all of its nuances, the more truth and reality from divine and from your senses you will experience. A clear lens is your best friend. So that is the fourth of the intellectual faculties. Then, let me draw in the heart. Then what happens here is these lines from divine meet and intersect in the dead center of the heart, and then they continue down into the gut area. And so down here, we have your will. This is the next sense, your will. And do not underestimate the power of will. Who understands that the stories we tell, the hero stories, are the power of will to overcome insurmountable odds? Who would agree that we almost worship the power of will? Would you agree with that? Like, that's the stuff of heroes. They couldn't be broken. They couldn't be beaten. You can knock them down, but you can't keep them down. Their will, they willed themselves healthy. They willed themselves back up. The power of will, the indomitable will of the human spirit. Do not underestimate the power of will power. And then down here in the gut, you've got intuition. And let me just say to my chakra friends, I understand that you've got intuition up here. And in my limited experience, this would be the more intellectual intuition, where this is the more visceral intuition. Is that okay, everyone? The gut, in the belly, I got a bad feeling about this. I just knew it in my gut. Put up your hand if you're with me on this. I just knew it in my gut. I just had this feeling. Well, that's down in the gut. But the heart is the place of decision and belief. So if you think about Valentine's Day hearts, right? You think about Valentine's Day and little pudding face and schnookums. Well, the Valentine's Day heart, remember, the heart is not about the feeling. The heart is about the choice. I feel warm fuzzies about you. I think we're a good fit. I choose you. Who understands the difference between the head, the gut, and the heart? The heart is the place of decision, of will, of belief, of commitment. It's not just warm fuzzies. Warm fuzzies are in the gut. The decision to love is in the heart. Some people say, oh, I've fallen out of love. You don't fall out of love. Love is eternal. You've fallen out of the feeling. You haven't fallen out of love. There's no such thing. Everyone you've ever loved, even those you might think you hate, you can't stop loving them. You can just cover it with hate. Love is eternal. It always has been and always will be. You will always love everyone you ever loved. How's that for powerful? We can't turn off love. It's eternal because it's here. You can lose the feeling, but love is love. Now, so let me walk through a few things. Will. So let's start with intuition. I'll work my way back up and then bring them all together. So intuition is the feeling. We talked about that. Put up your hand if you've ever, in the aftermath of a situation or relationship, said, oh, I knew it. Why didn't I listen to myself? Put up your hand if you've ever failed to listen to intuition. And it's in the fails that we know for sure there's something there in this intuition thing. If you listen to intuition, you can't know for sure if it would have worked or not. Put up your hand. If you listen to intuition, go the right way, you can't know what the wrong way what would have happened. Unless it's like, don't get on the plane. You don't get on the plane, it crashes. Then you can say, whoo, good thing I listened, right? Sometimes we have the evidence to support right actions based on intuition, but normally intuition is validated through the failure to listen. You follow what I'm just saying? It's the failure to listen to your intuition that teaches you. So my strong suggestion is, when it comes to intuition, if you want to master it until you can feel your way through the world, you can just feel your way. You can just know what's going on in the people around you. It's almost like you have the psychic power of everything around you. And I'm not saying you don't. Is test your intuition. If you want to master your intuition, test it. And here's how you do that. When you're in a conversation with someone, you think, ooh, did I just upset them? Ask. Say, forgive me for interrupting the flow here. I feel like I may have just said or done something that may have offended you. And if the person says, no, why? What did I do? It's like, no, you didn't do anything. I just felt uncomfortable about something I may have done. My heart is here, but I just thought maybe I did something wrong. They're like, no, not that I know of. And you say, okay, cool. Now you know. That feeling is not the feeling that means you've done something wrong. That feeling is telling you the burrito is bad, right? And now you learn the difference. Bad burrito, not offense. But the only way you learn to interpret intuition is by testing it. So write that down. You master intuition by testing it. Don't ignore it. Test it and listen. Your gut partners with infinite intelligence to give you far more wisdom than you may have been tapping into. And if we will still our hearts and minds, listen and test, the guide is clear. Intuition is magnificent. Next, the power of will is the power of emotional fixation. So where you put your energy is where your will power is. What I mean is, you will either be moving in the direction of what you will to do, to be, to have, what you have willed, what you believe, what you desire, or you will move in the direction of what you will not. And so when it comes to the conversation around the power of the law of attraction, the law of attraction is not turned on or off. You merely start attracting different things by being aware of the power of your vibration, your moods, and your obsessions, if you will. And so if you're focusing on what you do not want, you're attracting it just as powerfully as if you're focusing on what you do want. I'll say that again. Where you put your energy is where you're moving and what you're attracting. If you focus on what you don't have, what you don't know, what you can't do, and who's not with you, you get more of that. If you focus on what you do have, what you do know, what you can do, and who's with you, you get more of that. When you focus on the highest and best, you're attracting the highest and the best. When you're attracting on the lowest and worst, you're attracting more of that. So the power of will is not to be questioned. It is from the heart, from the abundance of the heart. Not only does the mouth speak, but this is the epicenter from whence all your future experience will come, from your heart. So above all else, guard your heart. Jumping up to reason. please know this, that reasoning ability, rational capacity, is something all of us have and all of us can develop. I have friends who are literally Mensa members, literal geniuses by measurement, and they're addicted to being intelligent, and they're constantly doing mental games online. There's tons of these games to raise your IQ, to heighten your intellect. And so these are abundant and free and easy to access. The other way to build your rational capacity is to challenge it and test it. Take on bigger challenges. Take on bigger challenges, and your mind must expand to find answers. If the answer is outside of your current consciousness, if your answer is there and you're here, you must expand your consciousness to be able to see bigger answers. Who understands what I'm saying? If you challenge yourself, your rational capacity grows. So your reasoning ability, rational capacity can be developed. Your perception can be cleared and just say, I'm open to whatever is real. Your imagination is perfect. We were all creative geniuses until the age of 5. Then we went to school. I'm not necessarily blaming the school system, but that may be valid. But the other kids could mock your creativity. Who understands that your creative juices may have been mocked as a child, and people made fun of your dreams and your ideas? And so when we're mocked, we try and avoid being mocked. And so our creativity drops. So we're all creative geniuses, and you're allowed to bring it back. And so do that through art, do that through dance, do that through inventing new ideas, whatever. You can rekindle your imagination. Just find a playground that you enjoy. My team has been like teaming up on me to say, James, you need to have a hobby. Like, you've got to do something other than work. I work, I pass out, and then I work again. The only thing I do for fun is karaoke, and I only do that, once every 3 weeks maybe. And like, James, you've got to have a life. And so we've been talking about what I might do. And one of the things that very intelligent people that I respect do is they do something with their hands. So they do some hand, like they're involved in physical art, they create things, or they get into horticulture, like they plant plants and so on. And dirt is dirty, so I don't want to get my hands dirty, so I don't plant stuff. So I don't want to do that. And then when you paint, you get gooey, so I don't want to do that. I have tactile hypersensitivity. So I thought, what can I do that's creative? And so I finally figured it out. You guys ready? I'm going to start writing music. I'm going to buy like music creation apps and start writing music. I was a drummer. I love to sing. And I just thought music is my jam. And so that's what I'm going to do for a beloved outlet, something that I can enjoy and have some fun that's not work. So just create music. Isn't that fun? And then I'll have Susan sing whatever I create. Let's team up on it. So you can unleash your imagination, find your channel, right? Just unleash it. And then let's talk about memory. Very important. There's a gentleman by the name of Bill Bartman. You might want to remember that name. He's passed away, but I loved Bill. Bill Bartman, when I met him in Vegas, I was speaking at an event, and so was he. And he was a shorter guy and stocky, and he had one of those block heads. Have you ever met someone who their head was kind of big for their body? He's one of those guys. He looked like the kind of guy who was he's like a human pit bull. Like, you think that's the kind of head that you could punch and he wouldn't feel anything. Just like block head on this like little tank body. And what a beloved man he was. He was incredibly lovable. And he told the story of a very troubled childhood and a wasted life. And he said, I was a carny, a carnival person, and all kinds of things. And then he just fell into this thing of debt collection and became a billionaire. He became a billionaire, became one of the richest men on earth in the business of debt collection, because he came from the wrong side of the track. So he was very respectful of people who were struggling economically. Isn't that cool? One of those true rags to riches, broken to brilliant billionaire stories. And he was a beautiful, beautiful man. I fell in love with the guy. I'm straight, but I fell in love with the guy. And he helped me to understand this about memory. So here's what he wrote in his book, Billionaire Secrets. I think that's what it was called. But he said, imagine your imagination this way. So all day, every day, you're picking up data, sight, sounds, smells, ideas, words, everything from the world around you. Put it in your hand if you'd agree. Tons of stuff is going in. You're experiencing tons of stuff. Some you're focusing on, some you're not, but it's all going on in your environment. And then he said, I want you to imagine that it's all stored in this giant warehouse, as big a warehouse as you could imagine. And all of these thoughts, feelings, emotions, tastes, smells, experiences, they're all in these like blocks or something. And they're all thrown into this giant heap. Just this giant heap in this giant warehouse. So when you're looking for something, it's in there somewhere. Put up your hand if you're understanding the metaphor. It's in there somewhere. But he said, but then I want you to notice near the door, near the entrance to this giant warehouse, are these beautiful filing cabinets. And these filing cabinets have all of these memories easily accessible, well organized. You can always access these files anytime. And he says, what's the difference between these and those? And the answer is emotion. Those things that do not have any emotion attached to them are thrown into the heap as possibly meaningless. And everything that has any emotion is filed near the door for easy access. All your highs and lows can be found there, and all the blands are in the pile. Isn't this an interesting way to think about it? Anything you want to remember, attach emotion to it, and you own it for easy access always. I want you to think right now of a childhood memory. Let's say a birthday party. Can anyone remember a birthday party of yours that was meaningful in a let's say a positive way, right? Who had a good birthday party as a young person and you can remember it? Who can do that? Don't tell me they're all forgettable. Some of you have given me a guess. Some of you had, man, I'm so sad for all of your childhoods. Okay, so some of you have some good childhood birthday memories. So I want you to climb into some happy childhood memory. Is that okay? I get it. I'm very sad, Paul. I'm very sorry to everyone who doesn't have a happy childhood birthday memory. I'm sorry I brought that up. But I was irresponsibly optimistic. But I want you to think of some positive childhood memory. Is there anyone here who has any positive childhood memory? One moment that didn't suck. That's all I'm looking for. One moment that didn't suck. I'm still at less than 50%. Wow. Okay, good. So let's assume that you had a positive childhood memory. What I want you to know is this. If you can think of one positive childhood memory, you could probably give me lots of details about that experience. Put up your hand if you have a positive memory and you could tell me a bit about it. Oh yeah, that day I was wearing this and we went there and that person was there and the flavor of the cake was this. And put up your hand if you would agree. You can give me some details around a great moment. Great. Now, tell me about a day 5 years and 26 days later. You say, I have no idea what happened on that day. Why? Because it wasn't emotional. It wasn't meaningful. Even though 5 days after that is closer to now, you can't remember it. So it's not proximity. It's the emotion attached. Do you follow what I'm saying now? If you attach emotion, you will remember. And because I have ADHD and I struggled profoundly in school, I learned to manipulate my focus and manipulate my memory by telling myself things are important and attaching emotion to them so that I could pay attention and remember. So this is a tool that I know experientially and I know that it works. If you want to master your memory, master the emotion you attach to that which you want to remember. So if you find what I'm teaching this weekend interesting, you might forget it. If you find it fascinating, you might remember. And if you want to lock it in eternally, apply it. And now you have experiential knowledge, which will lock in. So you can manage your memory by attaching emotions to things you want to remember. Good and good? Manage the emotions attached to things you want to remember. Next thing I want to say about memory. Your memory, please write this down, is in perfect, pure, complete retention somewhere. So your complete and total memory, every moment of your entire life, even before you were born, is perfectly stored somewhere. Now, the truth is we don't know where. We do believe that a lot of your memories are locked in your brain through association and can be unlocked. We believe that some are stored throughout your body. Some believe your entire perfect record is organized in Akasha, the spiritual realm. But in any event, I'm telling you that there are many schools of thought and spirituality that agree that your memory is perfect somewhere. Is that okay? So good news, your memory is perfect somewhere. So then how do we unlock it? Some of these things I can help you with, some of these things I'm learning. So number one, it's perfectly stored somewhere. Number two, what I want you to know is this: when you recall a memory, your subconscious mind thinks it's happening again. Therefore, according to your subconscious mind, it occurred twice. So write that down. When you remember a memory, your subconscious mind records it as a new experience. So if you want to remember something, just play it back again and again, and your subconscious mind will say it happened 1,000 times. And due to repetition, it's easily recalled. Paula had asked, what to decide what you want to remember? Well, that's up to the individual, but I definitely want to encourage you this. Remember the miracles and remember your victories and remember what to be grateful for. Gratitude is probably the best tool you've got to master memory. Ask yourself what you could be grateful for. That would be a great place to start. Master your gratitude list in your gratitude memory, because that puts you in and keeps you in the highest vibration. Good. And then the last thing I want to talk about in memories is your memory has the original file, which is undefilable. It exists somewhere and can be accessed. And I would say, trust divine for answers on that. And in meditation, you might ask to recall things. And I bet that might help you. What I want to say next, though, is this. You have updated versions of your memories where the facts are adjusted. So when you recall a story, the mood in which you are in when you recall it taints the story. So if someone asked me about a time that my dad was angry at me, I could tell you one of 100 stories where he chased me up the stairs, swinging at me to punch me while I'm running up the stairs because he was mad at me and I'm running away from him. But then if I'm in a hilarious mood, I might find the humor in that. This overweight guy chasing a child up the stairs. What's the matter with him? And finding it funny. And I might make believe that nothing bad happened, but I might change it due to my mood. Who understands that? I might change it due to my mood. So when you remember that teacher from grade 6, let's say, if you recall a story with negative energy, you say, oh, I hated that teacher. The first time you tell the story, it was, they gave me a dirty look. Second, they said something mean. Third, they said something horribly mean in front of everyone. Next, they threw something at me. And then finally, you recall the story and you say, they killed me, right? When all it was they gave you a dirty look. But every time you retell it, it gets mutated into a new story. Put up your hand if you follow what I'm saying. So be very careful how you retell your memories. You are changing them. And the most recent file will be your most recent update, not the pure original, which is stored somewhere. But the one that you will recall is the one that you would have manipulated through emotion. So be very mindful of how you manage your memory, and we can get better at all of these things. Now, the next things I want to point out is this. Number one, your your intellectual faculties are constantly running. I'll say this again, your intellectual faculties are running 24/7. Your dreams are working through memories and imaginations. Put up your hand if you follow what I'm saying. Your intellectual faculties don't turn off. That's why wise mentors will tell you to meditate on that which you desire before you go to sleep, because your intellectual faculties will be partnering with your subconscious mind and your higher consciousness and divine consciousness to bring them about. So be very mindful how you start and end your day. So your memory, as I said, triggers your reasoning ability, which triggers your imagination, which comes back and triggers more memory. And somewhere along the line, it triggers your perception triggers your will triggers your intuition triggers your will, triggers back up here. And there's a never-ending cycle where all of your intellectual faculties trigger all of your intellectual faculties. You cannot have a thought without triggering the entire thing. You can choose to start a more positive vibration by going into your memory to remember something positive. You can start with an imagination of something positive. You can reason something through and feel confident. You can challenge a perception to change your experience. You can focus on what you want instead of what you don't want. You can get an intuition as to how you feel life is coming together. And no matter which one you start with, it triggers the rest. Is this helpful now? Be mindful what you start in your intellectual faculties, because they will continue unsupervised once you've started them in motion. And then the last thing I want you to know is your mood, what's going on inside of yourself, your emotions or your mood is the one that it is more of the moderate perpetuation. So what I mean by that is, if currently you're in a bad mood and you have one positive thought, it might not change your mood. Everyone follow that? It might take more than one thought to change your mood. But once you change your mood, it will keep the positivity going. Everyone follow that? So once the mood is negative, it pulls everything down. When the mood is positive, it keeps everything up. So be very mindful what kind of mood you have. And herein, you now understand what's behind the law of attraction teachers who say, stay positive, stay happy, stay grateful, stay at a high vibration to attract the highest and best. And that explains more now that we understand the intellectual faculties and the relation between them. Good and good? So these are the tools you have that drive everything. How are we doing on time? Oof. Are you okay? I want to give you more. Who's okay with more? Okay. So now what I want to talk about is the levels of consciousness. So just write down consciousness. Now, consciousness is one of my favorite topics because scientists are having trouble with it. And the reason why I love that is the scientists, for good reason, have great confidence in their intellect and in the scientific method. And the rule for the scientists is they're not allowed to conclude God did it. So what I mean by that is, in the scientific revolution or the Great Awakening, what happened was, before then, scientists, when people would ask, why did the crops fail? People would say, well, God did it. God was mad at us, so the crops failed. Why did that child get sick and die? Oh, well, it was God. God was mad at some sin that somebody had committed. Who understands that a lot was blamed on God because we didn't understand things like germs, right? We didn't understand the science behind life and death and germs and life and a lot of things, and horticulture for crying out loud. And so as long as all the answers were God, we weren't investigating how to do a better job on things. And so they said, there is a problem with church and state. There's a problem with science and religion being blurred. We have to separate the two. Now, scientists, your job is solve the riddles of the universe without ever saying God did it. Who understands that? They've got to be able to prove it with the scientific method. That's their job. So when people say science and religion don't get along, I say that's the way it was designed. I don't get mad at scientists. But I do love it when they get stumped. Right? So science can only take it so far. The universe is more than just flesh and blood and electrons. And so what I like it is when science runs out of answers and the metaphysical side, my playground, has some answers. Everyone understand that? So I kind of like it. And the scientists have solved many of the riddles of the universe. Who's pretty impressed that we now understand that things at the subatomic level and the universe is made up of energy? They can tell you how big the universe is. They can tell you how many trillions. Who thinks that's freaking awesome? They can tell you how old the universe is. They can look into deep space. They can spot subatomic particles. Like, I'm blown away. I'm very impressed. Yay, science. But one area that they are very humbled is in the area of consciousness. There's been virtually no progress in the scientific investigation of consciousness. And I am comfortable with the reason being consciousness is a spiritual thing, not a physical thing. So they can't figure it out. Human consciousness is the flickering light in a cold, dark universe. Do you understand how special you are? Trillions of galaxies with billions of stars. In almost 14 billion years, only in the last, I don't know, depends on who you ask, but let's say the last couple million years has there been humanity, at best. Many would say less. So it hasn't been long that there's been human consciousness, and maybe consciousness didn't happen till not long before the human records. See, we only have human records going back like 6,000 years. It depends on who you ask, but let's say 10,000. But it's not millions of years. Who thinks that's pretty awesome? That evidence of human consciousness is incredibly recent. Billions of years. Human consciousness, 6,000. We just showed up. And in these trillions of galaxies, there is zero evidence of any life outside of, except for those of you who are convinced there is, forgive me. But for many people, there is no evidence of any life outside of this physical planet, and certainly no evidence of consciousness. Isn't that cool? So we're pretty freaking special. That's pretty freaking awesome. And to try and identify the causative agent and not only the origin of consciousness, but the geography of consciousness, where does it reside? They're having trouble because it's spiritual. Isn't that cool? So I find consciousness fascinating because it is the unique distinctive that makes humanity extremely special. Elon Musk says, I'm not sure what's more disturbing, the idea that there's intelligent life outside of Earth or that there isn't. And we are the only flickering light of consciousness in a cold, dark universe. Powerful. So consciousness. When it comes to human consciousness, there's varying levels of consciousness. And some of which I would say, I don't understand the design. I don't understand why divine love would make us the way we are, because it makes us so vulnerable to bad stuff. But I guess it's free will. Let's walk through it. So when I seek to map out human consciousness in its various levels, here's the way I do it. So I would like you to imagine, and if you're drawing, just draw a line right at the eyes, right where the eyes are, and then right where the third eye is. And in that little wee window is consciousness. This is where we think. In consciousness, we're talking about the intellectual faculties. That little window is our range of control and influence. Everything below that is the subconscious mind. Now, the subconscious mind works at, so the conscious mind works at 2,000 bits of data per second, 2,000 bits of data per second in the conscious. This little window here is 2,000 bits of data per second. Well, the subconscious mind is 400 billion bits of data per second instead of 2,000. 2,400 billion. The subconscious mind is insanely powerful. And what bothers me about this is the subconscious mind appears to be unintelligent, even though it is part of our spiritual anatomy. That baffles my mind. How can the spirit world be less intelligent than the physical world? And it's just the way we're made. So let's talk about your subconscious mind. Number one, your subconscious mind does not think. Your subconscious mind, number one, no thinking. It calculates, but it doesn't think. Number two, it doesn't judge. If you tell your subconscious mind it is right to poke yourself in the eye, your subconscious mind will believe it's right to poke yourself in the eye. And only your hardwiring of self-survival would stop it. But you can program your mind to believe anything. Next, it does not understand negative. No negative. So it doesn't understand the opposite of an idea. So if you tell your subconscious mind, I will quit smoking, it doesn't understand quit smoking, it just understands I smoke. And that introduces the next rule, which is number 4, it has no sense of time. It has no sense of time. It doesn't judge right and wrong. It doesn't understand the opposite of an idea. And it doesn't think. It just calculates like a computer. And so if 10 times in your life you're punched in the nose and 8 times someone's wearing a red shirt, you walk into a room and duck when you see someone in a red shirt. Who understands that it's just calculation? It's not, it doesn't interpret all the rest of the data. It sees a red shirt and it's ready to run because it doesn't think. It just calculates red shirt, punch in the nose. And so your subconscious mind does not think, it does not judge, it doesn't understand the opposite of an idea, and it doesn't comprehend time. And it doesn't know the difference between something that is real and imagined. If you imagine something vividly, your subconscious mind accepts it as it really happened. That's why masters of performance practice not just in their physical world, but in their intellectual world. They imagine perfect performance to train themselves to do something perfect in the physical world. Olga, do you do that with dance? Do you imagine? Yes. We have a professional dancer here who teaches dance, and she will tell you that if you want to master in the physical plane, it's not just the physical training, it's the mental training. See yourself doing what you've never done to unlock the potential. And when you imagine, your brain is firing off all of the pieces to make that happen. And then when you try it in the physical world, it is not unfamiliar because you have pre-played what you're now replaying. So the power of imagination is incredible as it relates to the subconscious mind, because the subconscious mind doesn't know it's not real. The other thing is every time you replay a memory, it's a new memory. Remember I mentioned that? If you replay something, it happened twice. If you replay it 10 times, it happened 10 times. The other thing I want you to notice it, because it doesn't think, it compounds. So if 2 times you were punched in the nose, your mind is starting to think, I always get punched in my nose. Do you understand? Like it only happened twice. But if it only happened once, it might dismiss it. But if it happens 3 times, that's the kind of world I live in. Who understands how it compounds the thing? And what if it never happened, but you imagined it 3 times? You're now nervous for no reason. So worry is a mismanagement of the imagination and is turning the most negative idea into a potential reality. So someone asked me to repeat. So number 1, your subconscious mind does not think, it calculates. It does not judge, it accepts what it's being told. Number 3, it does not understand negative or the opposite of an idea. So if you say, I don't want you to yell at me, your subconscious and their subconscious hears, I want you to yell at me, right? It doesn't understand. Your subconscious and their subconscious only hears what you're saying, not the opposite. So speak in positives. And then the fourth one is it does not understand time. There is no yesterday. There is no tomorrow. Everything is always now. It does not comprehend time. Yes. I have a question. Go ahead. Beautiful. Yeah. So the question is about self-sabotage. The person is saying, so I make good decisions. I start doing things right. I'm moving in the right direction. And something in my subconscious mind drags me back down. The crabs in the bucket that are inside of me. There's something inside of me that drags me back down. How can I stop self-sabotage when I'm really trying to get more and more enlightened? Put up your hand if you understand that question. Who can associate? Okay, beautiful. So the good news is I'm going to answer that question, and I'm going to ask you to be patient until I get there. Is that okay, everyone? I'll get there as fast as possible. We're building one insight on another, and I'm trying to do it in order because it's a lot easier if I do it in order. We're building the blocks. Just hang in there. And I've got a lot to cover. Here we go. So the subconscious mind, again, be very careful of your subconscious programming, because once your subconscious mind is programmed, it's going to do what you told it. If you tell your brain, I am a billionaire philanthropist, your brain will say, I'm uncomfortable with the evidence not aligning with my truth. I must become a billionaire philanthropist. And your subconscious mind will move heaven and earth to make what you believe a reality. Who thinks this is powerful? And so what's essential for you to understand is negative thinking is creating negative realities. If you believe in the worst, you're going to prove it. If you believe in the best, you're going to prove it. Now, you might have been told, don't be arrogant, right? Don't be arrogant. Now, I say don't be arrogant as in a comparison to anybody else, right? It's not I'm better than you. That's arrogance. But I do want to believe that I am, since I'm a speaker, this is my job, this is my profession, I'm a metaphysical philosopher who does speaking, I want to believe that I'm the very best in the world at it. Now you might say, oh, you're competing with every other speaker? No, no one else does what I do. I'm the world's best at what I do, and I'm the only me. Who understands that this is not about other people, but I am the very best on earth doing what I do? Because I'm the only one doing what I do. They're doing what they do. Who understands that? Even though it looks like we're the same, we're not. There is no such thing as competition. But if you do not see yourself as the best, the likelihood of being the best diminishes. So program your subconscious mind and let it work for you. It works at 400 billion bits of data per second. So be mindful what you're thinking. I am a creative and compassionate spiritual being currently existing in physical form. I'm infinitely valuable, exquisitely unique. I am living and loving my riotous connection with infinite intelligence, and I'm in loving connection to all living things, and I love all others as I love myself. I'm living on purpose. I am on schedule. Everything is perfect. Everything is improving. I'm living and loving my perfect dream life now. I need nothing. I need no one. I love everything. I love everyone. I am a good steward of wealth, wisdom, and power. Infinite intelligence flows freely and limitlessly to me and through me to bless this planet. Be very mindful what you think. Can I get an amen on this? Get on your own team. Be careful. You're the programmer. Be careful. You're the programmer. Next. So that is the subconscious mind. And this is the playground that I really want you to be mindful of right now. Now, let's jump to the next levels. The next level of consciousness is at the crown of your head, right at the top of your head, and between your third eye, right, between the pineal gland and the top of your head. This is what we're going to call your higher consciousness. This is the spiritual you that knew stuff before you entered into this time-space continuum. So this is your higher consciousness that when I, or in meditation, you're provoked to unlock a knowing, this is the amen central. It's like, oh, I know that's true. Oh, that's true, right? It's unlocking the knowing. And when you're looking at the chakras, that's what a lot of people would point at the third eye as. Next, once we go up, now in this visual, I only added collective consciousness. And yesterday I'd mentioned 2 in here before divine consciousness. So to support what I was saying yesterday, the next one I called pure conscious, which is that infinite oneness of love, pure consciousness. And this is what many would call, what Transcendental Meditation calls the unified field. This is what Dr. Joe Dispenza calls the quantum realm. This is what some people would call the ether. You've moved into the ether. And then the next one up is collective consciousness. This is what Hinduism would call Akasha, what the Theosophy religion would call the Akashic record, what some would call the astral plane. And so this is another level. And then I'm not saying there aren't more, but for our purposes, then we're in the presence, although we're always in the presence of divine love consciousness. And all of what I just referred to is in the room with you. Who thinks that's pretty cool? All levels, all heavens are ever present and undetected. They're in the room with you. You don't have to go somewhere to be in the presence of divine. The wisdom literature says, I can climb the highest mountain, I can go into the deepest sea. There's nowhere I can go that I'm not in your presence. All divine realms are ever present and undetected. And our ability to dial in and connect is not about effort, it's anti-effort. Power in the physical world is how much we can lift up. Power in the spiritual world is how much we can let go. And when we master prayer and meditation, we learn to let go, to dial in. And when we dial into divine, we enjoy the healing process. And this is where we have our transformations. Beautiful. You know what? I'll be jumping forward. Okay. Our time has flown. Okay, my friends, our time has flown. Has this been a good day? Who's found this to be a blessing? Okay. Do we have an on-topic question?
Yes.
Okay, here's an on-topic question, and then we'll be wrapping in a few minutes. If I jump into the next one, we're gonna have fun and go till midnight. So I want to be respectful and honor my commitment that we end at 5 o'clock Eastern time to the best of our ability. I'll take a shot at one question. Yes. Okay, so the question is, how do I do what I want to do, what I know which will improve my life, and I don't take the action and it frustrates me? Who understands that question? Who can associate with that question? Why don't I do what is obviously in my best interest? Okay, so let's start with this. You do not need motivation. The problem is not on your gas pedal. The problem is in the emergency brake. Do you follow? You do not need motivation. You're a motivation monster. The infinite power of the universe is working on you, with you, in you, ready to go. You are not lacking in energy. You're not lacking in motivation. There's a dampening issue going on here. There's a reason you're not taking action. To discover what is holding you back from taking the action is a question. You don't need more motivation. That's like, I'm chained to a wall and no amount of force can change that. I need to unlock it, but instead I'm just going to pull harder. Who understands? If you can't break the chain, you need to unlock the chain. So it's not about a lack of motivation. You've got all the juice in the world for motivation. You have infinite power that's able to move to you and through you. Nobody is lazy. There are some people who lack a clear, compelling vision they believe in and feel free to pursue. How do you like that, Paul? There is no one on the planet who is lazy, but some people lack a clear, compelling vision they believe in and feel free to pursue. The question is, what's out of balance? Discomfort or hope? See, without discomfort, why change? Without hope, why try? If you see a vision that is true and is yours, and if you believe that your efforts in that direction will produce a positive outcome, nobody needs to motivate you. You're a monster, you're a machine, you're an animal. The people around you will be telling you to calm down, take a break. No one will ever have to tell you to get off your butt ever again when you unlock pure motivation, which is discomfort and hope. I didn't say discontent and desperation. That's the ego. Discomfort and hope. Discomfort because the world could be a better place. Not you. You're sufficient. You're abundant. When you're moving from abundance to say, I want to change the world, I see needs outside of myself that bother me. I'm discomforted by the state of things. And I want to bring abundance of love and light into those spaces. I have motivation. And I believe my efforts will improve I believe my efforts will produce a positive outcome. You, my dear friend, are motivated, and no one will have to motivate you. Be mindful of discomfort and hope. And you might say, oh, I have all of that. Well, then we look at the other side of the fence. Is it fear? Fear of something? We'll go deeper into what could it be tomorrow. But for today, I want you to know no one needs to motivate you. All the power in the world is accessible to you. The question is, have you dialed into discomfort and hope? Not discontent and desperation, but discomfort for the needs of this world and hope that you can do something about it. If you are dialed into the needs of this world, and if you are dialed into the belief that if you take actions, you can have a positive impact, nothing and no one will ever stop you from doing everything you can to change the world. And when you serve greatly, you deserve greatly. Nobody lacks motivation. Nobody lacks motivation. Who's encouraged by this? And one of the steps is, I am already abundant. I'm already complete. I need nothing. I need no one. I love and treasure everything, and I love and treasure everyone. I see the needs of this world, and from my position of abundance, my heart is filled with the desire to have an impact. And I have faith that in my efforts and in my partnership with divine love, that change is on its way. And I'm honored, not pressured, to participate with divine love to make as positive an impact on this planet as I can. And when we serve greatly, we deserve greatly. And you, my friend, will find out how unstoppable you are. Stop stopping yourself and find out how unstoppable you are. And you might say, it's too big, it's too big. Then stop looking at the big thing and start with, can I pick up those socks? Can I eat that broccoli? Can I walk around the block? Can I call a friend and tell them I love them? What can I do? Do not allow your ego to trip you up with what you can't do, what you don't know, what you don't have, and who's not with you. Focus only and exclusively on what can I do with what I know, with what I've got, and with who's with me. And then do it and watch as everything unfolds. Good and good, my friends? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now, I'm going to give you some homework. You might say, James, we've worked hard. Well, you don't have to do it. I'm not your mother. Who wants to do some homework to improve your life? I'm going to give you some homework. It's your life. It's not mine. Here's my strong suggestion. Tonight, ask yourself the next question. We've asked the question, who am I? And why am I here? Or no, we've asked the question, who am I? Next question I want you to ask is, what do I want? We've worked on it yesterday, we worked on it today, and I want you to do more tonight. Who's willing to do that? Clarify your desire list. clarify your desire list, write out as much as you can. What do I want? What do I want? What do I want? Anyone who gets to 101 gets a prize. I don't know what the prize is. God will give you something. How's that? So go ahead and go to work on what do I want and be ready for tomorrow morning as we unlock and unleash miracle manifestation. Someone says something about the drawing. You want my drawing? $1.50. I'll mail it to you. I'm kidding. Olga. Hey, come to Mexico. I'll save it. All right, my friends. Great day. Are you blessed? Who's feeling blessed? We are blessed blessings. We are abundant. We are here not just to make it, but to make it better. And as we realize that we are divine love ambassadors here to change the world, not just to survive it, you unleash and unlock the highest and the best. And in partnership with divine, there's nothing you and I cannot do. And together, it gets really exciting. Enjoy your evening. Please do the survey. If it hasn't been put in the link, maybe it's being emailed to you, but complete a survey to tell us how you, oh, there's the survey. So click on that survey, complete it, take you a minute or so, and then do your desire list, and I'll see you in the morning. Yes? Oh, I almost forgot. Tomorrow morning is, so for those of you who are doing the 30-day miracle challenge live, it's 7 a.m. Eastern time, which is New York time. 7 a.m. is the 30-day miracle challenge. I'm live with you at 7 a.m. At 8 a.m. Eastern time, New York time, we're going to have church. For those of you who don't even know what those crazy Christians think, feel free to come and ask me. Challenge me, you get to learn. The good news is this will be a sermon that can't be threatening because I'm respectful of everybody, and you won't even be invited back because it's not a real church. How do you like that? It's just us hanging out, and I'll answer any question you have about the Bible and Christianity to the best of my ability. So 30-day miracle challenge is at 7 a.m. Church is at 8 a.m. and we start the Dream Life experience at 9 a.m. And at any time between now and then, you can pray for my energy that tomorrow will be a perfect day. And how do you access church? You click on the same link that you clicked on to come here. Okay? Easy peasy. It's unofficial. It is not being recorded. It's church. So we do not record church. It is not part of the Dream Life experience. It's just something some of us like to do. And so I will see you here, this link, at 8 a.m. Eastern time, New York time. And we're going to have a great day. Yes, take care of your body, get some sleep, do the survey, and ask yourself, what do I want? Come with a good, juicy list. If you can write it, you can have it. Love, joy, peace. Have a beautiful, blessed evening. I'll see you in the morning. Mwah! Good night.